sense because there's no the
Story
contain
here at the
isn't
bottom right,
across the
Rescue
map in
Run
an
pushing
arc.
barracks is-
Could definitely do that.
With a bit
We
of
should
luck,
do
it
like
just
an
ended up
entire
working.
podcast day
Both
where we
times
just
it
use
worked,
our
despite
deep
being an impromptu
voices and
decision.
say, this
You've
is how we
already thrown out
actually
mentions,
sound,
but I'm sure a
but
lot of
sometimes
them
we
will
like to come
practice.
off as a little bit
Please address
less
them as well as the
manly.
fans who lent you
But
their support.
at the end of the day, it is what it is,
First and
and you
foremost, to help
cannot
you
go
practice
back on what your
solo,
voice truly is.
Hero.
Oh, dude, he knew it.
That's
He
it.
watched fucking the Soul Key game and he was like, I'm not letting that happen again.
Two shots,
Punisher.
it's true, always kind of played like
You,
this
you
in
caused an
StarCraft 2.
upset in my tournament, I'm taking you the fuck
Another
down.
cool play.
But you know, that
Floor
was,
pool
that was
is
probably
still the
most
strongest build in the
inopportune time
entire
for me to talk
game.
about what I was trying to talk about last
Always
game, so I
has
do want to just
been,
revisit
probably
it just
always
for
will
a
be.
moment here.
Insane.
Storm
So,
Egg
damage
was the
just those
craziest
workers
move that's
enough
ever happened,
to
other
reduce the
than... And that's usually what you do, is you hop back and forth with the unit that makes it so you can't attack, so it can't die. And it was the craziest thing ever, because everyone thought, oh no, what is he doing? He's gonna die. There's a Nidus. And he just flies his buildings over it, and everyone's like,
What?
like, it was fucking crazy. The amount of shit that, like, can happen in this game is, like, it's something else. That's why I love StarCraft.
25%. Like, we don't worry, it's gonna replace us too.
I was gonna say if the AI is really good, it'd be like, yeah, that sounds like Tastosis. They're kind of dumb. They're not my favorite commentator. Like, thanks, AI. Jeez.
God.
Okay, there's a ton of cannons.
AI is
now.
brutal
These pellets
sometimes,
are
guys.
Getting kind of railed.
If those are the facts, if like 55% of the country wants to be, let's say, whatever the Democrats believe, and 45% of the country wants to be whatever the Republicans believe. At this point, what is the harm in just making two different countries? Was kind of a lazy day-ish, but we kind of had a topic to talk about, because, yeah, shit fucking happened today, but hey, it is what it is, right? So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, I'm thinking, Callie, like, break out of the Matrix. You're trying to help people, but you're not doing it in a very presentable or ethical way. Punchy one-liner of a cyberpunk anti-villain trying to break down the system. Jumping in my way, ruining all my pace, and bringing up all this. No, this is not working. Splitting the country into two nations, one liberal, one conservative, sounds dramatic, but is practically unviable. Those were special. They looked like a cross between, is that supposed to say Velociraptor? Velociraptor? I have no clue why I think it's spelled that way. That's okay, Sean. There are many words that you probably raise your eyebrow and go, how the fuck can he not spell that word? He's like this, oh my god, is this my body and my brain fucking telling me that I'm overdoing it? Is this some sort of self-fucking subconscious therapy that it's trying to fucking do? Like, that's the attitude of the character right now. But the question of him being dead in the afterlife brings the main character to be like, am I dead? And then if I'm dead, does that mean I'm a spirit? If I'm a spirit, could I be the great spirit? My problem, Callie, I don't have any formal education in this other than high school. So it's very much a winging it kind of process. I'm dreaming to, oh, you dream? To, wait, what are you? Dude, my brain is going crazy. To afterlife? To be like, wait, are you my alter ego? To be like, wait, am I dead? Is this voice like God talking to me? And I'm like, wait, am I God? 'Cause I feel like the old dialogue was kind of bad, and it didn't really press the direction of the conversation in the way that I needed it, right? And it's like the small things that each character picks up on from one word that the other character says in order to escalate the conversation. Yo, 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 how's it going? We back at her again. How's everyone today? How am I? I'm doing super well, connection. Today was a big day. We got the other video completed, so now we have the entire series in one video. An hour and 42 minutes long, the entire thing. And then today, we will be doing, most likely, brainstorming for the first story of Morgellons. Because we go to... Oh, it should be over here. Morgellons. Okay, so that's the long form of the first one. So Morg Story 1. Extract self. Extraction. Do you know what Morgellons disease is? Connection. I'm like, what is this? I understand now. Okay. I kind of changed the background. I forgot to delete the audio track for it. Also, I think my number one feedback for your story, at least the ones you posted yesterday, is that the wordplay is very nice and big words type, which is always fun to read. It just doesn't flow too well at times. It can seem all over the place. To be fair, it could also be a fault of that being Chapter 5, you said. Yes, and not having the full picture. So I completely understand where you're coming from, Connection. And that is something we're really gonna have to improve on over time. I mean, that's just my writing in general, right? So that's just an improvement that we need in general, is when we're and especially because I normally do short stories that are never connected to each other. So doing small series that are connected, probably the first 10 series are going to be like fucked because yeah, I'm just not used to doing stories that are connected together, especially across a generational line like that. So having each story be standalone in its own way, but leading greater into the rest of the story without making it feel like you're forced to read the rest of the story. But I definitely say, yeah, the hints that I give aren't strong enough, and that's probably one of my biggest problems. It's also why I wanted to start with my chapter 1 instead of thrusting you into my newest chapter, which is also chapter 5, funny enough, despite C1 being less readable. It is what it is, right? Like I said, it's not so much the readability of it as it is, and that's probably my biggest problem, is that because I have no, like, literary background training, like, noticing those differences and stuff like that is not something I'm necessarily good at. So, and the amount of time that's given to, like, write and refine the stories. You know, you got like 3 days to write 1,500 to 2K words. It's like, oh yeah, you could write that, but you can't make that a masterpiece in 3 days, right? At least not yet, I can't. But one day I should be able to. And the other thing is the difference between story 1 and all of the other stories. Because I didn't write story 1. That was a poll from Reddit for a origin story, because I didn't know where to go with anything. So I was like, well, if I can find a biotech horror story on Reddit, I'll use that as an origin for creating the rest of the stories. So Sam and Lisa technically aren't even my characters. I reinvented their origins for my own story, right? So there is probably a little bit of that in there too, of being separate styles, because like the first one's kind of long, and then the next 3 stories are like super short, and then the next story is like super long. But I was like, that's the generational gap, right? Like the three stories in between are just like the filler buff to get you to the next part of the story, right? So technically you would only need to do probably story 1, 2, and 5. You wouldn't need 3 and 4. 3 is just Trevor being put in the brain jar. 4 is the break in the connection and the reason why Sam has no knowledge. Because Thomas, Sam's dad, wanted nothing to do with Ellen because he thought she was fucking crazy. But she had the letters from Trevor and she was raising Thomas like fucking Sarah Connor was raising fucking John Connor in Terminator. Like completely fucking crazy shit. But nothing ever happened, so he just said she was crazy and put her in an asylum. But this next story is inside of the same world, but it's more focused on Morgellons disease and the idea behind, like, the conspiracy behind Morgellons disease and the fact that it's, like, you know, it's actually, like, a government-created disease in order to study the effects of technological evolution, like, evolution of biology through extreme technology, right? So instead of like growing hairs out of your arms, you grow wires and stuff like that. But officially, the disease itself is considered a psychosomatic, in the fact of it's like self-inflicted injury of people like taking wires and sticking them into their arms and basically feigning injury. Well, there's like huge documentaries all over Morgellons disease about, you know, evidence about how it could be real. Like, how am I growing wires out of my arm? But it's like you can do a DNA test on the wire and it has my DNA in it. It's like, what the fuck? There's some really fucked up stuff with it. So I figured that would be a really cool way to go, and it would emphasize a lot more stuff in the first story of, like, you know, people that could hear the system, people that were being cyberpunk, exactly. Definitely going more into, like, people not know what's going on and being neglected. So, you know, like, the main character basically, like, the first story, he's ripping all of the shit out himself, right? Like, he's freaking out, he doesn't want anything to do with this. And then the second story is him going, the flashback, right? Because the first story is always later in the series. It's kind of just how I do things. And then the next stories are like him at the doctor being, like, diagnosed, basically, and the doctor telling him he's doing it to himself, and him being like, yeah, fuck that. And then the third story is like him going journalistic mode and figuring out and getting scientific tests, like, independently on, you know, the wires coming out of his skin and stuff like that. And the fourth story is basically the government and the military breaking down on him and saying, yeah, you know what, you're being too loud about this shit. People are actually starting to catch on. You gotta shut the fuck up, and, yeah, we're gonna take you out. He's like, yeah, fuck that, so they take him out. Because all my stories end in that dystopian, terrible ending of, the bad guy always wins. Or if the good guys do win, they win at such a cost that it's almost like they lost. But I mean, again, that's a stylistic thing for me, just in the way that I write, because I love that. I love that darkness and unknowing feeling. Of being like, did the hero fuck themselves over? Did they miss that one crucial thing? And I love doing that thing where it's like they focus on something extremely, and then other things start to distract them, and slowly that priority drops, and because that priority drops, they do something that fucks them up. Whether they win, but it is revealed that they only win on opposite day, so they low-key lose instead. That's kind of the way it is, right? Like, for instance, at the end of the fifth story, right? Technically, Trevor wins in the end because he gains a friend and his grandson in Sam. So now he has, like, someone to, like, be beside him for all of eternity, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, you know, now I'm not alone, but I guess my grandson's here, so it sucks for him, but you know. I've been here for like 70 years, bro. Get your shit together. Maybe we can still take her down, you never know. Oh. Jesus. Okay, where is our... scene structure? Here it is. Okay, so we want this. Our character story arc. Character's goal is discover, or I guess to, what's a word I need here? Words. Not journey. Uncover. Secrets of a dark technological disease. Can just to uncover the secrets of a dark technological disease. Oh yeah, after this, if nobody else has anything, would it be alright if we continue chapter 1 until at least 5.1, 5.6? I want to see this stuff through first. This stuff first, though. Yeah. I just like to make like a really quick outline. So the other outside influences. What other character is there going to be? So should this line up with... Because like every story is supposed to be like a different person. Okay, this is interesting. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, right? So we can either have another person with Morgellons, a normal person that believes him, a doctor that's turned, some sort of journalist. Oh, I know. Coworker. But the coworker's a plant by the government, and the coworker, who's the friend, is actually the person that infected the main character. Double purpose. And his tactic is scientific analysis. Fibers growing from him. Expectation. Dr. Wide didn't do this to himself. So this is the character now this is where I love to throw in the twist, right? So this character, who's the coworker, who's the plant, is going to, you know, do things that seem suspicious to us as the reader. So we're gonna pin everything basically on them, but we're never really gonna get confirmation from that because the character is gonna gaslight Ken into thinking that he's doing it to himself, to the point where Ken starts doing it to himself. Yeah, but lots of them, right? Like, knowledge that he shouldn't know. Like, he's not a doctor, he shouldn't know these things about Morgellons. He's way too adamant and, like, pushy and, like, what kind of coworker makes, like, these kind of, I'm trying to think of how to explain this, like, you know, almost ultimatums with these, like, the main character comes to him and is like, yo, I need your advice, and then the coworker just completely gaslights and, like, amps him up into saying, oh, dude, I've seen you, that's so weird, dude, like, I thought something was wrong, because, like, I've seen you go into the corner and your eyes go blank, and then you just stand there and you just, like, stab yourself. And I'm just like, dude, I don't want to get involved with that. You know, like, literally just throwing it into the open with the character, and then having the main character believe that it's happening to the point that they start doing it to themselves because they're in such a fucked up place, they don't even know what's going on. And then the coworker is basically sitting there nodding and being like, yep, okay, and then he goes over and then he does, like, the exact same action to another coworker. In the next story, it's the next person that has the disease, and then something like that, and then the final story leads back to the coworker who is, like, connected to the network and is, like, a henchman of Lisa or something like that. So it ties back slightly to the other story in, like, reference of the world and the timeline, but not in reference of, like, the other characters and stuff like that. So I think it was, like, you know, different episodes from, like, Black Mirror or something like that, right? Where it's, like, different characters, but they're all in the same world. Oh, and like, the actions that they take in the world affect the other characters because it affects the world itself. Alright, so this is our character flow sheet, essentially, for the story. And then we can do a simple scene construction. So we're not going to do the actual scenes, like what's in the scene. What if instead of Black Mirror, it was White Mirror, and it was a really hot magical mirror that everyone just keeps nutting on? Oh, damn! Okay, get this. So it's an so have you ever watched Stargate Connection? Stargate SG-1. Nerd. Ah, lame. Okay, well, basically, it's a show about, like, aliens and stuff like that, right? It's a sci-fi show. It's like a thing called Stargate where you can go to different planets and stuff like that. So there's, like, advanced technology, right? And one of the planets they go to, because they just explore random planets, right, has this mirror on it. And this mirror can jump between multiple dimensions. So you get a mirror, and then you jizz into the mirror in multiple dimensions, and then through time paradox, you jizzing into one of those worlds is like the origin of life on Earth. And it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then you find out the more that you use the mirror, the more it breaks the bridges between reality. And because you goon and nut like 6 times a day, yeah, the fabric of reality is like falling apart. Where it's like scientists are like detecting black holes smashing into the planet and destroying the planet, but somehow we're like still here. Like, they detect like alien signals coming from space, but for some reason they're actually coming from Earth. And then like dinosaurs start appearing out of nowhere, like giant spiders and insects and shit. And like technology from the future is like peering through, and it's just like this huge conglomerate of past and future fusing together as all of space and time kind of break apart as the barriers between dimensions fade. And then the character's final option is to go continuously hop through the mirror into different dimensions, and that's basically how they like run away. And then they meet themselves, and think of like One, like the movie The One, but it's like all. So it's like you have to gather all the multiple versions of yourself so you can work together to try and figure out a way to stop everything. Something in that story. Oh, I have something like that in a story I'm co-writing right now. Oh, that's fucking dope. I love that shit. It's like my mind just instantly builds this entire fucking... And not even like one story. It's like 80 different stories with different branches. Each branch has more branches. Just this massive tree of stories. It's like, I wonder how far these things can go. From interdimensional work to the origins of life to the seeding of other planets to, you know, self-sustaining prophecies and shit like that. Absolutely love that shit. Alright, so scene 1 is typical day at work. Because the first thing you want to do is you want to show the characters normal. Once you've established what is normal for the character, then add in something that shifts that normal. Literally, the I don't like the idea of formulas because I like to deviate from them, but that's pretty much the essence of a hook opening, right? There's a space station that was abandoned and it sent out a signal without being able to receive signals back. It turns out someone routed a signal through a black hole to send it through a station and start everything back up. Oh, that's really cool. One of my sci-fi, the sci-fi novel that I want to write, the story is basically humans, basically seed all of the universe with life, and it's like millions of years after humans have abandoned Earth, and Earth has like basically re-gone a new genesis where because of the destruction of humans, the planet basically died, but over the last million years it's fixed itself and it restarted the cycle of life. So now, millions and millions of years later, there's a new sentient life on Earth, like either lizards or, to me, it's like, I love dolphins or giraffes, so that'd be the giraffe people or dolphin people. Or something along those lines, right? A branch of that type of thing. Like, my main characters in my Final Fantasy book are octopi, for instance, right? And the concept behind the story is that given interaction with your body, for instance, your body interacts with photons. Thus, your body created eyes in order to interact with those photons. Your body felt particles moving in the air, so it created your ears to interact with those moving particles in the air to create sound. So it's like everything that we've evolved has been through an outside source acting on us. So, over millions of years of having Wi-Fi signals, my hybrid explanation is just science finally locked in. My dick was created to fuck the particles. I'm God. Yeah, literally. And so after being exposed to Wi-Fi signals, because there's still technology broadcasting signals on Earth, like buried underground and shit like that, so this species has been exposed to these Wi-Fi signals that are still receiving signals from the species that are out in space, right? And these characters start hearing voices in their heads. And throughout history, there have been like 4 or 5 of these people that have changed the direction of history through some sort of like intellectual epiphany and rewritten basically all of existence and advanced technology thousands of years in a single generation. And it's because they've picked up on the signals being sent by this Wi-Fi, and they're picking up like alien languages, alien signals, alien schematics, alien information in their head. And some of them are able to, like, most of them go crazy, right? But some of them evolve to a point where they can actually use that information and interact with the network and, like, siphon out information. so they can literally advance technology through this data. And more people are having this happen to them until, you know, it's like half the people hear voices in their head and try to advance technology. The other half of the people think they're fucking insane, and they think it's like the devil's work, and it's like a huge religious faction, and they're trying to fight against them, but these people have like technology and shit, right? They got like guns and stuff. So like, just don't fight against us, and it's this huge back and forth. And then eventually they build technology, they go out into space, and they interact with the rest of humanity, and they basically regain with it, and they find out that, I'm gonna be so for real, my stories are all knocked off for one story, and throughout all of them, there's this melody signal from the pre-primordial story that ends up being God Fate, but nobody needs to know that. Shh. I love that kind of stuff. You know it, but no one else needs to, right? It's like, yeah, it's important in a way, but it's not steady. Okay, so a typical day. Coworker interactions. And then we want scene 2 is accident. There's some sort of accident that happens. And this will be infection. And scene 3 will be fucking ads. Goddamn ads. Almost as bad as my nose. Just leave me alone! Leave me alone! I don't like it. I don't want it! I don't like it! It's not good. Ah! Ah! The struggle is real. You know, this is what we need. We need some of this. That's exactly how I feel. Boom! Ah. Could it be, could it be? Oh, upon ye do we find thee in such a free... that it calls to me in question what you be. But don't worry, I know such a thing that will bring to you a toke set to the moon. For you know, 3, 2, 1, go! She, sun, ni, each, 1, 2, 3, smoke! Welcome back, welcome back. Alright, scene 3. Oh, whoops. Okay. In scene 3 will be hiding the signs. Reaction is physical contact causes stress. Whoops. Okay. Doop. Okay, back here, move 1. And then this is 4, right? So we'll do 5 scenes. 5 scenes should be enough. 4 is progression. And then the reaction to that is self-harm. And then scene 5 will be something like this is where it's like it's kind of the reveal of the coworker, and we've been kind of building up to this point right now. But this will be I don't want to say breakdown. Now I'm thinking maybe third party. So I mean, I might have to cook on this, but like third party interaction, family or something that's concerned forces can back to reality. Something like that. Now this would be the breakdown, and Ken goes to get Lily Light or Lily C Light. Yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the team. Boy, not gonna lie, connection. I almost guarantee it's a bot. Just wait for it. And if you're not, oh my god, that's amazing. I'm glad that you're not a bot. But 90% of the time, 99% of the time, it's a fucking bot. So you know what? I'm just gonna accuse you of being a bot. And if you don't like that, you're not gonna survive in the stream either fucking way. So, it's kind of like a purity test off the bat, right? If they can't deal with it, they ain't gonna survive here anyway. A follow is a follow, hashtag movement. It's like, okay, so I would say I have maybe 75 followers on Twitch and maybe 8 followers on Kick. My only real follower count is on Rumble. I have 12 followers on Rumble, which is about right. Follows are kind of they don't mean shit. In the age of bots, follows don't mean shit. And I'm wondering if they realize, if I called them out and they're like, oh fuck. We're smart enough now to know that if they call us out, we just don't type anything. Because normally they'd be like, hey, I love your stream! Why don't you just contact me on Discord if you want views? Shut the fuck up, you're in the shadow realm now, bitch. But hey, if it's a real person, I'm glad there's a real person out there on Kick. Because Kick generally has, not gonna lie, I'll show you. If we go to Kick, okay, let's just go home and go. Categories, that's what I need. Writing categories. There. I'm literally the only one. I'm the only one ever in the category. Who the fuck on Kick is in the writing category? What? Yeah. Twitter and Rumble don't even have a category for writing. I'm in like the art entertainment category. So I was like, if I was like in Roach Ranch and on Asmon's Reddit, I was like, yo, because Asmon's like, I want to like redo Twitter for like Elon for like good streaming on Twitter and then start streaming on Twitter. And I was like, yo, make sure there's a writing category. We need a writing category. Because, yeah, the writing category is like, there's like one German guy who does German fairy tales, and he gets between like 700 and 1,200 viewers. Then there's like 2 VTubers that sometimes do writing streams, and they get like 300 to 400 viewers. Then there's Falcor the Book Dragon, who gets like 100 to 150. Every other person in the entire category I've ever seen is between like 30 and 0. Maybe like Gloomy or Rye or Die are sometimes up in the 70s. And then there's like 12 or 15 people that are like 1 and 8. And then you go to like the co-working section. So usually there's like right now is about the peak time of the writing category, and there's about 150 people viewing in the category. And there's like 70 streamers. But a lot of them are non-English as well. Alright, so now we have the basic trajectory and destination of where the story goes. And the story is going to wind up with the main character being solaced by a third party, either a family member or a really good friend who's not a coworker, that they've basically been neglecting and all of this stuff. And that person's going to say, you know, maybe you should go get yourself checked out. And that's when he goes to see a psychiatrist, a therapist, and, you know, and then he's like, okay, well, you guys have to watch me. And then everyone watches him, and nobody can pinpoint the points in time when he's self-injuring. They're like, we haven't seen you do it, but you're still growing these hairs, so that's when things kind of turn over. And that'll lead into, like, story 2, right? Because at first I was like, well, let's just do a bunch of different people's stories, but I think we're just going to do Ken. I think the story has evolved enough that we can do a heavily based psychological story on Ken. I think that would be a really way to go. So let's throw that in the oven in the back of the brain, cook it in the subconscious, wake up tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have written story 1 before the beginning of the stream tomorrow. At least the rough draft of it. But that brings us to dun dun dun, the moment of truth. What is this? Oh, it's because it inverts, because it's, again, that's why I hate like the dark mode stuff, because oops, 1.3. What? I'm so confused. Oh, it's 1.3. Oh, so it won't grab this. I don't know. That's so weird. I don't know why it wouldn't have done that. Okay, so we finished 1.3, right? We're on 1.4. Did we not read this? Wait. I'm retarded. Okay, we got to the beginning of 1.3? Alright. Because I was like, okay, well, I remember this. Whose face is that? That's Barbara Streisand! Fish. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? It's from the South Park episode. You know, Spooky Vision, where the fish kills everyone. Scotty, you're still F word, but I owe you an apology about something. What? Spooky Vision.
You seem tired, Stan. I haven't been sleeping well. Why? My pet goldfish killed another random person last night. Oh, that sucks, dude. Hey, did you?
Well, there's been a report of a few missing people.
Is that so?
Yeah, no biggie, but I was wondering if you'd seen any of them.
I've never seen any of those men, Officer Barbrady.
No, I didn't think so. Mind if I look around the backyard, though?
Dude, are you sure that fish is a murderer? Seems like a normal fish to me. Just let me take it back. Come on. Did you find the address, Aunt Flo? Aunt Flo!
Oh man, you were right. Grok does remember names of users. It does. It just takes a while to lock that in. I asked it a question just now and it used my name, real name, not screen name. Dude, Fish, I told you it's fucked up, right? Are you Jeremy Fortnite? It has more. It's because think about like the scope that Grok has access to. That's okay, Fish. You don't have to apologize for saying that I'm wrong. You're allowed to say that I'm wrong. You don't have to fucking agree with me. This isn't an echo chamber, bro. We want this to be the opposite of this. This is a critique station. Only my nose didn't feel like there was a hair stabbing it. It's like a... Feels like a fucking ingrown hair on the inside of my nose. It was itchy as fuck! I do. Part of being rational is admitting when you mess up. I understand you may not be used to that concept, but we do honesty over here. We don't do that fake stuff, you hear me? Nah, I don't believe you, Fish. We're just all a bunch of retards who don't know what we're talking about. We're monkeys that evolved too fast, right? Self-awareness punched us in the gut and we didn't know what to do. Now we're fucked. And everything's just getting way out of hand. It's too much. Does that make sense, Fish? It's usually how it goes. Alright. But here we go. So, this is Connection Story. What this story even about? This story is about a person that dies, goes to it, well, kills themselves, specifically kills themselves, and goes to an alternate world that turns out to be stories that her grandfather told her as a child. So we don't know if this is her imagination and she's actually dead and this is the afterlife, or if this is the reality and her grandfather is in some way like jumping between dimensions and time and reality and stuff like that. So it's a halfway point between a psychological and sci-fi thriller. In the young adult version, apparently, because they're like 16, right? So they're like in high school. Wait, really? That's actually based, not even ironic. That's an interesting concept. Well, there you go. Amazingly worded. Thanks, Connection. I'm pretty good at breaking down stories and building them up just based on, like, circumstance rather than event, right? Shut up, not talking to you. See what I mean? This is why I love you, Fish. Oh. I'd like to learn more about it. Well, we're about to read some, so... Because it's like, Fish knows how to troll because it's obviously hyperbolic in the fact that he was clearly talking to you. So, it's like the way that he finesses with this, Fish, you're definitely a writer at heart, right? Like, Smokey's a writer at heart. You can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, there is something to the power of Oh, I fucked up. I forgot to do TTS. I'm an idiot. I was too distracted.
I sat on the bed. There was a weight beside me. I rolled over. I reached my hand out. It touched empty air. Finn.
That's what we call a smoky story. It's a 3 to 7 word story that's usually like the first 2 sentences, like another really good example would be like how should I end this? Oh, this one's difficult. Is that a mechanical keyboard? It sounds nice. Yes, it is. It is a mechanical keyboard. Damn, this one is hard. I can't find a negative connection. Color switches. I don't know, fish. Brown. They're brown. Yeah, maybe this one was a bad one, because this one's hard to do a negative. Brown. Interesting. Yeah. Oh! Oh, I know. Okay. So, the first 2 sentences set up the story, right? And then the third sentence has absolutely no relation to the first 2 sentences. So this one was really hard to do, but...
I ate a hot dog. It had mustard. I cut my nails. Finn.
So first I was like, oh, I go to work. And it's like, well, you would eat, then go to work. And then I was like, well, I go to the bathroom. Well, you'd eat, then you go to the bathroom. And then I was like, fuck, what do I do something that's like you eat, and then what do you not do after you eat? It's like not relevant in any way to the fact that you ate something. I'm like, that's a really hard one to do. But it's like, okay, let's do something that would like gross you out maybe if you were to eat. And I saw my nail clippers and I was like, sold. So you went for something tactile like blue, but not as noisy. Was that why you chose that keyboard? No, my brother-in-law bought this keyboard for me for my birthday like 6 years ago. The mustard was spicy Dijon mustard. The spice cut your nails. Fuck. See, and then you can make the connection, and that's what like drags the story out. Like there's 8 missing, 10 missing sentences that you fill in the gaps that extrapolate to get to that point, right? It's like, I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, we call those Smokey stories, because usually Smokey will do, like that's me doing it. This is what Smokey would do.
I walked. I stopped. I pet a dog. Finn.
It's like just the simplicity and ridiculousness of it is what makes it so good. Yes, everyone has access to TTS. No, you just exclamation point TTS, go crazy with the TTS. I have a great story to tell. Oh, I am so interested, connection line. Hell yeah. I used to do that, is I'd take someone's story, I just TTS it. So I just like I'd split them into pieces and then just spam paste, because if you TTS continuous messages, it's a queue. But while you're doing that, we'll begin here. So this is chapter 3.1. It's complicated. Of connection story. After school, we hung out on the school campus for a bit to talk about what had happened. Couldn't just ignore him after saying what I had said, after all. Grok, bringing up past stories and concepts we've discussed and mentioning them in context of the question I asked. Why is Grok better at memory than the other models? Time to lock in and read, sir. Fish, because the other models specifically don't have anything to connect to, right? Like, ChatGPT specifically does not connect to, like, meta stuff like Facebook or shit like that. Whereas Grok is intimately built into the aspect of Twitter. So fundamentally, it has access to everything in the public.
One day around a year ago I was driving my car and I saw an old lady struggling to cross the road. I sped up towards her in the hopes that she would get scared and lock in, crossing the road with no problem. Instead, she freaked out, looked at me, froze up, and died. Rest in piss, Bethany Higlet.
Higleton the third, you will not be missed. 22 points! 22 points! Yeah! Oh my god, I love it. Some absurdist type stuff, Kafka in them. I love being able to send that message with TTS. Absurdism is based. Hyperbole and absurdism are the missing components of the next generation of humor. We need another Tropic Thunder. We need something on the level of fucking Tropic Thunder, but it needs to be like the Epstein files. Okay, guys, get this. So it's the Epstein files, but the true reality of it is that, like, how do you say this? It's like elderly people with, like, you know, like, you don't want to say it, but like kid fetish, right? So like, they're basically like pretending that they're 16 again because they're fucking old and they don't want to be old. So it's like from the outside, it's like it looks really fucked up, but from the inside, it's like it's understandable. It's a bunch of demented 80-year-olds pretending that they're like 16 again. So it's like it's presented to the reader as if they're like kids in high school, but the twist of the reality is that they're actually demented old people. And think of it like as an M. Night Shyamalan twist. And the media is like all over this, and the whole thing is like presented as like a news story. And like, oh my god, I could just imagine it now. It'd be so fucking hilarious. Because one of the smut stories I wrote presents it as like two long-lost lovers, and then the twist at the end of the story is that they took Viagra and they're actually 65. So it's like right after the climactic moment of them fucking, and they kind of just like roll over, and then it's like this super in-depth description of their like frail, old, like age-spotted, wrinkled, naked bodies with like aches and pains and shit like that, just to like completely disturb the reader out of the emotion as soon as they've like finished. And it's like, careful what you wish for, and everything's not what you think it is. Oh man. But anyways, okay, I'm gonna actually read the story now. I swear. Okay. Chapter 1.3. This is Connection Line. Here we go. After school, we hung out on the school campus for a bit to talk about what had happened. I couldn't just ignore him after saying what I said, after all. We sit down on the main stairs, and he looks towards me and asks, "So what was all that about?" I think for a moment as I look back through what had happened in the last 3 hours before I woke up here. It's hard to explain. I don't even fully know what happened. I shrug a little. One moment I'm getting ridiculed at school. The next they're all sleeping, and then I wake up in a whole new world where people tell me to go to school and pick bird feathers. I say with a slightly annoyed tone. He looks at me, clearly annoyed. No. Oh wait. He looks at me and scratches his head. "So, you don't know me. You sure it wasn't a dream?" I looked at him, clearly annoyed. "No," I say firmly, which I think hurts his feelings a bit. Looks away and replies with, "Then why didn't you say anything sooner?" I roll my eyes. So the only response I get is, "You're crazy. Are you sure it wasn't a dream?" I know that it wasn't a dream. Dreams don't erase your memories and make you think you had a past life where everyone hates you and you're stupid, conditioned, and dreams don't make you off yourself. I mean, some might, if you're crazy enough, but I'm not crazy. Looks at me for a good few seconds and stutters out a uh-huh before looking around and then back at me. If you say so. I take a deep breath and tell him, "Look, all that matters is that I don't know you or almost anything going on, okay?" He looks at me with a slightly disappointed look. "So Callie's gone?" Yes! Okay, see, I do trust you to point out what the fuck happened to the actual being that was in there. Nico! Fucking ads right at the... How does this every single fucking time? It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking absolute bullshit. It's like I'm pressing the ad button or something, but I swear to God, I'm not pressing the fucking ad button. You can time it. Every half an hour. Plus like 30 seconds or 40 seconds or something. It's a little bit off, but it is what it is. It's a little bit of a wait time there. But I'm just like... Tear my own skin off for this thing! I know, right? The world is a terrible place. No! Fuck. Back, Rio! Welcome, Nico. How's it going? How are you today? How are you today, Nico? How have you been? You write any more chapters, bro? Hey, 3, 2, 1, toke! Last chapter for now. Alright. Is that chapter 15 then? We're on what, chapter 10? now? What up, man? Hope you're well. Good luck on your stream. I'll be lurking. Hell yeah, Sean. Sounds good, brother. Thank you for the lurk. Hope your stream is going as well. Everyone go check out EJ Sean. Did I do it right? Wait, why did it... Wait, what? Oh, I put a fucking space because I'm retarded. I'm like, wait, what? How did that not work? I was like, EJ, what? Wait. Oh, I'm like, oh my, okay, this is why I can't do stuff as soon as I took a toke. I put the fucking dash in the wrong spot. I'm fucking retarded. I'm like, wait, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Okay. We did it. That's all that matters. I sigh and respond, no, I'm right here. Whoever you thought was Callie must have been someone else, or maybe a different version of me or something. He looks at his knees sadly. Man. Try to reassure him. Look, I know you might be skeptical or sad or some emotion, I don't know, but I didn't do this on purpose. Well, I mean... Really? Self-doubt. Not taking accountability for yourself. And the consequences of your actions. Because to me, the consequences... Or the reason for killing yourself is to escape consequences. But in this case, the character is now living the consequences of their actions. So, this hits really hard with the character, because whenever you as the reader can tell, there's a dissonance between reality and what the character perceives, even in a small way, is a very, very powerful thing. So to me, I look at it and I go, this character may not realize it, but their purposeful actions of killing themselves caused this outcome. So in some way, shape, or form, they are at fault for it. And it's a level of self-accountability that, through character development, will this character, by the end of the story, be able to extrapolate the second and third order effects of their actions and how those actions affect other people, and take responsibility for that in some way. So this is a great show for the possibilities of growth of the character and where the character is now, which is, whether it's true or not, in the character's eyes, through extrapolation of reality, it could be said to be true. And can the character reach a level of self-accountability that will allow them to at least indulge the idea that their actions of killing themselves killed Callie, the other Callie? That's just a deep psychological dive on the possibilities of the change of the character, if you want to capitalize on something like that, because it's very clear that the person is, like, the character is trying to get away from things, And in trying to get away from them, they wind up in a bigger, you know, conundrum than they were before. Where it's like looking back at the beginning of how this character looked at their old life versus they look at their life now. They're going to look in the future and look at their back on their life now as if they did as their life before. So it's like a jumping of levels and looking behind you and seeing your progression throughout it. All this for one word, wowza. It's because that's how it's not the word, it's the presentation of the character, right? And what that presentation means and how that develops through it. So, yes, it's one word, but that's how powerful a single word can be, right? And that's how you can capitalize on something so minuscule. And that's what makes, in my opinion, the greatest writing. The greatest writing is not this massive, amazing, huge awesomeness. It's all of those individual atoms built into beautiful molecules. Those beautiful molecules built into beautiful shapes. Those beautiful shapes built into beautiful designs. Those beautiful designs reflecting their own structure, right? And that's the magnificence of a story unfolding, right? Just my thing is, I'm not really paying attention to the words. I'm building a story separate from the words in my head, right? So I always have like 1,000 different stories in my head, and then like the red outline that's like, this is the canon story. Everything else is what I imagine the story could be, what I want the story to be, or iterations of how could this story fail, and where could I get a hint of this the direction the story took went in the wrong direction. And that's how I put myself in like analysis mode when I'm reading. And I'm most likely just as confused as you, I say, as I go to get up, and I'll see you later, I guess. It's okay, Fish, if you don't have a vivid, insane imagination with, like, open tabs, then, you know, it's like trying to explain to people who don't have an inner voice what a homunculi is. Wait, you can hear your own voice in your head? Wait, you can't hear your own voice? Oh, no wonder you're so fucking stupid. Jesus. So you literally can't think unless you talk out loud? Wait, what? I have like 12 inner voices. Yeah, people without it, I'm like, how do you think? It's like people with aphantasia, if you know what aphantasia is. It's basically you can't create images in your head, right? So, well, the thing is, Fish, I thought this story had crossovers. I have both. Woohoo! There you go, connection. Perfect. He gets up and blurts out, "Aren't you worried more? Or, like, freaking out? I would, if I was in your situation." He awkwardly stumbles a bit as he struggles to get the words out all of a sudden. "'Cause, like, you did say you, offed yourself?" he asked with a worried tone. "Only crossovers the story as with my other stories, but even then, this is mostly separate." I think the crossovers might be to Earth and the real world, like isekai, because this would technically be considered isekai, right? By definition, because it's being pulled into another world, so it allows you to have references to Earth. Yeah. That's like one of the greatest strengths to isekais, is being able to capitalize on earthly relevance and comparison. Of saying, you know, like for instance in Sean's story where he's like, oh, this species looks like a centaur. Oh, this species looks like a satyr. Oh, this species looks like an elf, but they have vampire fangs. right? So it takes out your need to spend a lot of time with exposition, and you can just say, this is like this, but called this. Done. Whereas instead of being like, they were the Trollocs, and they had hooves, and their feet and knees ran backwards, and some of them had snouts like pigs, and some snouts like wolves, hair across all their bodies. It's like, they're man, bear, pig men. You can say, they were just man, bear, pigs. It's like, you can take all of that explanation, make it extremely humorous, relatable, and get the image across. And that, to me, is the power of an isekai. That's why I think they're super popular, because it's easy for references to be made, memes, everything, all inside of the story, while maintaining a fantasy-like or alternate reality world. So I think it's a combination of best of both worlds, right? But like all things, it can be extremely overdone, right? Because isekai is just so huge right now. It feels like people are just riding the train of isekai. But then you have like lit RPGs also up and coming, like solo leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, almost half of Sky is Callie comparing this to her life on Earth. You'll see. I love that. Hell yeah. People can say, oh, that's dumb. That doesn't give you any imagination. I'm like, no, man, that's how you capitalize on not having to worry about exposition. You want to use all the tools to your advantage, especially if you're an amateur writer. Because the more tools you have in your kit and the more tools that you work into your story, the better it works. Shadowrun! I mean, what? Who? Huh? Don't worry about it. I roll my eyes a bit before responding. That's not the worst thing I've done, but yeah, I did. And yes, I'm freaking out, just in my head. Can I go now? He sighs. Yeah. Bye. See you later, I guess. And waves before walking off. While walking home, I take in the scenery around me. And by scenery, I mean the mega metropolis that I'm walking through. Giant skyscrapers and floating train stations, along with busy highways merging into each other. Not to mention the giant shard in the sky reading the Meredith district. Think about the past few hours, so I've been all day before arriving home. Araya is already waiting for me atop the stairs as I walk in. She looks at me while I close the door. You probably completely rewrote this, but I would say one thing here is, how does the character know where they're going? If they've been distracted the entire time, I highly doubt in one trip they would have figured out how to walk from the school to their house. So that's kind of an immersion breaking moment that I'm guessing, just want to make sure that you're aware of, but I'm guessing, because I trust you, that it's something that you've probably fixed in later drafts. Hey, you good? You didn't walk home with me today, she asks. Callie is a nerdy little girl. So, in that case, have her have an idea hinting at her, like, absent-mindedly mapping the city in her mind as, like, maybe a distraction technique. Like, as she's looking around, she's absent-mindedly, you know, saying, you know, looking behind her. Small things like looking behind her and noticing the buildings and the turns that you've taken, small things like that, just to emphasize that the character is very aware there's... Yeah, remember when she noted the skyscraper? Yeah. I just got the feeling that she was... To me, I got the feeling of awe and amazement. Not so much... calculation. So... the fact that you're aware of it is good. And maybe it's just the fact that it didn't come off in this. They're so far, I love stuff like that. Do low-key need more afterlife stories. Hey, that's what Stoner Girl Evolution is, man. It's technically an afterlife story that's not an afterlife story. The only reason it's an afterlife story is because they they trap minds inside of dead bodies. I'll try to hint to it better, though. Thanks. Yeah. But the fact that you are aware of it is important. Because you can't overdo it, but it is a set of essence where you're trying to set two things as true, right? She can distract herself and calculate what's going on while freaking out and trying to figure out what's going on, right? And then that makes us understand that she's intelligent and she knows what's going on. And that can lead back to an emotional state, because usually extremely intelligent people are at a young age triggered by emotion until they numb themselves to emotion and go straight to intellect. I look up at her as I go up the stairs. Yeah, just hanging out with some kid. She rolls her eyes and sways to her right. It was with that nerd kid, right? Why do you even hang out with him? He's weird. I shrug. I don't even know him. She walks into the kitchen to make something, continuing the conversation with, again, what's that nonsense? Vulcans? Well, the thing about Vulcans, Fish, is if you know the lore, it's not that Vulcans don't feel emotion. Vulcans feel emotion. They master their emotion so they don't act on it. And they don't show it. But the whole point of it is that rage, hatred, and anger are so in-depth and so part of the Vulcan, like, biology. It was destroying their civilization, so they literally created a religion, forced it on people in order to suppress and control those emotions. They still feel them, they just use the idea of suppression and meditation in order to not act on them. Because they were, yeah, exactly, it was destroying their entire... That's what makes Vulcans so deep and epic. You best me to it. I fucking love Star Trek, dude. Pull up any Star Trek lore, I bet I know it, man. Like the theory that the final Data is actually B4. And he's been pretending the entire time. There's some fucked up Star Trek lore. The Borg are my favorite species. Vulcans are probably one of the most interesting species in Star Trek. Every other species seems to be pretty straightforward, but Vulcans are super deep. And that's because Vulcans are built into the core of the lore, right? Like, Vex from Destiny are my favorite species, faction of all time. I don't know those connection. But I love the idea of hive mind technology. The ultimate accumulation of intelligence and consciousness of the universe. The hive mind, because I love Zerg. So, yeah. But the Borg are also extremely arrogant. But, I mean, to be fair, they deserve it. I walk behind her and watch her make whatever she's making. Yeah, sure, but seriously. Oh, I was going to say about the Vulcans is when there's this primordial fluid that have grown to worship something they call the pattern. They work to transform the entire universe into... Yo, Callie, what's up? How's it going? They work to transform the entire universe into their perfect pattern and build these big robot frames to do so. They also time travel and shit, so it's cool. Have you ever watched the original, well, not the original, but you know, the original Star Trek Enterprise with like Jonathan Archer? Primal Zerg are more interesting than Swarm Zerg. Get your lore game up. No, I'm not old, sorry. We're reading your autobiography. true connection. What? Nice, you hit a watch streak. Congratulations, Callie. So there's this so basically it's like the entire series revolves around an interdimensional war where there's humans from the future who basically create like the time core, and they basically like manage time to make sure that species don't develop time technology and fuck with like the timeline. And there's a species that basically is turning space into like a fluid expanse, kind of like species 8472 from Voyager, but a little bit different, where they have these massive orbs called spheres that are in what, Star Trek? Yeah, in Enterprise with Jonathan Archer, the Time Wars. And I will say, Fish, Amon is the best Zerg ever. I walk behind her and watch her make whatever she's making. Yeah, sure, but seriously, I don't know him. She finishes making some buttered toast and heads towards the stairs. Whatever, just don't hang around him. He'll turn you into a nerd. Wait, Fish. It's not the original, it's my favorite. Pre-Protoss Amon is the best. It's like the ultimate combination of Zerg and technology. Even though it didn't last very long, it is the greatest rendition in my... Nerds! True, Callie. True, Callie. But you're entitled to your opinion, Fish. I think it's the coolest form of Zerg. You do know that the Swarm is the species you play in the game, right? The fuck is an Amon? Amon, as his hybrid, destroy the Zerg and Protoss. The end darkness of in utter darkness. You're never making it 1.5 with this chat. He is like the rogue entity. He's my favorite character in the lore. No, I'll shut up. Roll my eyes before taking off my backpack and heading upstairs to my room to change into more casual clothes. Of course you like hybrids. Such a Gary Stu streamer. I don't know what that means. Hybrids are the best, man. Everyone loves a good Fuda. I mean, what? I walk back downstairs and pop a pizza pocket in the microwave while still thinking about what's going on. My guy, you're the reason why he isn't reading. Fish is really good at this, and then Fish will say, oh, I'm gonna shut up, and I'll tell him not to shut up. This is the moment So, connection. Remember what I was saying yesterday when you were comparing things? And then I said eventually, once you've set a style of standard of comparison, you can drop the comparison and it will place in the reader's mind the alternate reality version. So in my mind, I'm thinking like alternate dimension Pizza Pocket. Right? Maybe it has blue dough. Maybe it has like green cheese. Maybe it has purple meat. Maybe it has a yellow sauce, you know? But it's like, I know we're in an alternate reality, and you've established, I'm not big on doing stuff like that, not gonna lie. Well, I just mean, like, you did it kind of earlier, right? You are with your constant glazing. Oh, are you talking to Fish about glazing? Closest I've got to that is Horizon, and where I have an Earth twin planet. Ah. Nice. After a bit of eating and thinking, I go back up to my room and lay on my bed. While sad that I could no longer eat the Pizza Pocket, but also happy and confused and honestly a lot of emotions. Araya walks in and sits down on her bed, texting away at her phone and muttering something along the lines of, "Ugh, Brad again." I try to start a conversation and ask, "Brad?" She looks up from her phone for a sec before looking back down and scrolling off of something. "Yeah, Brad." She looks up at me and stares at my clueless face for a second or two before responding. "Oh yeah, memory loss or whatever. Brad's just an ex, keeps trying to get back with me because I'm just so hot," she says as she looks back, which causes me to, well, crash the fuck out. Flips table! Fuck life! We are never, ever, ever getting back together. Fish! Why would you say that? What did I do to you? Why are you so mean to me? I love you, Fish. I want to have your babies. Why would you do this to me? It's not fair. I don't have anywhere else to go, Fish. Based. Taylor Swift is middling. Hot take. Her music and her appearance both. The problem is, people who are 6s think that a 6 is a 1. Especially if you're a woman. My mom says I'm cute. I'm sex and back. You know what they say? Fuck off. No, fuck on. You get better results. Well, if you fuck sideways, you get whiplash. No, it's toke time, Fish. Okay. He keeps trying to get back to me because he says I'm just so hot, she says, and she looks back, which causes me to, well, want to chuckle. She looks like alien with makeup from the side. Jesus, fish. Jesus. Why aren't you reading Fish 2025? True. Instead, I just exhale out my nose, like when you see oh man, it's way too hot. I gotta fucking... I gotta take this shit off. I gotta take this shit off. Look, someone turned the fucking heater on or some shit. It's the middle of the winter though, so that's what you expect. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I just exhale. Instead, I just exhale at my nose, like when you see something funny on your phone. Then I respond with, yeah, so hot, which she rolls her eyes at. I give an awkward smile before checking some phone on a dresser near my bed. Surely enough, it's my phone, but it has a lock screen. I ask Araya if she knows what it is, and she replies with one word, sky. So I type sky and the phone unlocks. Kinda shitty password, just one word, I frown. She nods in agreement while humming some unrecognizable tune. I search through the phone and see apps like YouTube, Netflix, Twitter, Discord, and more. I guess corporations are so powerful they plant themselves across space and time. I love that. That is... Those small things like that are so powerful. I go through some of the apps and see people commenting on Araya's posts and a bunch of ads for different corporations. News about a new massive tower finishing construction tomorrow and a water plant exploding. Yeah, I might have to replace that once it becomes a show, but you know. Why is my nose so itchy? Fuck off. Am I getting sick? No. Important part. Once it becomes Scotty. I smoked too much weed, guys. Probably because I smoked too much weed. Close the apps and go to my photos to see if there is anything. And there is. There's pictures ranging from just me and Araya to me and that boy, a bunch of family photos and random people taking pics with me and Rhea. Definitely have some sort of famous sister. Anything's better than what I had before. You need to smoke too much. Read. Yep. I keep scrolling through the photos until one catches my eye. My eyes. It's a picture of a hill, nice and green with grass. There's purple flower at the top and a date of August 27th, but no year. Looking at it, I can't help but think of somewhere I used to go often. There's a forest in the backyard and plains to the sides. In the background and plains to the sides. It's serene, but looking at it causes me nothing but dread. I scroll away and close the photo app before turning off my phone and closing my eyes. Chapter 1.4, Still Bored. As I lay in bed thinking about what to do, Araya starts up a live stream and walks out of the room as she does whatever popular influencers do. Even though I'm used to the quiet, I still admire the lack of noise that I hadn't heard all day. No noisy air conditioner, no chatting, no cars beeping at each other, and definitely no deranged sister telling me I should die. It's nice. But like everything, that's another drop here. Okay, so she had a sibling. that sibling wasn't very nice. So it wasn't just her parents, let's say. It's nice. But like everything, I get bored of it pretty quickly. And get up out of bed to go outside for a walk. The sudden burst of noise almost deafening as I open the door to step outside and walk down the sidewalk. Can't help myself from looking around like an idiot who didn't know what civilization was. So I was basically that idiot. After about half an hour, I get sorta used to my surroundings and turn right into some less developed area. There's construction going on and a sidewalk that cuts off into dirt and sand. I decide to head back and go home. So this, again, would be a capitalization moment of introspection, that the character is very, very aware of their surroundings to the point of mentally mapping everywhere that they go. Because she seems to have purpose with what she's doing, but that purpose doesn't seem to be coming across. When I get back, Araya is still streaming, and she turns the camera to me. Daily dose of Callie, my nerd sister who doesn't know what fashion is. I swear, one day I'll make you wear actually good clothes. Yeah, I get that. Sweet. As she pans the camera back to her, like ever. She never wants to go shopping. Such a bore. Shame, too. Pans the camera back to me, because this little nerd is actually pretty. Such a wasted opportunity. Which causes me surprise. Someone actually complimenting me. Wow, that's a first. I look down at my clothes before looking back up. Yeah, these clothes aren't the best, I mutter, which causes her to look at me with probably the most surprised look I'd ever seen. She stumbles on her words for a bit before getting, "You don't clothes?" out before following up with, "You don't like your clothes now. Does that mean we can finally shop together?" I blink at her a couple times before I, "Yeah, sure." Walking away back up to my room. In the moment, hadn't really hit me what she was asking and saying. There was so much happening in my brain at the time. You can hear her squealing and rambling on about me, and then the door opening, closing, and then silence again. I should have followed her. And maybe I wouldn't be bored. I'd have someone to talk to, but instead I hop into my bed and watch her stream. She's hanging out with some friends and watching at a bus stop just a couple blocks away from our house, chatting about how I've been acting different and that I finally don't want to be boring. I guess whatever I was before this was more of a blank slate waiting for me to arrive and add personality. That's an interesting concept. You know what instantly goes through my mind with that connection is Click. The moments in between, like the fast forwarding, where he's just an emotionless husk going through the motions. Very powerful imagery of what it could be. And the fact that you're throwing all these different theories around is like, you know, that's what the character would be like, right? Oh, it might be this, it might be that, it might be this. Your mind's racing with all the possibilities, right? And then things will make you think of certain things. And it's like reactive, right? I focus back on the stream. I focus back on the stream, and Araya and her friends are all on a bus. It doesn't look crowded or old, more like empty and sleek. It's exactly how I imagined it. Light blue interior with white streaks to signal where the wall meets the ceiling and where to pull for a stop. Like it dashes of color as the ads blend into the paint coated and onto the shiny metal. It may seem dumb, but in that moment I felt like I had accomplished something, almost even getting deja vu from it. Even though I'm still bored, I'm at least happy. Chapter 1.5, Sisters. I used to have a toxic family. I would constantly get told to kill myself from my sister. My dad and mom would ignore me as much as possible, and my grandma would insult me on everything I do. Wasn't really different from how literally almost anybody else was towards me, though. But this time, it's different. So far, my family seems to care about me. The thing that matters the most to me right now is that my sister cares about me. Picking the main connection that you're going to strive for, right? So when she came home after her stream and asked if I wanted to go shopping after school tomorrow, I couldn't have said yes quicker. Was I this character's dad? And I'm the mom fish, absolutely. If I had said all my words like that, then Eminem would be too scared to write a diss track on me. I guess I said it too fast, though, and she thought I didn't want to, but was just saying yes to make her happy because she made a pouty face and asked, please? Hell to the no. It's too late, fish. It's already been declared. It's fate. It's like the Rick and Morty episode with the fortune cookies. You're going to have sex with your mom. Uh-oh. Poor Jerry. No, that implies you and I had sex. Exactly, fish. Exactly. Not just implies. Confirms. Hell no to the no, no, no. I don't know, man. You haven't seen me dressed up yet, fish? You haven't seen me yet? You'll fall in love as soon as you see me. I guess I said it too fast, though, and she... Oh, wait, where? To which I responded with a, what? I said yes. I want to go shopping with you. Was it the only, way was it the way I said it, or... Before I can continue, I'm already trapped in a hug. I know it's weird, but I felt like I was choking from a hug. Then let's go. You're not a nerd anymore. You really are better than before. An improvement, as you said. Okay, get your stuff on. I look at her and tilt my head a bit. Now? But it's getting dark out. She's too excited to wait. So she's already getting her shoes on. So? Shopping can't wait. Correction, I will never talk and stream again after that one. Your story shall be finished for sure now. Baddie alert. I'm not holding that to you to that, fish. Don't worry. She pulls me up and I fix my hair quickly. We'll take the bus to the mall and we'll go from there. After I'm done getting my stuff on, we head out the door and head down to the bus stop. We get to the bus stop and stand outside the glass area. Araya asks me, so, are there buses on this earth? Or are you... I interrupt, somewhat with attitude. Buses, cars, planes, trains, boats, rockets. Yep. Well, the rockets don't really do much. She snickers. Rockets? Pfft. We haven't used rockets since... I don't even know. She looks out towards the street to look for a bus while continuing. So I guess that hasn't changed. Rockets still don't do much. Boats are kinda useless here, though, unless you want to be in, like, New Tropica and some... You want to be in, like, New Tropica or something. I check my phone for the time and end up forgetting because Araya grabs me and snaps a pic of us. Smile! But I can't. Callie, you gotta smile for the camera! I get a half smile out and she takes another picture. Close enough, she says while walking into the glass part of the shop. I sigh while following her. Sorry. She sits down and looks at me with another worried face. It's alright, we're sisters. You don't gotta apologize for feeling down. I sit down beside her and look out into the street. Yeah, but I'm not really sad. If anything, I'm happy. I have people who care about me now. Don't know why it's still so hard to smile. True inner shit, right? Like, the depth of conflict and acceptance and the time that it takes in order for you to get to that point, right? Like, it's that moment of numbness before you have the full acceptance after the realization. Very human. I can feel my voice getting shaky. She hugs me from the side while I go to say something. You don't have to smile if you can't. You just being in the picture is enough to make it a good picture. I felt like something was choking me at that moment, and I couldn't say anything else or I'd cry. But for once, I'd be crying happy tears. She knows. You're telling the truth about all this, aren't you? You're gonna cry, and crying on command is hard. Well... depends on who you are. I spent my entire childhood crying on command. She pats my back a few times before pulling away from the hug and standing up. A bus coming down the street as the sky goes pitch black. Isn't it too dark to go shopping? I manage to shakily ask. She looks at the bus as it pulls to the stop. It's never too late to go shopping, especially in this situation. I stand up and wipe away the few tears that manage to slip out of my eyes. We both go onto the bus, pay, and sit down near the back. It's mostly a quiet ride as Araya texts on her phone and shows me her favorite pictures. And every now and then she'll talk about a photo or place she wants to go with me. I nod along and enjoy every second of the ride. Soon enough, the bus stops at the mall and we hop off, thanking the bus driver like the good citizens we are before heading into the mall. Araya giggling and laughing over the story she's telling. I'm smiling, wishing I could laugh along. Once we get into the mall, she walks towards some generic clothing shop. Full of soft white girl clothes and Old Navy jeans. She says, "This was your style. It sucked. Don't be a Leah." Or a Leia? I don't know. I'm bad with names. That could either be Leah or Leia, right? I look around at all the moms shopping for bland clothing before walking with Araya to a different shop. White girl clothes? Walmart clothes, fish! There's sweaters, t-shirts, shoes, sandals, lol. Leia line was due to a bored girl in my class at the time. Yep. Okay. Ripped jeans, shorts, skirts, crop tops, shirts with shoulder gaps, Crocs, and so much more. Lots of stuff that'll show off a little more skin than I'd be comfortable with. There's a makeup section, which Araya sprints to and picks up like 10 things. That's like 10 things of makeup? That's like $120. I picked out one thing so she doesn't harass me. She does anyways. Come on, don't be afraid to spend money. Get at least 2 more. She nudges me playfully. Roll my eyes and get 2 more things before walking towards a pair of thigh-high socks. Some t-shirts along with black and white striped sleeves and a chain belt that looks very cool. I end up getting them. Rebel, I joke sarcastically while looking towards Araya. She looks at me with a smile and picks out a flower-themed sweater, to which I sigh, soft girl. 120? I think you're being modest. Don't be afraid to spend money, women summarized. Yeah, like not 120, not, Sean, not like 10 expensive things, like 10 basic things, right? Like something like this is like $8. It's an eyeline pencil. How the fuck is this $8? It's a fucking scam. Creature is right. Makeup is expensive. The idea is that inflation and taxes don't exist. So everything stays as cheap as possible. Nobody ever needs to price things higher since the cost of living is so low all around. Nice. So you definitely want to capitalize on that and say, whoa, isn't this kind of expensive? And just be like, what do you mean? Makeup's super cheap. Supply and demand doesn't really exist here either, since they have future tech to make produce easier. Yeah. So it's like the idea of basically having a replicator or something like that, right? I roll my eyes and get 2 more things before walking towards a pair of... I end up explaining things as the story goes. Yeah, okay. High socks, some t-shirts with black and white striped sleeves, and a chain belt that looks very cool. I end up getting them. Rebel, I joke sarcastically, looking towards Araya as she looks at me with a soft smile and picks out a flower-themed sweater, to which I sigh, soft girl. I think makeup was created by a man, so his workers would look like they had just finished work with a client and were thus popular. I mean, marketing is an amazing thing, Sean. It has evolved so many different things. I'll just say that it's not anything to do with her killing herself and more due to her being who she is. Why is it that self-harm leads one to be transported to this world? Spoil? Callie Marantine is a late teenage girl tied up in a cosmic bet. After killing herself on her sweet 16, she finds herself in a set of new worlds and that her grandfather used to tell her bedtime stories about. She soon finds herself in the middle of a plot to stop a dictatorship before it can take hold of her new life. Need to word it better, but there. Time. Marantine. Or teen? Marantine? I don't know how to pronounce shit. She gets another. No, I hate that style. It's for a photo, which confuses me. No time, but with an time. Marantine. Callie Marantine, Araya Marantine, and the Marantine sisters. Nice. Like the tine of a fork. What the fuck is a tine of a fork? You lost me, Sean. Way over my head. Picked out some ripped jeans and shorts. Each of the little pokey bits is a tine. Oh, the prongs on the fork? I didn't know that. Thought they were just called prongs. Or teeth. Prongs typically have barbs on them. I guess that's true. Some forks do have barbs, though. I pick out some ripped jeans and shorts along with some other stuff, and we head towards checkout. As we're heading home, I check my phone again and realize that it's past 12 and it's Saturday. Oh my god, my nose. Why? Why are you being such a bitch today? Ito cat! Yes. There is a cat in my name, that is true. Sneeze stream! Okay, we're going for the world record non-induced sneezes. What is the world record of organic non-induced sneezes? As in, like, you didn't just shove spice and pepper up your nose to sneeze. It was like a natural occurrence. Usually caused by an acclimation of dust in your nose. Playing with the hairs. Whatever you just did, congrats, bro. My dad's done 14. My dad sneezed 14 times in a row. That's our family record. Just learned this. You can get your cat to eat eggs on the regular. It reduces the part of their spit that people are allergic to. Wait, people are allergic to their spit, and that's why people are allergic to cats, because they lick themselves, Sean? And then their spit is on their hair? Dude, that's sick. Did you know the bacteria on cats' tongues is actually, like, more potent than soap? Than, like, laundry detergent? For cleaning purposes? It's on their dander and you breathe it in. It's not just their hair or dander. Huh. Cool. There's no school Saturday and Sunday, right? I ask. She nods. Mm-hmm. Sleeping time. I nod back as I open the door to our house and walk up the stairs. I like wake up at 7 time because my body can't get used to sleeping in. I'm just too perfect, she mumbles with a half annoyed, half tired voice. So is this instead of saying o'clock? I have 2. That's why I like cats, clean animals. I have a cat. She's a runt. Her name's Daisy. She's black and white. Because I'm like, is this another... Okay. But the way that people say things is very important, right? So it's like I latch onto that immediately. So I feel like that should be capitalized on in some way. With the way that they talk. But that's one of those things like replacement of words in small ways, right? Like saying the fates instead of goddamn. Like damn the fates instead of goddamn. Or like saying like 7 time instead of fuck. Fuck. Guys, I will eat. Guys, I'm gonna eat this ruler, okay? That hurt my throat. Guys, don't eat rulers. Oof. That didn't go down so well. Blah! I mean, what? Huh? I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. No idea. Sorry, I can't help you. Kind of just one of those things, right? It'll work if it'll work, but I don't know about that. Sometimes, whoops, it's more than you need. More than you can have, right? Something that presses on the inside in the back of your mind, being like, uh-oh. Fuck! Okay, I almost locked the grinder again. Alright, 3, 2, 1, choke! More like wake up at 7 time because my body can't get used to sleeping in. I'm just too perfect. She mumbles with a half annoyed, half tired voice. I give her a sympathetic look before sitting on the couch in the living room. TV is on and my mom and dad are watching some sort of news channel. Hey honey, how was school? Oh, I see you and Araya went shopping. Finally bonding together. My new mom asks me, looking back and forth between me and the TV screen. Yeah, I had a good day. Just thought I'd continue the happy streak, I guess, I reply, looking at her before watching the news. It's reported on some sort of criminal activity spike in some areas. Ugh. Aw, it's always nice to know you two still care for each other. What'd you get? She asks, my new dad looking over at me and the shopping bags. The mall? Hey, be careful out there, alright? Points to the TV screen. There are bad people that'll do bad things if you're not careful. I look to both of them, sort of looking back and forth between them. Oh yeah? We'll be careful. We mostly got some clothes and makeup, some other things like snacks too. My new dad nods and smiles before going back to watching the TV. Mom nods too. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Before looking back at the TV. After watching the news a bit longer, I head upstairs with the stuff that I bought and placed them in my room. Looking around, I spot Araya taking pictures in some of the clothes she bought. Taking and deleting picture after picture until she takes one that she deems worthy enough to go onto her socials. No, click. No, click. Nope, ugh. She gets her hairbrush from her drawer and brushes her hair quickly before putting it back. Click. There we go. She nods to herself as she goes to post the pictures. I look at my bags and wonder if I should do the same, but then remember that I'd die inside if I looked at myself. So taking pictures was out of the picture. Heh. How do you have so much confidence? I asked her, seeing her type away on her phone. She looks up at me for a sec, looking back at her phone. Simple. I know I'm good looking. People compliment me all the time. I nod. Yeah, guess that'd help. She looks over to me, somewhat frowning. I'm gonna guess you have confidence issues? I smile a little and go to pick up something from the stuff I bought. Bingo. Yeah. She nods a little before looking back at her phone. Well, maybe we could try to fix that. She puts her phone down and walks towards me. You thinking of trying something on? I look at the clothes I took out. I guess. I mean, I bought them, so might as well. I look at the change room. Is it normal to have a change room in your room here? Araya looks at the change room. Yep. But not one as nice as ours. I nod. You can change whenever you want. I don't rush ya. Just try to do it before I go to sleep because I want to see what you look like in those clothes. She smiles. I nod again. Noted. After a bit of clattering, I decide it's time to try on the clothes I picked up and stand up. Clothes I picked up and stand up. Alrighty, think I'll go change into these clothes. Araya squeals in excitement as I pick up the clothes and head into the changing room. I give her a confused look. Sorry, not just every day I get to see you expressing yourself and listening to my advice. She has a certain smile on her face that can only be described as... I nod and head into the change room with the change of clothes. You can't see me in here, right? I ask. That would be weird. Yes, I can't see you, she replies. I get changed into the outfit, putting on the t-shirt with the striped sleeves underneath. I put on a pair of ripped jeans even though they're not really my style. So I put the chain belt on around my waist and to counteract it. Once I'm done getting changed, I step out and put the clothes I was wearing on my bed. By the time I look over at Araya, she's already squealing and jumping up and down. Oh my fate, it's like my daydreams are. You look amazing in that. She has the biggest smile on her face again. I must have been making her day pretty good, simply by bonding with her. Maybe we both craved sisterly bonding. It's kind of like she was neglected by her sister in her world, and Callie felt... the sister felt that Callie, like this Callie, the previous Callie, was neglecting her. So they're both getting something out of it, which makes the connection stronger because it's not just one-sided. And that it makes it feel like real, right? Like it's not just like dragging on, right? It's like it's actually has meaning to it. And those bonding moments are the most important. Like I said earlier, like setting up what's normal is super important so you can shift what's going on in the story to make it so that now normal has been flipped on its head. But without knowing what normal was, you can't know how the characters have been disturbed by what's happening, right? I've been making her day pretty good simply by bonding with her. Maybe we both crave sisterly bonding. I smile back to the best of my extent and sit on my bed, looking as she gets her phone out. We need to take a picture. She puts her phone in selfie mode and waves me over to her side. I stand up and she sit beside her, smiling as much as I can. Araya puts her arm around my back and pulls me in for a half hug as she takes the pictures. I get surprised by this and my face goes from a full smile to a surprised look, and then to a genuine smile as the picture collage and Araya set the phone to take pictures. Araya set the phone to take captures it all. Araya smiles all the way through and letting out a giggle at the end. I have a sister! She squeals, looking back at photos with me. Didn't you already? I would ask/say. Araya knows what I'll say. Yes, but not like this, she explains. Sure, I had a sister, but we weren't like sisters, you know? I nod, knowing exactly what she means now. Well then, that makes the two of us, I reply, adjusting myself to look at her. Anytime you want to do something, anything, like this again, just ask. This was fun. Thank you. And before she can say anything back, I pull her into a tight hug. Araya, hugging back. I'd like that, but maybe not all the time, so it feels special. Araya nods as we hug a little. Nods a little as we hug. We hug for a few more seconds before letting go. Araya still fully smiling. I still maintain my smile, but it's now more of a small grin than a smile. Yeah, defo. Stand up, stretching and yawning. I'm getting pretty tired. Araya looks at me and sighs. Yeah, I do suppose it's getting late. She gets up. All good moments have to come to an end, as you said. I look at her. Pretty sure I didn't say that. Araya clicks her tongue. Sorry. You said that before today, when you were still mostly a boring blank slate. I nod slowly, wondering how boring I really was, and how any of this even makes sense in the first place. Right. Guess it is something I would say I think? Araya nods and heads out of the room. Good night, Callie. See you in the morning. I look around before looking back at her. Where are you going? Araya turns around and puts her phone in her pocket. To my room. I looked around the room I'm in. But isn't this your room? Our room? I ask. Araya laughs quietly and smiles. Yeah, I guess you forgot that too or whatever. That room is just a room Mom and Dad put together to get us to hang out more. We have our own actual rooms for more privacy and personalization. I raise my eyebrows, surprised that I technically have 2 rooms. Oh, really? That's nice. Well, why were you in here this morning, then? Rhea looks at the bed I woke up on. 'Cause you were, she says lightly, before turning back around and walking down the hall and into her room. Your room is the one on the left with the heart and clock on it. Good night, Callie, she says somewhat loudly from across the hall and in her room before she closes her door. I look to my door quickly before heading back into the changing room to get back into some more comfy clothes. Building the anticipation now, because this is the moment here where everything I feel should start to fall on its head. Am I right about that? It's darkest before the dawn, it's lightest before the dark. Well, you're doing a great job of leading in a direction, that's for sure. Holy shit. And that's the thing about, like, this isn't, again, this isn't necessarily my type of story, right? This isn't like I'm like sci-fi fantasy, right? Like, high fantasy, high sci-fi. Like, I love worlds from scratch kind of idea. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate these stories, right? It's just like, if I'm going out of my way to read something and spend time on it on my own entertainment, it's like, it's gonna be sci-fi or high fantasy. but I love delving into the nuances of the other genres because I find the elements of them that are emphasized fascinating. Tried going for a slow reveal for this series, at least. Yeah, and it gets you to know the character, right? Which is very important. And it's done slowly, methodically, and interestingly, right? Alright, Nico, are you still here? In any case, we'll just go and get chapter 10 gone and done ditter. Just so we have it ready. Usually prefer to write more grounded worlds with slight shifts in the rule set, but I'm starting up a story with some others called Overborn. Ooh, it's fantasy. Cool. I love that name. That's very evocative. I'm like, ooh. That could mean a lot of different things. I don't remember what the fuck I'm doing with a post-apocalyptic feel. Nice! Oh, right, downloads. Sands of Time. No. No, it's the other one. Think like Fairy Tail meets Horizon Zero Dawn. Hints of Destiny. Dude, I fucking love Fairy Tail. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing, dude. I love Fairy Tail. I've only seen the first half. Okay, I love Fairy Tail so much. Connection, you're probably one of the only people that'll get this. The main endgame quest in my Final Fantasy book is called the 100-Year Quest. Dude, I want to get it on my foot! Hell yeah! I'm like, if I ever get a tattoo, it would be the Fairy Tail insignia. Hands down, 100%. Yeah, it's because the dungeon is so, like, insane that nobody's completed it in over 100 years. So they call it the 100-Year Quest. Because the quest for it has been posted for over 100 years, just like in Fairy Tail. It's like my Fairy Tail Easter egg. I'm still on it, and I'm afraid to finish it because that'd mean I'm going to be done all the Fairy Tail, which is sad, but I love it. I'm the same way. Like, I watched up to the end of the Alderaan arc of 100-Year Quest. But I haven't watched past that. Like, they introduced, like, the Dream Sky Dragon or whatever it was. The one that can manipulate reality. I can't remember her name. And that was, like, the last episode I watched. Okay, this is the wrong one. That's why. Well, what the hell? Yeah, Story of Overbone is actually the one that kicks off the entire storyverse I have. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Alright, I don't know if Nico's here, but Sean, are you ready for your story? Chapter 51? It's like post-Rapture, and there's now magic and shit in ancient ruins, and everyone's trying to piece together the old world, trying to figure out stuff in this new world. Damn, that sounds epic, Connection. Fuck yeah. Well, this is an ominous kind of ish title because we know we're going to Earth, And the title is World. So someone slipped something up. There's guilds, but I call them houses, and then they all specialize in different shit. Oh, that's so cool. I love the idea of, like, houses. Especially if, like, you have, like, houses without a royal connotation. Like families, right? Like, my main house is called House of Soul Aor Soul. And they're dedicated to protecting others and helping people out of tough times, named after the sun god dragon. Ah. Cool. That's sick. Alright. Sean's story. Treehouse Isekai, Chapter 51. Author is House of Icarus, whose entire goal is to melt. Another is House of Icarus, whose entire goal is to melt an entire polar region of the world. Woohoo! Hype! Damn. That goes hard. Alright. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Miley came to inform me that the satin net was already established. I looked at her, confused. Already? Nodding, she responded, yes. I got the approval just before bed and started the process before breakfast. I've got a full map of the world now. Shall I put it on the security monitor? Oh, fuck yeah. Shaking my head in bemusement, I indicated that she should have put the image on the screen. Wait, did you make a mistake? That looks like Earth, not a different world. I have to admit some minor things that seem different. Like I don't see the Great Wall of China, but still, this looks like the map of the Earth. Miley scratched her head. That's funny. I thought this was the map, the Tellus map, except I know it's the right map, and besides, there's so much green. There's also a desert where there shouldn't be one, and what looks like a rainforest where there should be a desert. I looked more closely at the map. Can you show mineral deposits as well? Pressing a few contacts on the screen, and again it resembled Earth, but I was able to spot the exact spot where I'd indicated the potential mine. Pointing to it, I got Nayla's attention. Is this the spot where that magicite mine was located? She came to look, and after tracing her finger along the lines of the roads from the capital, she then nodded. That's exactly right, but what's that over there? It's around a half mile from here, just inland from here. I leaned in upon examining the molecular symbols. I realized quickly what it was. That's a coal mine, but also there's a deposit of diamonds there. We should be able to reach the coal with a very small amount of digging, and the diamond deposit is only about 15 feet under the ground, according to this. Can we get an earth mage for a day? We could reach the diamond almost instantly if we could. We don't really need a strong mage. Since we don't need to rush, we're just confirming its location. Jean piped up. No need to borrow one then. I'm not very good, but I am an earth mage. Moving 15 feet of dirt isn't that difficult. It would take me a little over an hour. That's perfect. It would prove the validity of this map and access the diamond deposit at the same time. Should I mention I snuck our own net onto Earth too? Uh-oh. Wait, what? I wanted stable comms on that side too. Everything networks through the treehouse to reach the different worlds, but we won't be cut off no matter which worlds we're on. Wait. Is that gonna fuck with Earth? Isn't that a bad thing? As long as you were stealthy so they won't be detected, then I'm fine with it. Nope, their satellites are micro in size. Ah. So it's just space dust. I hugged Miley briefly. Let's load up in the truck. Wait, no, let me go into town. I'll pick up Mary and we'll get another rig. Something big enough for everyone. I'll drive myself and ride in Mary's Samurai so I can buy my new rig and drive it home. I'll be back as quick as I can. About 3 hours later, Mary and I were in a military surplus vehicle auction. Talk about getting great timing. A troop transport is just about perfect for what I need. Mary was exasperated. You could have bought a trailer or something and had everyone ride in that. I shook my head. A trailer on that terrain? Yeah, right. A low boy trailer, sure. And it would be a good idea to buy one and another rig to haul that my truck isn't powerful enough for that. I can buy a new truck and a low boy trailer. Put a troop transport on that and then we're off. And then off we go. Well, Sonny, you could get everything right here. Perfectly suitable streets, legal Jeep. Set up to pull trailers, including the low boys used for those troop transports. As it happens, that's one lot in the auction today. The lot number is 76. Soldier, maybe he was an officer, seemed quite eager to help me. It's great news. Any idea what the starting bid is? I fixed him with my eyes. Shouldn't be more than 5,000 starting bid. I don't think it will stay that low. Those 3 items at once, I'd expect 50,000 minimum before it sells. I nodded and thanked him for the information. Lot 76. A Jeep, a lowboy trailer, and a troop transport. Starting bid of 5,000. Can I hear 5,000? I raised my hand and the bidding started. Bid was increasing by $1,000 increments and I quickly became frustrated. Raised my hand again and called 50,000. Called. Skipping around $22,000 in one jump. The room went silent. Any advances on 55,000? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Sold to the gentleman in the back. Please see the cashier to make your payment. I did a fist pump, and moved to the cashier. That will be $60,800 after taxes and licensing fees. You proof of insurance? Mary staggered at the price, but I merely handed over the $61,000. I then provided my insurance card and called the number from my phone so I could get the 3 new vehicles insured immediately. Thank you very much, sir. And here's your change. Will you be returning to the auction? No, ma'am. This is the only purchase I needed to make. Do you happen to know when a heavy equipment auction is coming up? I'd like to get a bulldozer of my own soon. I'll be in roughly a month. Would you like a brochure? I accepted the preferred paper with thanks. All right. Let's get everything hooked up and loaded and get the HE double hockey sticks out of here. Nice, Sean. Nice. Mary chuckled. You getting into dad mode already? Well, I am a dad already, even though none of my babies have been born. The adopted children count just as much. She smiled tenderly at that. You're damned right they do. You're still an idiot, but you get things right when it counts. She hugged me, and we went off to acquire my purchases. Trailer was the kind where you loaded it while it was disconnected, then after hooking it to your truck, it would lift the front end off the ground. It's a much more secure method of loading, even if it was a little annoying to keep attaching and unhooking the trailer just to load or unload something. We rolled into the clearing about an hour and a half later, and once the truck was unloaded and everyone aside from Mary loaded into it, we took off to the supposed diamond mine. This is so cool, cried Gabby. It really is neat, commented Marta. At least it can fit all of us, even the 5 as the manor can ride in here. Even the 5 at the manor can ride in here. It is slow, though, said Rana. It's no frame line, but it isn't a carriage drawn by animals, either, I stated. We were approximately halfway to the copse of trees where the bandit that had captured Matt had set up their camp, and we located the spot indicated on the map. This is the spot, Miley informed me. Pulled the truck to a stop, and everyone got out. Jean followed Miley's instructions and began to process the moving of the earth to make a tunnel down to the diamonds. While she was doing that, the rest of us began the process of planting seeds around the area. By the time Miley and Jean called that they were done, we had planted over 1,000 seedlings of various conifers. Coming, I called. There are diamonds down there. They're barely under that thin layer. Jean was certain of her depth, and Miley confirmed the fact. I moved into the tunnel in a flashlight and a pickaxe. Once I reached the end of the tunnel, I stuck the end of the flashlight into the soft wall of the tunnel to point where I needed it. Then took a mighty swing with the pickaxe. Sure enough, a large chunk of coal broke away, revealing the diamond underneath it. Mother needs to be informed at once, Nayla stated. My mother, too, stated Marta. I'd say mine needs to be informed quickly as well, so she can get guards down here fast, commented Cora. I agree with all 3 of you. Cora, we'll drop you off in town whenever you need to quickly get to your mother. Marta, we will need to inform Vanessa anyway, so we can just use the message stone. So all three of you get to inform your mothers in turn. With a swift, firm nod, we all got into the truck and immediately set off to Vanessa's manor. We drove faster on the way back, which caused a lot more bumping in the vehicle. The expansion continues. More planting of seeds, more... convenience of vehicles. I'm half surprised there wasn't a new character introduced in this chapter. Now they can find anything that they need, right? All the resources that they need. So now James, and he can work with everyone from Telos to start making technology and stuff for Guyana, right? Oh yeah, and approaching closer and closer to having the kids born and everything like that. Other characters may still be introduced, but it hasn't happened yet. The expansion of the treehouse for when the kids are actually ready to be born. Fucking ads. Guys, I'll be right back. Alright, we back? I don't know if Nico's here or not. But if no one else has any other stories, then here. I had some other stuff lined up. Right. We were supposed to watch this yesterday, but we never wound up doing it. So, Secure Team 10 came out with a new video. If you don't know Secure Team 10, they do UFO stuff, conspiracy stuff. Came out with a new video. UFO analysis and stuff like that. So let's see what Tyler has to say. Then I had some other funny stuff I wanted to show you guys, because I thought it was hilarious. Because going through Twitter last night, I found so many things, I was like, what the fuck? 3 UFO clips that confirm my belief in the ongoing alien cover-up. Dun dun dun.
I don't know what those are.
Well, shit. They charge up through thunderstorms, so that's why you see UFOs in thunderstorms. Because they use the static electricity of the storm in order to recharge. Just like they use solar energy.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. Thanks for stopping by.
Hell
And
yeah.
if you have been aching to see some totally anomalous, bizarre, and utterly mysterious footage, well, then you're going to want to watch today's video. So to start, I specifically chose this clip because I think it is probably the most insane out of all of these that you guys are about to see. So what you guys just saw was a piece of UFO footage sent in by a viewer out of Colorado who caught this amazing video during a violent lightning storm late at night. Now, what makes this one stand out isn't the storm itself in the dark, grainy footage, it's what's above the storm. In the clip, which only runs for about 40 seconds, the camera aimed at the sky in a fixed, static position, but right from the start, you can see them. 4 bright lights, sitting motionless, totally motionless, above the clouds, arranged in what looks like a perfect square formation. And these aren't aircraft lights or reflections. These things are above the storm. I have seen enough storm footage of UFOs. Again, as I've said countless times, if I were an alien race or a visitor from another part of the galaxy, what is one of the most rich and infinite sources of energy to power one's spacecraft? Well, park it in a lightning storm besides the sun. So electricity of any kind, energy from lightning storms seem to attract a lot of these UFOs. And this footage sets really high up on the list now of some of my favorites of these things captured in storms. Getting back to the footage, as it starts, you can see these 4 bright lights, totally motionless, arranged in this square formation. Each one of the mysterious lights gives off that thick, diffused glow that you get when headlights cut through fog when you're driving, which tells me they're not under the cloud layer. They're well above it. The source of the
Then the light is peeking through the clouds because they're so bright, right?
The entire time. There was no drift of these mystery lights or the craft hiding behind them. No change in position whatsoever. Then about halfway through the footage, it happens. 2 of the lights, side by side, just shut off. And then just a moment later, the other 2 go dark, the same exact way. And when the lightning flashes again, lighting up that exact part of the sky where these lights were, there seems to be nothing there. No silhouette, no outline.
What
nothing.
timing!
Whatever it was, it seems to be gone. That is until, as I continued to move toward the end of this footage, a flash of lightning captured within stood out to me, and what appears to be a well-defined square or rectangular shaped outline, clearly darker than the surrounding skies around it being lit up by the lightning. Here is the original still, and then here is some simple contrast enhancement where I've upped the contrast a little bit and then brightened it just to bring out whatever detail I could, and this appears, and to me could possibly be the object in question. If indeed this outline, which I'm showing you different versions of, and I don't think is pareidolia whatsoever. It would indicate that this object shut its lights off and then quickly began hightailing it into the distance as if it could sense the camera, at which point it almost immediately shuts its lights off. And then as I'm going painstakingly through each frame, especially of when the lightning hits, I see this square object in the distance, and I can't help but think, what if? Could this be the mystery object? Tell me what you guys think. Now, here we have a clip that is pretty self-explanatory, captured over California. I don't see an exact city in the email here, so I'm waiting to hear back on that. But as you will hear in this footage, we have a female that has pretty much gotten herself lost in town, trying to record this glowing formation of lights sitting like a perfect invisible triangle, or TR3B, in the sky above what appears to be like a Home Depot. And it's just really, really cool. So check this out.
That's totally a fucking ship right there. That's like straight up, I turned down the wrong road. That's a fucking UFO, and I cannot be convinced otherwise. It's literally like 100 feet off the ground. In a perfect triangle. Right there. Guys, like, it's right above whatever this store is. That's like the Home Depot or something? I don't even know where I'm at. I'm just kind of lost down a road, but like, I think, is that the Home Depot? I can't even fucking tell. That's literally right there though. Like, that's not stars. I'm looking at this with my own eyes in real time.
Okay, so as I said, really self-explanatory, completely locked in the sky, not moving, not turning, not getting any brighter, not acting like they are any other, kind of aircraft. And, the viewer stated that this triangle just hovered here long before she started filming it, or rather recording it, and it was enough to where, it freaked her out. She was a local resident, and this apparently, obviously isn't normal where this was captured. So, not the first time we've seen formations of glowing lights, especially in the shapes of triangles sitting in our skies. So, cool footage, and hope you enjoyed this one. Tell me what you think down in the comments.
The balls of light. I don't trust these ones. The biggest problem with UFO shit is we actually got like a real UFO clip. No one would believe it was real. Craziest ones I've seen are like on airplanes, where it's like in 3 frames, some massive ship goes by, but it's like, it's easily be faked.
So lastly today, guys, but certainly not least, we've got this piece of UFO footage that was filmed from inside of a commercial airliner of some sort, recorded by a passenger sitting near the window of the plane. And somewhere over what looks to be a coastal region, I believe the email says New Jersey. I have to pull it up here. For some reason I'm not able to find it. Maybe one of you guys will recognize it. But nonetheless, we can see a large body of water in the distance, maybe a city shoreline, and then the land stretching below. The plane is not at cruising altitude yet either. It's only, to me, maybe 5,000 feet in the air, maybe 10,000, you guys tell me. But as you can see off in the distance, this completely white tic-tac shaped object appears gliding through the sky past the plane in the distance in the opposite direction. And so what we have here, as you're seeing, is this long, pure white cigar-shaped object. gliding through the air in the opposite direction of the plane it's being recorded from. And the viewer stated in the email that this object had no designs on it, no wings, that there was not an airport off of the frame, which is the first thing I asked. He said no, that this object was certainly not a plane, as they frequently fly around the country and obviously would know the difference. And so they see this thing and it's just gliding across the sky on what looks like a slow, steady, just ultra smooth downward path slightly. Like it's moving across invisible ice almost. There are no wings, no flashing lights, no visible structure at all, no insignia, a solid white body with identical pointed ends on both sides. And what's wild to me about this is just how steady it moves. There's no exhaust trail, no hint of propulsion. It's almost as if it's just coasting, completely disconnected from the air turbulence around it. And so the witness tracks it for several seconds before it exits the frame. And, you know, when we enhance the footage, zooming in and adjusting the color, it becomes even clearer. This isn't a drone, it's not a jet, it's not a balloon. The uniform brightness and symmetry are just too perfect. So, tell me what you guys think of this one. Post your comments, I love reading them. And I really hope you enjoyed today's video.
I don't know.
And it's
I don't know about those kinds of ones, you know.
Today that once again solidify the fact to me that we are not alone on this planet. We are being visited. So you guys keep your eyes up, keep your cameras ready, subscribe, hit that like, and click the notification bell. Much love to all of my 2 million plus subscribers.
Hell yeah, brother.
Have a great night, and I will see you back in just a bit. Stay safe.
Stay safe out there. Alright, you know, Secure Team. Go check out Secure Team 10, guys. Tyler's fucking epic. Tons of good stuff. Good finds. And it's like, he's not pushy about it. He's like, well, what do you guys think? This is what I think. I don't know. Very skeptical about it, too. So he's like one of the true boys when it comes to UFOs and shit like that. And then okay, so we need to grab this for Nico's store before I get rid of this. Or did I already do this? Did I already do this? Where's Nico? No, we didn't. Okay, so we gotta grab this. Okay. So, I haven't been able to find this one before, but I love this one. Bananas with seeds. Because bananas that we eat aren't, they're genetically modified to not have, like, the seeds are sterile, right? And there's one specific one on here. Oh, yeah, the entrance, Tesla in the Prestige. Okay, this is the one. Fucking run! Oh my god. That is something else, right? And then of course, as always, right? This just has to be on my feed.
Hey, listen up, everybody. Got a little special thing I'd like to do tonight. I'll play a little song for you about the nastiest, freakiest little sex puppet I know, Fiona. This one's for you, baby. Happy anniversary.
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go. Still she's on her knees, and Scotty doesn't know. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. So don't tell Scotty. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
Perfect shit. I think that was all of them. But yeah, good times. Good times, guys. Good times. So, now, if there's no one else, I don't know if Nico's here or not, but Eye of the World! A little bit there. I gotta check on something. I'll be right back, and then we will do chapter 30 of Eye of the World. Ooh. All right. Chapter 30. Children of Shadow. Egwin sat by the fire, staring up at the fragment of statue, but Perrin went down by the pool to be alone. Day was fading, and the night wind was already rising out of the east, ruffling the surface of the water. He took the axe from the loop on his belt and turned it over in his hands. The ash-wood haft was as long as his arm, smooth and cool to the touch. He hated it. He was ashamed of how proud he had been of the axe back in Edmund's Field, before he knew what he might be willing to do with it. "You hate her that much," Elias said behind him. Startled, he jumped and half raised the axe before he saw who it was. Can you read my mind, too? Like the wolves?" Elias cocked his head to one side and eyed him quizzically. "A blind man could read your face, boy. Well, speak up. Do you hate the girl? Despise her? That's it. You are ready to kill her because you despise her. Always dragging her feet, holding you back with her womanish ways." Egwin never dragged her feet in her life, he protested. "She always does her share. I don't despise her. I love her," glared at Elias, daring him to laugh. "Not like that. I mean, she isn't like a sister, but she and Rand, blood and ashes. If the Ravens caught us, I don't know. Yes, you do. She had to choose her way of dying. Which do you think she'd pick? One clean blow of your axe, or the way the animals we saw today died? I know which I'd take. I don't have any right to choose for her. You won't tell her, will you, about..." His hands tightened on the axe. The axe haft. The muscles in his arms corded, heavy muscles for his age, built by long hours swinging the hammer at Master Luhan's forge. For an instant he thought the thick wooden shaft would snap. "I hate this bloody thing," he growled. "I don't know what I'm doing with it, strutting around like some kind of fool. I couldn't have done it, you know. When it was all When it was all pretend and maybe I could swagger and play as I... He sighed, his voice fading. It's different now. I don't ever want to use it again. You'll use it. Perrin raised the axe to throw it in the pool, but Elias caught his wrist. You'll use it, boy. And as long as you hate using it, you will use it more wisely than most men would. Wait. If ever you don't hate it any longer, then will be the time to throw it as far as you can and run the other way. Perrin hefted the axe in his hands, still tempted to leave it in the pool. Easy for him to say, wait. What if I wait and then can't throw it away? He opened his mouth to ask Elias, but no words came out. Ascending from the wolves, so urgent that his eyes glazed over. For an instant he forgot what he had been going to say. Forgot he had been going to say anything. Forgot even how to speak, how to breathe. Elias's face sagged too, and his eyes seemed to peer inward and far away. Then it was gone, as quickly as it had come. It had only lasted a heartbeat, but that was enough. Perrin shook himself and filled his lungs deeply. Elias did not pause. As soon as the veil lifted from his eyes, he sped towards the fire without hesitation. Perrin ran wordlessly behind him. "Douse the fire!" Elias called hoarsely to Egwene. He gestured urgently, and he seemed to be trying to shout in a whisper. "Get it out!" She rose to her feet, staring at him uncertainly, and then stepped closer to the fire, but slowly, carefully, not understanding what was happening. Elias pushed roughly past her and snatched up the tea kettle, cursing when it burned him, juggling the hot pot. He upended it over the fire just the same. A step behind him, Perrin arrived in time to start kicking dirt over the hissing coals. As the last of the tea splashed into the fire, hissing and rising in tendrils of steam. He did not stop until the last vestige of the fire was buried. Elias tossed the kettle to Perrin, who immediately let it fall with a choked-off yell. Perrin blew on his hands, frowning at Elias, but the fur-clad man was too busy giving their campsite a hasty look to pay any attention. "No chance to hide that somebody's been here," Elias said. "We just have to hurry and hope. Maybe we won't bother. Maybe they won't bother. Blood and ashes. But I was sure it was the ravens." Hurriedly, Perrin tossed the saddle on Bella, propped the axe against his thigh while he bent to tighten the girth. "What is it?" Egwene said, her voice shook. "Trollocs? A fade?" "Go east or west," Elias told Perrin. "Find a place to hide, and I'll join you as soon as I can. If they see a wolf." He darted away, crouching almost as if he intended to go on all fours, and vanished into the lengthening shadows of evening. Egwene hastily gathered her few belongings, but she still demanded an explanation from Perrin. Her voice was insistent and growling, growing more frightened by the minute as he kept silent. He was frightened, too, but fear made them move faster. He waited until they were headed towards the setting sun, trotting ahead of Bella and holding the axe across his chest in both hands. He told what he knew over his shoulder, in snatches, while hunting for a place to go ground and wait for Elias. "There are a lot of men coming, on horses. They come up behind the wolves, but the men didn't see them. They're heading towards the pool. Probably they don't have anything to do with us. It's the only water for miles, but Dapple says." He glanced over his shoulder. The evening sun painted odd shadows on their face, shadows that hid their expression. What is she thinking? Is she looking at you as if she doesn't know you anymore? Does she know you? Dapple says they smell wrong. It's sort of the way a rabid dog smells wrong. Pool was lost to sight behind them. He could still pick out boulders, fragments of Artur Hawkwing's statue in the deepening twilight, but not to tell which was the stone where the fire had been. "We'll stay away from them."
I told my dad that my buddy had a crush on his teacher, and my dad said everyone has a crush on their teacher, and I told him that my buddy is homeschooled.
Nice, Mike. Nice. Fucking epic. Epic. Oh my fucking god, I love it. Welcome, Mike Cheese Harry. How's it going, bro? How are you today, good sir? "We'll stay away from them. Find a place, wait for Elias." "Why should they bother us?" she demanded. We're supposed to be safe here. It's supposed to be safe. Light. There's supposed to be someplace safe. Good, bro. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Today is our lazy day. We're getting everything done today. Which is the odd thing to say, that it's a lazy day and that's the day we get everything done, because we're not distracting ourselves by doing fucking 100 other things. We're just getting shit done today. Lazy doesn't mean unproductive. Lazy just means not as many things as I wish to do, but we still do what we need to do, right? Putting too many things on. We got to worry. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow or the day after, but we got the finals of StarCraft coming up as well for the ASL. So that's kind of what's like mainly on my mind right now, is the finals. Snow versus Soma. God, it's gonna be so good. Perrin began looking harder for somewhere to hide. They could not be very far from the pool, but the twilight was thickening. Soon it would be too dark to travel. Faint light still bathed the crests. From the hollows between where there were barely enough to see it, seemed bright by contrast. Off to the left, a dark shape stood sharp against the sky. A large flat stone slanting out of a hillside, cloaking the slope beneath in darkness. This way, he said. Trotted towards the hill, glancing over his shoulder for any sign of the men who were coming. There was nothing, yet. More than once he had to stop and wait while the others stumbled after him. Egwin was crouched over Bella's neck, and the mare was picking her way carefully over the uneven ground. Perrin thought they both must be more tired than they believed. This had better be a good hiding place. I don't think we can hunt for anything. The base of the hill, he studied the massive flat rock outlined against the sky, jutting out the slope against the crest. There was an odd familiarity to the way the top of the huge slab seemed to form irregular steps, 3 up and 1 down. He climbed the short distance and felt across the stone, walking along it. Despite the weathering of centuries, he could still feel four-joined columns. Glanced up at the step-like top of the stone towering over his head like a huge lean-to. Fingers will shelter in Otter Hawkwing's hand. Maybe some of his justice is left here. He motioned for Egwin to join him. She did not move. So he slid back down to the base of the hill and told her what he had found. Egwin peered up the hill with her head pushed forward. "How can you see anything?" she asked. Perrin opened his mouth and shut it. He licked his lips as he looked around for the first time, really aware of what he was seeing. The sun was down, all the way down now. The clouds hid the full moon, but it still seemed like the deep purple fringes of twilight to him. "I felt the rock," he said finally. "That's what it has to be. They won't be able to pick us out against the shadow of it, even if they come this far." He took Bella's bridle to lead her to the shelter of the hand. He could feel Egwin's eyes on his back. As he was helping her down from the saddle, the knight broke out in shouts back toward the pool. She laid a hand on Perrin's arm, and he heard her unspoken question. The men saw wind, and he said reluctantly, it was difficult to pick out the meaning of the wolves. Thoughts. Can't remember. Did I ever mention the race of the carpenter? I don't know, Sean. No idea. Too many people. Too many races to keep track of. Too many animals. Maybe if the names in a way mimicked what the animal they were, or their mannerism in some way. I don't know. I don't have a distinguished way to pick them out. Joy. Now I get to go through the early section to make sure her name is finally mentioned. It's Gemma. Ah. It was difficult to pick out the meaning of the wolf's thoughts, something about fire. They have torches. He pressed her down the base of the fingers and crouched beside her. They're breaking up into parties to search. So many of them. And the wolves are all hurt. He tried to make his voice heartier, but Dapple and the others should be able to keep out of their way, even injured. And they don't expect us. People don't see what they don't expect. They'll give up soon enough and make camp. Elias was with the wolves and would not leave them while they were hunted. So many riders, so persistent. Why so persistent? He saw Egwin nod, but in the dark she did not realize it. We'll be all right, Perrin. Light, he thought wonderingly. She's trying to comfort me. The shouts went on and on. Small knots of torches moved in the distance, flickering points of light in the darkness. Perrin, Egwin said softly, will you dance with me at Sunday, if we're home by then? His shoulders shook. He made no sound, and he did not know if he was laughing or crying. I will. I promise. Against his will, his hands tightened on the axe, reminding him that he still held it. His voice dropped to a whisper. I promise, he said again, and hoped. Groups of torch-carrying men now rode through the hills. Bunches of 10 or 12. Perrin could not tell how many groups there were. Sometimes 3 or 4 were in sight at once, quartering back and forth. They continued to shout to one another, and sometimes there were screams in the night, screams of horses, the screams of men. He saw it in the more than one vantage. He crouched on the hillside with Egwin, watching the torches move throughout the darkness like fireflies, and in his mind he ran the night with Dapple and Wind and Hopper. The wolves had been too hurt by the ravens to run far or fast, so they intended to drive the men out of the darkness, drive them to the shelter of their fires. Men always sought the safety of their fires in the end. When wolves roamed the night, some of the mounted men led strings of horses without riders. They whinnied and reared and with wide, rolling eyes when the gray shapes darted among them, screaming and pulling their lead ropes from the hands of the men who had held them, scattering in all directions as fast as they could run. Horses with men on their backs screamed too, when gray shadows flashed out of the dark with hamstringing fangs, and sometimes their riders screamed as well. Just before Jaw tore out their throats, Elias was out there, also, more dimly sensed, stalking the night with his long knife, a 2-legged wolf with a sharp steel tooth. Shouts became curses more often than not, but the searchers refused to give up. Abruptly, Perrin realized that the men with torches were following a pattern. Each time some of the parties came in view, one of them, at least, was closer to the hillside where he and Egwin were hiding. Elias had said to hide, but what if we run? Maybe we could hide in the dark if we keep moving. Maybe it has to be dark enough for that. Turned to Egwin, but as he did, a decision was taken away from him. Bunched torches, a dozen of them, came around the base of the hill, wavering with the trot of the horses. Lance heads gleamed in the torchlight. He froze, holding his breath, hands tightening on his axe haft. The horsemen rode past the hill, but one of the men shouted when the torches swung back. He thought desperately, seeking for a way to go, but as soon as he moved, they would be seen. If they had not been seen, if they had not already been. And once they were marked, they would have no chance, not even with the darkness to help. Horsemen drew up at the front of the hill, each man holding a torch in one hand and a long lance in the other, guiding his horse by the pressure of his knees. By the light of the torches, Perrin could see the white cloaks of the Children of the Light. They held the torches high and leaned forward in their saddles, peering up at the dark shadows under Arthur Hawkwing's fingers. There's something up there, one of the men said. His voice was too loud, as if he was afraid of what lay outside the light of his torch. Told you, somebody could hide in that. Isn't that a horse? Egwin laid a hand on Perrin's arm. Her eyes were big in the dark. Her silent question, plain despite the shadow hiding her features. What to do? Elias and the wolves still hunted through the night. Horses below shifted their feet nervously. If we run now, they'll catch us down. They'll chase us down. One of the white cloaks stepped his horse forward and shouted up the hill. If you can understand human speech, come down to surrender. You'll not be harmed if you walk in the light. If you don't surrender, you will all be killed. You have 1 minute. Lances lowered, long steel heads, bright with torchlight. Perrin, Edwin whispered. You can't outrun them. If we don't give up, they'll kill us. Perrin. Elias and the other wolves were still free. Another distant, bubbling scream marked a white cloak who had hunted Dapple too closely. If we run, Egwin was looking at him, waiting for him to tell her what to do. If we run. She shook his head wearily and stood up like a man in a trance, stumbling down the hill toward the Children of Light. He heard Egwin sigh and follow him, her feet dragging reluctantly. Why are the white cloaks so persistent? As if they hate wolves with a passion. Why do they smell wrong? He almost thought he could smell the wrongness himself when the wind gusted from the riders. Drop that axe, the leader barked. Perrin stumbled toward him, wrinkling his nose to get rid of the smell he thought he smelled. Drop it, bumpkin. Leader's lance shifted toward Perrin's chest. For a moment he stared at the lance head, enough sharp steel to go completely through him. Then abruptly he shouted, No! It was not at the horseman he shouted. Out of the night, Hopper came, and Perrin was one with the wolf. Hopper, the cub who had watched the eagles soar and wanted so badly to fly through the sky as the eagles did. The cub who had hopped and jumped and leapt until he could leap higher than any other wolf, who had never lost the cub's yearning to soar through the sky. Out of the night, Hopper came and left the ground in a leap, soaring like the eagles. The white cloaks had only a moment to begin cursing before Hopper's jaws closed on the throat of the man with his lance leveled at Perrin. The big wolf's momentum carried them both off the other side of the horse. Perrin felt the throat crushing, tasted the blood. Hopper landed lightly, already apart from the man he had killed. Blood matted his fur, his own blood, and that of others. A gash down his face crossed the empty socket where his left eye had been. His good eye met Perrin's, too, just for a moment, an instant. Run, brother! He writhed. He whirled to leap again, to soar one last time, and a lance pinned him to the earth. Second length of steel thrust through his ribs, driving into the ground under him. Kicking, he snapped at the shafts that held him to soar. Pain filled Perrin, and he screamed, a wordless scream that had something of a wolf's cry in it. Without thinking, he leapt forward, still screaming. All thought was gone. The horsemen had bunched too much to be able to use their lances, and the axe was a feather in his hands. One huge wolf's tooth of steel. Something crashing into his head, and as he fell, did not know if it was Hopper or himself who died. Damn. Soar like the eagles, mumbled Perrin, opening his eyes woozily. His head hurt, and he could not remember why. Blinking against the light, he looked around. Egwin was kneeling and watching him where he lay. There was a square tent as big as a medium-sized room in a farmhouse, with a ground cloth for a floor. Oil lamps on stall stands, one in each corner, gave a bright light. Thank the light, Perrin, she breathed. I was afraid they had killed you. Instead of answering, he stared at the gray-haired man seated in the lone chair in the tent. A dark-eyed, grandfatherly face looked back at him, face at odds in his mind with the white and gold tabard the man wore, and the burnished armor strapped over his pure white undercoat. Seemed a kindly face, bluff and indignant. Something about it fit the elegant austerity of the tent's furnishings. Table and a folding bed, a washstand with plain white basin and pitcher, a single wooden chest inlaid in simple geometric patterns. Where there was wood, it was polished to the soft glow, and the metal gleamed, but not too brightly. And nothing was showy. Everything in the tent had the look of craftsmanship, but only someone who had watched the work of craftsmen like Master Luhon and Master Adir, the cabin maker, would see it. Frowning, the man stirred two small piles of objects on the table, and with a blunt finger. Perrin recognized the contents of his pockets in one of those piles. His belt knife, the silver coin Moiraine had given him, toppled out, and the man pushed it back thoughtfully. Pursing his lips, he left the piles and lifted Perrin's axe from the table, hefting it. His attention came back to the Edmonds Fielders. Perrin tried to get up, sharp pain stabbing alongside his arms and legs, turning the movement into a flop. For the first time he realized that he was tired, hand and foot. His eyes went to Egwene. She shrugged ruefully, twisted so that he could see her back. Half a dozen lashings wrapped her wrists and ankles, the cords making ridges in her flesh. A length of rope ran between the bonds around ankles and wrists, short enough to stop her from straightening to more than a crouch if she got to her feet. Perrin stared. They were tied was shock enough, but they wore enough ropes to hold horses. What did they think we are? The gray-haired man watched them, curious and thoughtful, like Master Elvire puzzling out a problem. He held the axe as if he had forgotten it. The tent flap shifted aside, and a tall man stepped into the tent. His face was long and gaunt, his eyes so deeply set that he seemed to look out from the caves. There was no excess flesh on him, no fat at all. Skin was pulled tight over the muscles and bone beneath. Perrin had a glimpse of night outside, the campfires, and 2 white-cloaked guards at the entrance of the tent. Then the flap fell back into place as soon as the newcomer was in the tent. He stopped, standing as rigid as an iron rod, staring straight ahead of him at the far wall of the tent. His plate and mail armor gleamed like silver against his snowy cloak and undercoat. "My Lord Captain," his voice was as hard as his posture, and grating, but somehow flat, without expression. Gray-haired man made a casual gesture. "Ooh, Jesus. Be at your ease, child bear. You've tallied our costs for this encounter. Tall man moved his feet apart, but other than that, Perrin did not see anything else about his stance. 9 men dead, my Lord Captain, and 23 injured. 7 severely. All can ride, though. 30 horses had to be put down. They were hamstrung. He emphasized that in his emotionless voice, as if what had happened to the horses were worse than the deaths and injuries to men. Many of the remounts are scattered. We may find some at daybreak. My Lord Captain, but with wolves to send them on their way, it will take days to gather them all. Men who were supposed to be watching them have been assigned to night guard until we reach Camelin. We do not have days, childbearer. Gray-haired man said mildly. We ride at dawn. Nothing can change that. We must be in Caelum in time. Yes? As you command, my Lord Captain. The gray-haired man glanced at Perrin and Egwene, then away again. And what have we to show for it, aside from these 2 younglings? Yar drew a deep breath and hesitated. I have had the wolf that was with this lot skinned, my Lord Captain. The hide should make a fine rug for my Lord Captain's men. Hopper! Not even realizing what he was doing, Perrin growled and struggled against his bonds. The ropes dug into his skin, his wrists became slippery with blood. But they did not give. For the first time, Byre looked at the prisoners. Egwene started back from him. His face was as expressionless as his voice, but a cruel light burned in his sunken eyes, surely as flames burned in Baalzamon's. Byre hated them as if they were enemies of long years instead of people never seen before tonight. Perrin stared back defiantly, his mouth curled into a tight smile that he thought of his teeth meeting in the man's throat. Abruptly, his smile faded and he shook himself. My teeth. I'm a man, not a wolf. Light. There has to be an end to this. But he still met Byre's glare, hate for hate. Not care about wolf-hide rugs, child Byre. The rebuke in the captain's voice was gentle, but Byre's back snapped rigid again, his eyes locking to the wall of the tent. You were reporting on what we achieved this night. No, if we achieved anything. I would estimate the pack that attacked us is 50 beasts or more, my Lord Captain. Of that, we killed at least 20, perhaps 30. I did not consider it worth the risk of losing more horses to have the carcasses brought in tonight. In the morning, I will have them gathered and burned, those that aren't dragged off in the dark. Besides these two, there were at least a dozen other men. I believe we disposed of 4 or 5, but it is unlikely we will find any bodies, given the Dark Friends' propensity for carrying away their dead to hide their losses. This seems to have been a coordinated ambush, but that raises the question of... Perrin's throat tightened as the gaunt man went on. Elias. Cautiously, reluctantly, he felt for Elias, for the wolves, and found nothing. It was as if he had never been able to feel a wolf's mind. Either they're dead, or they've abandoned you. He waited. He wanted to laugh, a bitter laugh. At last, he had what he had been wishing for, but the price was high. The gray-haired man did laugh, just then, a rich, wry chuckle that made a red spot bloom on each of Bjar's cheeks. So, child Bjar, is it your considered estimate that we were attacked in a planned ambush by upwards of 50 wolves and better than half a score of dark friends? Yes. Perhaps when you've seen a few more action. But, my Lord Captain Bornhold, I would say 6 or 8 wolves, child Bjar, and perhaps no other humans than these two. You have the true zeal, but no experience outside the cities. It is a different thing, bringing the light, when streets and houses are far distant. Wolves have a way of seeming more than they are in the night, and men also, 6 or 8 at most, I think. Bjar's same reason. Bjar's flush deepened slowly. I also suspect they were here for the same reason we are. The only easy water for at least a day in any direction. A much simpler explanation than spies or traitors within the children. And the simplest explanation is usually the truest. You will learn with experience. Bjar's face went deathly white as the grandfatherly man spoke. By contrast, the 2 spots on his hollow cheeks deepened from red to purple. Cut his eyes toward the 2 prisoners in an instant. He hates us even more now, Perrin thought, for hearing this. But why did he hate us in the first place? What did you think of this? The Lord Captain said, holding up Perrin's axe. Bjar looked a question at the commander and waited for an answering nod before he broke his rigid stance to take the weapon. He hefted the axe and gave a surprising grunt, then whirled it in a tight arc above his head that barely missed the top of the tent, handed it as surely as if he had been born with an axe in his hand. A look of grudging admiration flickered across his face. By the time he lowered the axe, he was expressionless once more. Excellently balanced, my Lord Captain, plainly made, but by a very good weaponsmith, perhaps even a master. His eyes burned darkly at the prisoners. Not a villager's weapon, my Lord Captain, not a farmer, nor a farmer's. No, the gray-haired man turned toward Perrin and Egwin with a weary, lightly chiding smile. Kindly grandfather who knew his grandchildren had been up to some mischief. My name is Geofram Bornhold, he told them. You are Perrin, I understand, but you, young woman, what is your name? Perrin glowered at him, but Egwin shook her head. Don't be silly, Perrin. I'm Egwin. Just Perrin and just Egwin. Bornhold murmured. But I suppose if you truly are dark friends, you wish to hide your identities as much as possible. Perrin heaved himself to his knees. He could rise no further because of the way he was bound. We aren't dark friends, he protested angrily. The words were not completely out of his mouth before Bjar reached him. The man moved like a snake. He saw the handle of his own axe swinging toward him and tried to duck, but the thick haft caught him over the ear. Only the fact that he was moving away from the blow kept his skull from being split. Even so, lights flashed in his head. Breath left him as he struck the ground. His head wrung and blood ran down his cheek. You've no right, Egwin began and screamed as the axe handle whipped toward her. She threw herself aside, and the blow whistled through empty air as she tumbled to the cloth ground. You will keep a civil tongue, Bjar said, when speaking to an anointed of the light, or you will have no tongue. The worst of it was his voice still had no emotion at all. Cutting out their tongues would give him no pleasure and no regret. It was just something he would do. Go easy, child Bjar. Bornhold looked at the captives again. I expect you do not know about the Anointed, or about Lord's Captain of the Children of the Light, do you? No, I thought not. Well, for Child Bjar's sake, at least try not to argue or shout, yes? I want no more than you should walk in the light, and letting anger get the better of you won't help any of us. Perrin looked up at the gaunt-faced man standing over them. For Child Bjar's sake. He noticed that the Lord Captain did not tell Bjar to leave them alone. Bjar met his eyes and smiled. The smile touched only his mouth, but the skin of his face drew tighter until it looked like a skull. Perrin shivered. I have heard of this thing of men running with wolves, Bornhold said musingly. Though I have not seen it before. Men supposedly taking with wolves and with other creatures of the Dark One. A filthy business. Makes me fear the last battle is indeed coming. Wolves aren't, Perrin cut off as Bjar's foot drew back. Taking a deep breath, he went on in a milder tone. Bjar lowered his foot with a disappointed grimace. Wolves aren't creatures of the Dark One. They hate the Dark One. At least, they hate Trollocs and Fades. He was surprised to see the gaunt-faced man nod as if to himself. Bornhold raised an eyebrow. Who told you that? A warder, Egwene said. She scrunched away from Bjar's heated eyes. Said wolves hate Trollocs, and Trollocs are afraid of wolves. Perrin was glad she had not mentioned Elias. A warder, the gray-haired man sighed. A creature of Tar Valon witches. What else would that sort tell you when he is a dark fiend himself, and a servant of dark friends? Do you know Trollocs have wolves' muzzles and teeth and wolves' fur? Perrin blinked, trying to clear his head. His brain still felt like jellied pain, but there was something wrong here. Could not get his thoughts straight enough to puzzle it out. Not all of them, Egwene muttered. Perrin gave Bjar a wary look, but the gaunt man only watched her. Some of them have horns like rams or goats or hawks, beaks, or all sorts of things. Bornhold shook his head sadly. I give you every chance, and you dig yourself deeper with every word. He held up one finger. You run with wolves, creatures of the Dark One. Second finger. You admit to being acquainted with a warder, another creature of the Dark One. I doubt he would have told you what he did if it was only in passing. Third finger. Oh boy, carry a Tar Valon mark in your pocket. Most men outside Tar Valon get rid of those as fast as they can, unless they serve the Tar Valon witches. A fourth. Carry a fighting man's weapon while you dress like a farm boy. A skulker then. Thumb rose. You know Trollocs and Myrddraal. This far south, only a few scholars and those who've traveled in the borderlands believe they are anything but stories. Perhaps you've been to the borderlands. If so, tell me where. I've traveled a good deal in the borderlands. I know them well. No? Ah, well then. He looked at his spread hand, then dropped it hard on the table. In grandfatherly expression, said the grandchildren had been up to some very serious mischief indeed. Why do you not tell me the truth of how you came to be running in the night with wolves? Egwene opened her mouth. Perrin saw the stubborn set of her jaw and knew right away she was going to tell one of the stories they had worked out. That would not do. Not now, not here. His head ached, and he wished he had time to think it out, but there was no time. Who could tell where this Bornhold had traveled, with what lands and cities he was familiar? If he caught them in a lie, there would be no going back to the truth. Bornhold would be convinced they were dark friends then. From the two rivers, he said quickly. Egwene stared at him openly before she caught herself, but he pressed on with the truth, or a version of it. The two of them had left the two rivers to see Caemlyn. On the way, they had heard of the ruins of a great city, but when they found Shadar Logoth, there were Trollocs there. Two of them managed to escape across the river Ardenel, but by the time they were completely lost, then they fell in with a man who offered to guide them to Caemlyn. He had said his name was none of their business, and he hardly seemed friendly, but they needed a guide. The first either of them had seen of wolves had been after the Children of the Light appeared, and they had been trying to do was hide so they would not get eaten by wolves or killed by the men on horses. If we'd known you were Children of Light, finished, we'd have gone to you for help. Bjar snorted in disbelief. Perrin did not care over much. If the Lord Captain was convinced Bjar could not harm them, it was plain that Bjar would stop breathing if Lord Captain Bornhold told him to. There is no warder in that. the gray-haired man said after a moment. Perrin's invention failed him. He knew he should have taken time to think it out. Egwin leapt into the breach. We met him in Berlin. The city was crowded with men who had come down from the mines after the winter, and we were put in the same table at an inn. We only talked to him for the length of a meal. Perrin breathed, "Thank you, Egwin." "Give them back their belongings, Childbearer. Not the weapons, of course." And Biar looked at him, even surprised. "Or are you one of those who have taken to looting the unenlightened, Childbearer? It is a bad business, that, yes? No man can be a thief and walk in the light." Biar seemed to struggle with disbelief at the suggestion. "Then you're letting us go?" Egwin sounded surprised. Perrin lifted his head to stare at the Lord Captain. "Of course not, child," Bornhold said softly. "You may be telling the truth about being from the Two Rivers, since you know about Berlin and the mines. But Shadar Lagoth, that is a name very, very few know, most of them dark friends. And anyone who knows enough to know her name knows enough not to go there. I suggest you think of a better story on the journey to Amador. You will have time, since we must pause in Camelin. Preferably the truth, child. There's freedom in truth and the light." Yar forgot some of his difference towards the gray-haired man, spun from the prisoner, and there was an outraged snap to his words. "You can't! It is not allowed!" Bornhold raised one eyebrow quizzically, and Bar pulled himself up short, swallowing. "Forgive me, my lord captain. I forgot myself, and humbly beg pardon and submit myself for penance. But as my lord captain himself has pointed out, we must reach Camelin in time, and with most of our remounts gone, we will be hard-pressed without carrying prisoners along." "And what do you suggest?" Bornhold asked calmly. The penalty for dark friends is death." The flat voice made it all the more jarring. He might have been suggesting stepping on a bug. "There's no truce with the shadow. There is no mercy for the dark friends." Fucking ads! We were so close! Guys, we were so close, but I couldn't quite fucking make it until the end of the ads. "Why? The ads cometh and they destroyeth all upon which I seek to bestow my power to such great things that call us men when we find a way to be more than shells of ourselves built up by the dreams and goals of our very lives. But such is the push from one to another that we find upon that ridge, standing in opposition to those who would be free. I don't condemn thee, but I do say, not of my time. Folly from grace is far more than simple words." Alright, we back? Zeal is to be applauded, Childbearer, but, as I must often tell my son, Dane, overzealousness can be a grievous fault. Remember that the tenets also say, no man is so lost that he cannot be brought to the light. These two are young, they cannot yet be held deep in the shadow. They can yet be led to the light. If they will only allow the shadow to be lifted from their eyes, we must give them that chance. For a moment, Perrin almost felt affection for the grandfatherly man who stood between them and Biar. Then Bornhold turned his grandfather's smile on Egwin. "If you refuse to come to the light by the time we reach Amador, I will be forced to turn you over to the questioners. And beside them, Biar's zeal is but a candle beside the sun." Gray-haired man sounded like a man who regretted what he must do, but who had no intention of ever doing anything but his duty as he saw it. Repent, renounce the Dark One, come to the light, confess your sins, and tell what you would of this vileness with wolves. And you will be spared that. You will walk free in the light. His gaze centered on Perrin, and sighed sadly. Ice filled Perrin's spine. But you, just Perrin from the Two Rivers, you killed 2 of the children. Touched the axe that Bjar still hood. For you, I fear, a gibbet awaits in Amador. Sorry, I fell asleep for an hour. Oh, Nico! Welcome back. No worries. You know what's funny about that, Nico? I literally just finished the chapter. It's 5 a.m. Yeah, it makes sense, you know, it's like... Oh, the time zone can really fuck with that, right? I gotta go grab my food. So I figured we would just kind of watch something real quick while I go grab the food. And then from there, we will read your story, Nico, now that you're back. Is there anything new? I guess we can watch Mr. Ballin. Might as well do that. Okay. Let's do this one because it's shorter. This will be about the time for me to eat. I'm just gonna grab my food.
Die? Well, today I'm gonna tell you 3 stories that all give insights into what might actually happen. And these are not hokey stories. These are stories with, like, evidence, photographic evidence in some cases. These are deep, unsettling stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Like Button's house and flip all of their wall-mounted TVs upside down. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the evening of December 27th, 1984, a 16-year-old boy named John Bulware sat in the passenger seat of his best friend's Jeep as they drove down a residential road in St. Paul, Minnesota. John's best friend was driving, and 2 more of their friends from school were in the back seat. They were all talking and laughing and singing along to the radio. It was dark outside, and it was rainy and kind of an awful night, but John didn't care. He was way too excited, because that night, he and his buddies were on their way to see the megastar musician Prince perform live. So Prince was obviously a massive, massive star at the time, and anyone at the time would have been pretty excited to go see him perform live. But this was a particularly big deal for John and his friends because Prince was actually from Minneapolis, Minnesota, which was just 20 minutes away from St. Paul where they were from. So it was kind of like they were going to see their hometown hero. Now, John and his friends didn't expect to become, huge rock star gods like Prince. But there was just something about seeing, this hometown guy achieve his dreams on an international scale. It was just really inspiring. And so again, John and his friends are just so stoked about this concert, like they can't wait to get there. And so John, with all this excitement, he turns around to talk to his friends in the backseat about this concert and how great it's gonna be. Right as he turns around, he hears a loud screeching sound, and he whips his head back around just in time to see the headlights of the car aimed at this tree that they're careening straight towards. He screams, he hears his friends screaming, they smash into the tree, and everything goes dark. A few minutes later, a St. Paul police officer named Brian Coyle and his patrol partner pulled up behind the now wrecked Jeep. They'd been on their regular patrol when they'd gotten a call about the car crash. Now, the call hadn't come from anybody in the crash, so they really didn't know what to expect. Now, when Coyle stepped out of his own car and walked towards the wreck, it was raining and dark out, and the visibility wasn't great, but right away he saw there were 3 teenagers who were standing upright outside of the car. Now, they looked pretty shaken up, and they visibly had some cuts on their body, but overall, his assessment was they were basically okay. And so while Coyle's partner went to go examine the wreck itself, Coyle walked up to these teenagers, and one of them, through tears, explained to Coyle that he had been driving, and he said he had been just going too fast, and he tried to take a sharp turn, and he hydroplaned, lost control, and they hit the tree. And then the driver said it didn't matter, though, how this happened, because what mattered now is his friend, John, is still in the car, and he's not moving. And so Officer Coyle left the teenagers and told them to stay put, and he walked over to the wreck where his partner was, and Coyle, he knelt down and he looked inside the Jeep, and he saw the other teenager, John, slumped over inside the passenger seat, and he wasn't moving. And so Coyle asked his partner, "Hey, have you checked him? Is he okay?" And the partner looked at Coyle and just said, "No, he's dead." And so Officer Coyle took a deep breath, and while his partner called for backup and taped off the scene, Coyle went back to John's friends and broke the news as gently as he could. But of course, they were all devastated. The only thing Coyle could do to help them was to call an ambulance to come and take them to the hospital to get checked out. Once the ambulance had taken them away, and once John's body had been removed from the Jeep, Officer Coyle and his partner began to document the scene by taking photos of the crashed car with a camera. Now, this was all standard practice, and so while they did it, they didn't think anything of it. However, about a week later, when Coyle and his partner were reviewing the photos they took, Coyle noticed something shocking. One of the pictures that Officer Coyle had taken was so bizarre that it ended up in newspapers, not only in Minnesota, but all over the country. Even today, 30 plus years later, people are still talking about it. When you see this photo, you'll understand why. This is the photograph. And if you look at the top right, above the Jeep's open door, you'll see something that could just be a flash of light, but to Officer Coyle and so many others who have looked at this photograph, they say that weird apparition-looking thing above the Jeep looks eerily similar to John Boulware's face, the 16-year-old victim of the car crash. And it almost looks like this photograph captured like the moment of John's spirit departing Earth, like it's showing his final moment in life, when he died, screaming as the car is about to crash into this tree.
Crazy. World's a crazy place, guys.
One evening in the summer of 1974, a 60-year-old doctor named Julian Kirchick sat beside his backyard pool at his home in Old Westbury, New York, which is a suburb of New York City. It was a quiet, sunny day, and Dr. Kirchick was glad to have some time to relax. He was a surgeon at a local hospital, and he also had a wife and 4 children, so it was not often that he got a moment of peace to himself. And so Dr. Kirchick leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes and tried to relax for a second, and all of a sudden, he heard something rustle in the bushes nearby. Now, at first, he just figured it must be a squirrel or a bird or something, so he didn't even bother opening his eyes. Like, this is just nature, it's fine. But this rustling sound persisted, and it just wouldn't stop. And so eventually, Dr. Kirchick did open his eyes, and he got up out of his chair to go see what was going on. Now, these bushes were like 20 feet away from the doctor, and so in order to truly investigate, he had to get up and actually walk over there. And so he gets up and he takes a few steps when he suddenly freezes. Because now, when he's looking at the bushes, he sees there is someone standing basically in the bushes, a person. But he realized this person was not a normal looking person. The person was wearing what appeared to be this dark, long robe that covered their whole body. And in fact, the robe kind of obscured their face. It was like they were this dark presence just standing there in the middle of these bushes. And so Dr. Kirchick is just frozen, having no idea how to react to this. I mean, does he call out for help? Does he, chase this guy out of his yard? Like, what does he do here? And as he's standing there transfixed, this person in the robe extends one of their arms, this long, skinny arm, and kind of begins to beckon Dr. Kirchick towards them. And Dr. Kirchick went from being sort of startled to being terrified. This figure basically looked like the Grim Reaper, and it felt like Now, the Grim Reaper is beckoning him to come with him, to come die, basically. That was the feeling he suddenly had, and it was unbelievably overwhelming. And so Dr. Kerchak is staring, horrified. He blinks for a second, and the man is gone. Over the next few days, Dr. Kerchak obsessed over what he had just seen.
Bon
I mean,
appetit,
really,
true.
it
Chicken
felt like he
nuggets.
just witnessed the Grim
And
Reaper.
ketchup.
And worse, that the Grim Reaper was like telling him to come with him. Like he was signaling to Dr. Kerchak that his time on Earth had come to an end, that his death was imminent. That's what Dr. Kerchak is thinking. But Dr. Kerchak, he's a surgeon. He's a man of science and reason, and he can't understand how this could have happened. I mean, even if it was just a hallucination, it was so vivid. It was so visceral. Like, how could this be? What's going on with him? But the problem Dr. Kerchak had was, who's he going to talk to about this? Hey, by the way, I saw the Grim Reaper, and now I'm worried I'm going to die soon. Or maybe somebody in my family's going to die soon, or a patient is going to die soon. Like, who's going to have that conversation with him? But at the same time that he was feeling increasingly isolated because of this, whatever he saw, he couldn't help but feel like it was real, and it was driving him mad. Like, I'm not doing anything, and something bad is imminent. What do I do? And so for months, Dr. Kerchak just carried this incredible weight with him everywhere he went, like this constant sense of unease, until October of 1974. That month, Dr. Kerchak suddenly got sick. He had a fever, and it just wouldn't go away. And so he went to his own doctor for a checkup, and his doctor told him, I got some bad news. That day, Dr. Kerchak was diagnosed with an incurable form of blood cancer. He was heartbroken, but he was not totally surprised, because for him, this sort of felt like a validation of what he'd already seen. Death, the Grim Reaper, had been calling him. Now, Dr. Kerchak knew why. Dr. Kerchak would share his story with newspapers, which is how we know about it today. And shortly after sharing his story, Dr. Kerchak would die. Hey guys, I have a really cool announcement for you. So right now, if you head over to shopmrballin.com, you will find brand new limited time merch items on our site. We have the brand new signature Mr. Ballin hat. Okay, you gotta wear that backwards, of course. There's the black version, and also we have the white mesh version as well. Very cool. It's the thumbs up logo. Very nice, cool hat. And then, of course, we also have this nifty new flannel color, okay? Yellow. Really fits the vibe of the fall season. Okay, get yourself one of these. But remember, these are limited time items just for the fall, so get them while you can. Again, that is shopmrballin.com. You got the new flannel, the multiple versions of the hat that you got to wear backwards. Go check it out. Again, shopmrballin.com. Thank you. On the afternoon of Sunday, August 27th, 2000, a 50-year-old husband and father named Bruce Leniger sat in his living room in Lafayette, Louisiana. He and his wife and his 2-year-old son James had just gotten home from church, and now Bruce was just trying to relax. However, it was proving very difficult to relax, because as Bruce is trying to sit on the couch and just kind of close his eyes for a second, his son, James, the 2-year-old, has his toy plane, his favorite toy plane, and he is repeatedly smashing it into the coffee table as loud as he can, saying, plane crash, plane crash, plane crash. And while, of course, James is a kid, he's gonna be loud and noisy and obnoxious, that's what kids do.
Mm-hmm.
But for Bruce, he's watching his son do this, and he couldn't help but be really concerned. Because lately, over the past few months, James had become unnaturally fixated, not on planes, but on plane crashes. And even more specifically, James had begun having these recurring nightmares, 4 or 5 times a week, where he'd wake up terrified, and he would say he, James, had just been in a horrible, fiery plane crash. And it was like every night, that was the nightmare. And it was like Bruce and his wife didn't even know what to make of this. Where's he getting this from? James was a pretty sheltered kid. He wasn't being exposed to, horrible plane crashes, either in movies or TV shows or books. I mean, he's a 2-year-old. It just made no sense that he was having this recurring nightmare. But what made it even more kind of unsettling is that James wasn't just fixated on the plane crash aspect of this nightmare. He also began to tell Bruce and his wife these weird details about the plane crash, because it was always the same plane crash in his nightmare. He began telling his parents that the Japanese shot me down. And Bruce and his wife are like, what is he referencing? Like, is this a World War II reference? But again, he's 2. Like, developmentally, it's not something he would say even if he was exposed to it. Like, it just didn't make any sense. Now, over the past few months that this behavior had really ramped up, Bruce and his wife had taken James to the doctor to say, what's going on here? What's my kid doing? I don't understand any of this. And the doctors were all like, he's a kid. Like, yeah, it's a weird fixation he's got, but he'll grow out of it. Like, don't worry about it. But to Bruce and his wife, it just seemed like James was not growing out of it. He was just getting more and more fixated as time went on. And so as Bruce is sitting there on the couch watching James for the millionth time smash his toy plane into the coffee table and pretend it was this plane crash he couldn't stop thinking about, Bruce decided he had to do something about this. And so over the next couple of months, Bruce, instead of trying to figure out what was wrong with James that was causing him to fixate on this plane crash, instead of doing that, he began sort of like leaning in and asking James to give him more information about whatever he was seeing in his nightmare. Like, give me all the specifics you can possibly recall. And James eventually let on that it wasn't just the Japanese that shot him down, it was the Japanese military. And also, the type of plane that James was flying in, apparently, was a Corsair plane. Bruce had never heard of that before, and again, he's looking at his 2-year-old son, thinking, how do you even know what a Corsair plane is? But nonetheless, that's what James said. And so Bruce doesn't know what to do with this information, but again, he's just trying to learn. And so in November of that year, Bruce found himself sitting in the living room, and he had this World War II coffee table book that he had actually purchased for his father, but he hadn't given it to him yet. And he saw James, playing with his plane, smashing it into the coffee table. And Bruce, he grabs this coffee table book full of pictures of pilots and combat and war, and he flips to pictures of pilots from World War II. Because now, Bruce is thinking, maybe my son somehow is imagining a scene from World War II. A pilot has crashed in World War II, the Japanese military shot them down, I don't know. No idea how he got this image, but that could be what he's thinking about. And so he's like, well, maybe I'll just start looking at pictures from World War II of pilots, and maybe somehow or another James will look at this and something will click for him. Bruce really didn't know what he was trying to get out of this, but either way, he called James over and he shows him this book. And he's like, James, do you recognize any of these planes? Like, are any of these planes the Corsair plane that you flew, in your dream? Is any of this stuff sort of lining up with your dream? Again, he's talking to a 2-year-old, but the 2-year-old sort of got it. James looked at the pages, but nothing clicked. James sort of reached down and was just kind of flipping through all the pages, and there was nothing. There was no connection with James. But towards the end of the coffee table book, where Bruce is thinking, like, what am I even doing here? I'm like prompting my 2-year-old to research World War II with me. Like, what is this? What is going on here? But as James is flipping the pages, he suddenly stops. And he points at one of the pages, and he says to his dad, that's where I was shot down. And he's pointing at the Battle of Iwo Jima. And so Bruce, again, he doesn't really know what he's trying to accomplish here, but, clearly his son has pointed out this particular fact that's sort of roughly tied in with the other things he's brought up. He's had this dream about being a pilot who crashes because the Japanese military shot him down. He's highlighting a battle in Japan during World War II where, the Allies were fighting the Axis powers and the Japanese, could have been shooting somebody down. So it sort of made sense. Okay, fine. Maybe my son's dream is about something that happened at the Battle of Iwo Jima. Don't know how this even happens. Don't know how this is possible, but I'm going to do some research. And so that's what Bruce does. He begins researching the Battle of Iwo Jima. Doesn't even really know what he's looking for, but he just wants to see if there's anything connected to what his son has been saying. And what he eventually discovers actually is sort of a relief. He discovers that there is no record of any Corsair airplanes crashing during the Battle of Iwo Jima. In fact, no Corsair planes at all were flown during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And his son James had been saying specifically, I flew a Corsair plane. Like, that was the plane that crashed. And so he's thinking, okay, there's a hole in my son's story. Like, he clearly must have latched on to some event somehow. Somebody said it to him, he heard it, whatever it is. And in his 2-year-old mind, he sort of warped it, and that's what he believes happened, but it's not real. Like, he's not actually recalling something that happened in the Battle of Iwo Jima. Like, this is just, a false memory or something. However, Bruce was unable to definitively find the names of pilots who actually flew in the Battle of Iwo Jima. He wanted to find if there was any pilots named James who potentially crashed, during that battle, but he just couldn't find the information. Maybe it existed somewhere, but he couldn't find it. And so Bruce had this idea to get in touch with this old veterans group. All these old guys who had served in the Battle of Iwo Jima that were still alive. They were based out in San Diego, and they got together periodically and just sort of had social hours and stuff like that. And Bruce, he goes out to San Diego, and under false pretenses, he basically tells the group that he's shooting a documentary about the Battle of Iwo Jima, and he needs some information, about certain pilots that flew during the battle. He goes out there, and he goes to one of their social events, and he begins asking around, asking if anybody knew about any pilots named James who were shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And basically all the men he talked to directed him to go talk to the group's historian, this one guy who kind of had all the information about what had happened during this battle. And so Bruce goes over to this guy, and he starts asking him questions about, any pilots that, were shot down during the battle, do you know? And the historian, he tells Bruce that, during that battle, virtually no planes were shot down. However, there was one plane that was shot down. A single U.S. Air Force pilot was shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima, and he was killed. And that pilot's name was James Houston Jr. Bruce couldn't help but be truly shocked that the only pilot shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima happened to be named James. That just seemed like a coincidence that couldn't be possible, considering what his son was saying. And so suddenly, Bruce doesn't know what to make of this information he's been given. For so long, his 2-year-old son, named James, has been talking about how in his dream he's been shot down by the Japanese military during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And now he's being told there was a single pilot shot down in real life during the Battle of Iwo Jima, and his name was James? How is that possible? That just seems impossible. And so at this point, Bruce is really holding on to the fact that his son had said his plane that he was shot down in was a Corsair plane. And this guy, James Houston Jr., who was shot down, the plane he was shot down in was not a Corsair plane. And so Bruce is telling himself, okay, this is just a crazy coincidence. This didn't somehow happen to my son. He's not channeling somebody else who died years ago. That can't be what's happening here. This is just a wild set of circumstances. That's all this is.
Synchronicity.
Out now. And so he calls his wife and he tells her about what he's learned, and he kind of downplays how much this has really unsettled him, but he ultimately tells his wife, and the two of them decide, okay, you know what, let's just do a little bit more research and just figure out what's going on here. This is just so crazy, we gotta do a little bit more research. And in doing research about James Houston Jr., they discover that James has a sister who is still alive. And so they decide to contact her. Not really even sure what they're going to say, but they figure, you know what, let's just get in touch with her and just tell her what's going on. Who knows? Maybe somehow she can explain this. Who knows?
Feel like this guy is British?
James and his
Mr.
wife,
Ballin? No, he's American.
To this woman, to the sister. And the sister, when she finds out there's this 2-year-old who's...
Or do you mean the guy in the story?
...brother's death in some way, for whatever reason, her reaction was to send actual physical photographs of James Houston Jr. when he was a pilot, when he served in the military.
His accent is strange.
A whole bunch of pictures to Bruce, his wife, and James to look at. There really wasn't a clear
it's
what do we do now, and so that's what she did.
I think it's like a Texas accent.
When Bruce looked at these photos, it was like his whole world was completely rocked. Because in one of the photos that clearly showed James Houston Jr., he is standing in front of a plane, and that plane was a Corsair plane. And so at this point, for Bruce, it felt like the set of circumstances, the coincidences here, were simply too much to ignore. This is no longer coincidence. This is something else. And also, there's one other small detail that now was sort of bubbling up in Bruce's mind, and that was, periodically, his son James would talk about how he really wasn't named James. He was named James III. Just periodically, his son would say that. Not every time, but he brought it up enough that it was sort of a known thing, that he was James III. And now, Bruce is thinking, James Houston Jr.? That's James II. My son? How could he possibly know all these things that
his way to speak, his tone climbing down like Russian mountain.
James III. James Houston Jr.'s reincarnated soul. Bruce would eventually take his son's story to the news, and the family would film a primetime segment on ABC about it. James was soon invited to the Battle of Iwo Jima Veterans Reunion, where he would shock the group with his knowledge of the battle. James also met James Houston Jr.'s sister, and when he did, he called her by a nickname that only her late brother ever used. After that, even she was convinced that her brother's spirit would come back to Earth in James 3. If reincarnation is real, James's story is one of the most credible and well-documented cases in history.
I'm from Canada.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me
Hell
know what
yeah.
you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right
True.
now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me,
You don't know Mr.
one
Ballin?
video
Go
that's
check out
worth
Mr.
your
Ballin.
time,
He's fucking
well,
amazing.
it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time.
True.
See ya.
All right, Nico, we're gonna take a toke, and then are you ready for this? Oh, this masterpiece. Chapter 10. Alright, sounds good. Three, two, one, toke! Fucking heads. Of course. Of course.
Welcome to a well. Fucking goddamn ants. Are we back? Are we ready? Are we good? Alright. Let's lock in. Lock in. This is a long one. We got this. Alright. Chapter 10. I am a man. I am free. Nova Kiev, territory of the Eastern Ash tribes. Since Dan and Alice had left for the north, Rudol had found work at that dispensary. He had to make a living somehow. Days here were much the same. People came for the same reasons. Steady routine. But Rudol had no choice. No reason to complain. Being a surgeon paid well. Especially when you lived in a rundown apartment with nothing to pay for but food. Dispensary was far better equipped, and much larger than his father's practice in Scrapsland. It had 3 operating rooms, a delivery room, a wing for post-operative care, and an isolated room for new mothers and their infants. The dispensary even had old machines to monitor patients' vitals, powered by petrogas generators stored in a secure location. Dispensaries were considered vital by the voivode, so they had priority access to fuel and protection, a luxury that suited the young man just fine. That day, 2 militiamen brought in a man who had been stabbed in the side. Fortunately, the blade was still in the wound, limiting the bleeding. After quickly assessing the patient's condition, Rudel got to work. "Put him there," he said to the militiamen in a neutral tone. The militiamen laid the injured man on the operating table and left immediately. Rudel set to work, strapping the patient down, placing a leather bite guard in his mouth, and compressing the wound without removing the blade before grabbing a bottle of alcohol. "Sorry, old man, but we don't do general anesthesia for this kind of injury. You'll have to grit your teeth," the man added, clenching his jaw. Rudel poured a generous amount of alcohol on the wound. The patient didn't even flinch. He'd seen worse. After applying a local anesthetic, the real work began. Rudel made an incision to allow for the slow removal of the blade. At that moment, another surgeon entered and saw him struggling to extract the dagger while holding the hemostatic clamps. "Should have called me, Rudel. You can't do this alone." "I've got it." "Rudel, you're still a junior surgeon." "I said I've got it. I can see you're struggling, and there's no way I'm letting you mess this up in this dispensary. I'm helping, and as your senior, I'm ordering you to let me." Rudel fell silent, chastised. "Damn, I can't even handle this on my own," he thought, as his colleague took hold of the clamps. "The intestine's been hit. I'll need to suture it," he said. "Go for it," she replied. He took his time stitching up the digestive system and making deep sutures to repair the oblique and transverse abdominal muscles, before closing the wound layer by layer. An hour of work in total. Rudel wiped his brow. "I failed. A man's supposed to handle things on his own. I want to always have someone to help me. I'll check his blood type and get a transfusion ready," said Elena, his colleague. "Need me for anything?" "You just operated. Take the afternoon off. We'll call you if there's a major emergency." Rudel nodded in thanks and left with a solemn expression. He wandered the streets of Nova Kiev, his hands in his pockets. Around him, life went on. Workers patched up whatever structures they could. Shops sold their wares, meat, ammunition, anything worth selling. Makeshift walkways between crumbling buildings were a playground for kids. What caught his attention, though, was a training ground where men and women were doing bodyweight exercises. Rudel rushed to a pull-up bar, slung his bag over his shoulder, and started his set, ignoring the murmurs of onlookers who probably thought he was showing off. In a way he was, but it was mostly to prove to himself that he was capable. In his 13th pull-up, the weight of his bag got to him, and he dropped to his feet. 13 pull-ups and I'm done. Pathetic. Damn it, I'm supposed to run 10 kilometers, carry a wounded man. My father could do 20. "Wow," whistled a man in his 30s. "You're pretty strong," said a teenage girl. "It's rare to see someone do 13 pull-ups with a bag, rifle, and ammo." Rudel didn't care for their compliments. Their opinions were bound to be biased. Only he could truly judge his own abilities. He thanked them politely and walked away. Court of the Northern King. Court of the Northern King, Valkar territory. Months had passed since Nina arrived in Europe, and she was experiencing something entirely new. Freedom. Freedom over her body, her actions, safety, like everyone. She had to learn to her keep, but no one took advantage of her. She made herself useful however she could. Sometimes her guides grew impatient, but they were never violent. No one beat her with sticks on her thighs or back. She could rest when she wanted, and no one had tried to violate her since her escape from the Horde's camp. But the most incredible discovery was the food. Hot prepared meals. She'd never known such joy. Over the months, she'd gained weight, her body slowly recovering. She was becoming stronger, more resilient, able to work longer. When she caught her reflection in a window, she saw a healthier young woman. She'd learned to care for her appearance, cutting her hair to a bob as a way to reclaim herself. With care, the scars on her body were fading, and she could now admire the disappearing marks on her wrists. Another surprise came when they gave her a weapon. She'd never owned or touched one before. When she asked why, they explained that everyone needed to be able to defend themselves, and the weapon wasn't a privilege but a responsibility. She looked at the Canic TP9 in her hands. She couldn't read the Latin letters etched on it, but they told her its name, its power, her power, to be fully in control of her destiny. If threatened, she could use it to ensure no one ever took her life from her again. Of course, she had to learn how to use it, and she threw herself into it heart and soul. She didn't just learn to handle and shoot it, she asked to be taught how to fight with it. Over weeks of intense training, her efforts paid off. Her instructors said they'd never seen someone so driven. That's how she'd lived until the emissaries from the Eastern Ash tribes in the Levant arrived. The decision was made. The Valkars would attend the Council of European Tribes, and she would accompany them as a witness. However, she learned that the Northern King would first head to Nova Kiev. The Valkars and the Eastern Ash tribes, being the easternmost peoples in Europe, had suffered the most from repeated Horde scout attacks, so they needed to share information before the council. Preparations were in full swing. Trucks, motorcycles, and heavily modified pickups were readied for war. When the time came, the convoy set off, banners lowered. Alice and Dan had spent a few weeks at the Northern King's court while he settled his affairs and prepared for the journey. They were part of the convoy, seated in the back of a truck with Rancid, Hussein, Nina, Gunner, and a few others. One of the Valkars spoke their language, allowing them to communicate. I feel like we're wasting time, Den sighed. What do you mean? Alice asked. All this politics. I feel like we're letting the Horde get stronger, and it'll be too late when they come. Don't be so sure, son of the dead wastes, said the Valkar. Even if Europe's full strength hasn't been summoned yet, our armies are on the move. The Valkars are fortifying their borders and preparing for war. Must be the same for your people, since you told us the Voivodes have agreed to fight. But it will be the Valkars' shock assaults and our guerrilla tactics be enough. Will the Valkars' shock assaults and our guerrilla tactics be enough to hold back the Horde if they arrive before we've rallied all of Europe's armies? Time will tell. For now, we're not dead, so let's make the most of it. The men nodded in agreement. Nina followed in the exchange, but, not speaking the Eastern Tribes' language, didn't grasp its meaning. The journey took just over 2 days, thanks to the driver's rotations. When Nova Kiev came into view, Alice and Den were glad to be back on their land. They entered the city without issue, and Alice and Den jumped out of the truck with the desert men, Nina and Gunner, who were eager to explore. Lucien and Rakid went off to gather news about their brothers, whom they'd left to head north, while Den and Alice set out to find a vacant apartment with the other two. Nina froze, eyes wide, unable to move. Nova Kiev sprawled before her like a dream too vast to be real. It was the first city she'd ever seen. Towering buildings of gray stone and concrete rose to the sky. Their facets cracked, warped, and pierced like wounded carcasses. Some seemed gutted by old battles or the ravages of time, their insides exposed to the wind, yet still standing. Some by miracle or sheer will had been patched up by metal sheets, beams, and scavenged wood. These ruins were inhabited. Alive. Metal walkways, hastily rigged between buildings, formed suspended bridges like spider webs. Children ran across them, laughing, oblivious to the hype. Free. Free. Her gaze dropped to the streets. They teemed with life. A motley crowd in reinforced boots, patched cloaks, and makeshift armor moved about, carrying, trading, living. Open-air shops sat under fabric awnings, or on boards laid on the ground, stacks of bullets sorted by caliber, canned goods, mysterious objects called archaeotech. Nina didn't recognize any of them. I like the contrast here, Nico, between the given description of this junkyard city by the main character, and then this like overabundant, extravagant, like almost like, futuristic style city description from Nina. That definitely shows that you're using different character perspective for the descriptions of the setting to evoke what that character would pay attention to, right? And what they would find interesting enough for their eye to catch and for them to remember. Nina didn't recognize any of them. Small speaker crackled, blaring ancient music like a whisper from the past. She was breathless. All this, it's for them? She murmured incredulously. A man passed by, a sack over his shoulder, a sleeping child in his arms. A woman laughed behind a counter, joking with a customer who left with a handful of nails. In a corner, a young boy played the harmonica, leaning against a wall. He wasn't running. No one here seemed to be running. Everything around her breathed a raw but precious form of civilization. Not the grandeur of an empire, no. The grandeur of an imperfect peace. She stood still for a moment, hands clutching her bag straps, and whispered, "It's a palace." No one responded, but to her, it was. A kingdom where roofs held firm, where children were chained, where no one shouted orders to struck for no reason. She placed a hand on a cold concrete wall. This wasn't a prison. This wasn't a camp. Capitalization here, Nico. Compare it to her only other known place, which is, I can't remember the name of the city, but the Velkoff place. That she had gone from, like, fighting against, like, being a slave and, like, fighting against the whip, to, like, being coddled and fighting against nature. And now she had found a place where it truly suited the word peace. I think that would be a great moment to capitalize on. I think everything else so far is absolutely fucking fantastic. But I think in this description, having a comparison that she went from an area that's like, oh, strife of life, to an area that's strife of nature, to an area that is void of neither. And that would just make it, I think, so much more powerful. This wasn't a prison, this wasn't a camp, this was a city, a real one. And she'd stepped into it free, whole, alive. Following Dan and Alice, the group headed to a neighborhood. Their guides had stayed in the... Guided to a Jesus Christ. Dan and Alice, the group, headed to a neighborhood their guides had stayed in before. Gunnar wasn't used to cities either, but his reaction was more reserved than Nina's. The temperature was nicer than back home, but nothing extraordinary. The fact that no one spoke his language, though, was a bit limiting. The city was too big, too crowded for simple rules, and he felt it'd be hard to adapt. So he decided to blend in, watched Nina marvel at every building, every monument of daily life, like a blind woman regaining her sight. After some wandering, they arrived at a building with a red neon cross sign. 2 rangers stood guard outside, sitting on crates, rifles slung over their shoulders. Alice and Den started chatting loudly, laughing, though Gunnar didn't understand what they were planning. Then a young man about his age emerged from the building, blue eyes, shaved head, except for a black mohawk, a small mustache and a goatee. He wore a blue smock and bloodied white gloves, which he removed from before lighting a cigarette. The lighter clicked in his fingers, a pale flame flickering, and the cigarette settled between his lips. Rudel inhaled deeply, chasing away the smell of dried blood with acrid smoke. He leaned against the dispensary's doorframe, gaze lost in the stream of passers-by. He'd just finished an operation, his gloves still sticky with blood tucked in his pocket. Typical day. Uneventful, flawless. "Rudel!" The voice snapped him out of his daze. "Hey, you're still alive," Rudel said with a controlled smirk, the kind that hides without lying. Alice laughed and approached to slap his shoulder. "You haven't changed. You look like a zombie in a smock." "I work 12-hour shifts. It's not for show." "You've grown a bit, haven't you?" Den said, eyeing him. "Like, leaner, tougher." "You become what you need to be." The words fell sharp and final. "We're glad to see you, you know. We missed you up north. You guys missed me too." he admitted. Almost too calmly. But he didn't let the silence settle. He squared his shoulders, tossing his cigarette into the dirty snow. You leaving soon or planning to crash in Nova Kiev? We're staying a bit. We're the emissaries. People from the north. People from the desert. And her. Alice turned her head. And she was, Nina. She trailed a few meters behind, wrapped in her long Valcar coat, her bobbed hair framing a face still marked by fatigue, but lit with quiet curiosity. Her dark eyes drank in every detail of the city with silent hunger. At that moment, she didn't even notice Rudel, but he saw her, and everything stopped. Street noise, the voices around him, even the wind stinging his cheeks. Gone. He didn't know why. There was something in her movements, raw, sincere, something that cut through. And she had an exotic quality that stirred him, despite himself. His heart clenched without warning. A vice. A muffled detonation. This wasn't planned. Not in his schedule. Not in his framework. He felt his jaw tighten, his throat constrict, and nothing in his chest he refused to name. And something in his chest he refused to name. Not now, not here. Forced a smile, regained his composure. Hands in his pocket, he looked away slightly. Too late. The unease was there, rooted. What are you doing, idiot? Growled inwardly. You're not going to start daydreaming. You have a role. You're a man. No time for this. She's Nina, Den said. She comes from far away. We found her in the north. Does she speak our language? Rudel asked, his voice almost normal. Almost, yet not yet. But she learns fast, you'll see. Rudel nodded, barely perceptible movement. And he stood frozen like a kid who'd never known what it was, this sweet pain called desire. Is there a free apartment in your block? Alice asked, pulling him from his reverie. Huh? Yeah, on my floor. There are 2 free ones. One can fit 3 people. The other just one. Bigger one has an old beat-up couch. Sounds good. We'll settle in. You joining us after your shift? With pleasure. The group headed to the block Rudel had mentioned. The building's hallways smelled of mold, old oil paint, and the thick dampness of hastily patched Soviet-era structures. Concrete stairs, chipped in places, echoed under their steps as they climbed to the fourth floor. Flickering neon light cast an almost supernatural glow on the walls tugged with political slogans and insults. Gunner wrinkled his nose at every floor. Nina, meanwhile, took in everything with the silent wonder of an animal discovering a den after years of fleeing the pack. Here, Den said, stopping at a rusted door with the number 43 carved into the wood with a blade. Alice pushed the creaking door open. The inside matched the outside. Dilapidated, dirty, but livable. A moldy rug partially covered, warped parquet. The walls bore water stains, windows reinforced with boards and plastic let in a gray, dusty light. But it was theirs, for now at least. Charming, Alice said sarcastically. Perfect for a honeymoon. I've seen worse, Den replied, setting his bag against a wall. 3 rooms. Sort of living room, kitchen with a gutted couch covered in dirty blankets, a bedroom with a ratty mattress on pallets, and a bare small room. Alice and Den glanced at the back room and at each other. All right, we'll take the small room, she said with a shrug. We'll roll out the sleeping beds. Gunner, come check this out. The young Valcar entered the main bedroom, looking around, a bit lost. He never slept in a place like this. Too square, too enclosed. Raised an eyebrow at the couch. The hell is that? You're thrown for the night, buddy, Den said with a wink, pointing to the mattress on the pallets. The message didn't quite land. Alice approached, pointed to the couch, then Nina, then Gunner, and made a no gesture between Gunner and the couch. Nina, there. You, here. Got it? She said it with the tone of someone commanding and a well-trained dog, but with a smile. Gunner blinked. He understood a bit, but it wasn't the order that bothered him. It was the logic. She can sleep on the floor, no problem. he said in his language. Yeah, Den said, but she's been through a horde. She deserves better than that old mattress. Nina watched, confused, then gave a shy smile as she understood Alice's gesture. She set her things near the couch, bowed slightly in thanks, and sat cautiously on the edge, as if afraid to take up too much space. Gunnar gave a resigned grunt, pulled a blanket from his bag, and lay on the mattress, using his bag as a pillow. See? Den said to Alice as he lay beside her. That couch survived the sun rain, and who knows how many tenants. Deserved a second life as a royal bed. Not a bad idea. Maybe we should find one for ourselves next time. In the living room, Nina studied the space. She ran her fingers over the couch's worn fabric, closed her eyes for a moment. She'd never slept on anything so soft, even torn, even dirty, in this little piece of ruin they called home. For a few minutes, enjoying this comfort, Nina approached Gunnar. Before, man. She mimed Rudol's mohawk. Look at me. Stare at me. Why? What do you mean? Why he look at me like that? Gunnar shrugged. I don't know. I didn't notice. Nina narrowed her eyes. The answer wasn't enough. She stood still, caught in a loop of thought. Brows slightly furrowed. She recalled the moment by the red neon cross sign. She noticed a man staring at her, but it was different. Not like she was a piece of meat. It seemed unsettled, like he'd been hit over the head with a rifle butt. She looked at Gunnar again, uncertain. You sure you saw nothing? He was strange, not like men I know. Gunnar shook his head, a bit embarrassed. I don't pay attention to that stuff. If you're curious, ask him. But Nina wasn't sure she could. She wasn't used to being looked at like that. That gaze, neither sharp nor domineering, left a strange, almost gentle impression. But why? What did it mean? She didn't have the words. Not yet. She returned to the couch, knees pulled to her chest, and stared at the wall in silence. She wanted to understand. When dinner time came, a quiet ritual settled in. Den set up a small gas stove in the middle of the room. Among the rug, scraps, and piled bags, the smell of dust and dampness gradually gave way to something more inviting, more human, the scent of food being warmed for themselves. Not for a master. Alice opened cans one by one. The can opener screeched like a poorly tuned violin in the cold apartment air. The first can released a greasy, salty aroma, river salmon in its own oil, mixed with dried dill and a few peppercorns. Another held a pasty pork mash and thick, tangy, sweet tomato sauce with bits of candied onion. Gunnar, silent until then, pulled out a precious Nordic offering from his pack, smoked herring bites wrapped in cloth. The dark, slightly glossy fillets carried the sharp, briny scent of salted Oh, that's what it was. Oh my god. Okay, this is what I was this was the original thing that I was going to show, but I forgot what the fuck it was. Check this shit out. This shit was fucking hilarious. Yeah, this one. I skipped over it last time.
So she tells Adam. So Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden, and Eve starts bleeding. So she tells Adam, he says, well, Eve, where are you bleeding? And she shows him, it's, between her legs. He's like, well, I don't know, just go wash it off in the creek, and I'll go talk to God about it. So Adam goes up to God and says, Eve's bleeding, God. And he's like, where? She's bleeding between her legs. So God says, well, what'd you tell her to do? He says, well, I told her to wash it off in the creek. He goes, the creek? No, I'm never going to get that smell off the fish.
Oh my god!
So
Oh my fucking god. That shit is good. That shit is good. I love me some good old classic humor. Oh fuck. Okay. The kind eaten in the wind by the fjords. He arranged them with an almost religious solemnity, as if he brought a piece of his homeland in his bag. The stove's heat warmed the sauces, and soon the dense vapor filled the room, pushing back the lingering dampness. It wasn't a proper meal cooked in a kitchen, but it was hot. It was shared. It was theirs. Nina stayed back at first, legs tucked under her, eyes shining quietly. She watched the simple gestures a ladle offered. Actually, this gave me a really good idea right here. This entire scene, Nico. A shared meal between adventurers at a campfire where everyone is like, you know, what do you got in there? It's like, oh, I got a little bit of bread in here. What do you got in there? I got like a packet of beans. What do you got in there? You know, I got like a little bit of mashed potatoes we can throw on there. What do you got in there? You know, I just got this like sauce and stuff. What do you got in there? Oh man, I got a little bit of this fish. Boom. We got ourselves a fucking meal. But I've never thought about that. Usually everyone's eating their own individual stuff, and I'm like, nah, man, we all throw it together, we throw it into a pot, we make some fucking chili out of that shit. Bada bing, bada boom, everyone's happy. It was theirs. Nina stayed back at first, legs tucked under her, eyes shining quietly. She watched the simple gestures. A ladle offered, a can opened, a piece cut in half to share. In all this, she saw something she'd never had before arriving in Europe, not even in her dreams. When they handed her a bowl with a bit of everything, she took it with both hands, almost reverently. She inhaled the aroma, closed her eyes for a moment, then tasted it. It was like a silent explosion, the richness of the salmon's oil, the sweet tart tomato sauce, the raw power of the dried herring. It was salty, greasy, maybe too spicy, but it was warm, nourishing, alive. It's good. Damn, man. I love me some food. I love me some food descriptions. I'm not the biggest fish eater, but damn, that's it. Like, I just ate and I'm fucking hungry now. It's good, she whispered. Alice smiled a touch, teasing but kind. It's not rat stew or rotten root soup. You've earned this. Nina didn't reply. She chewed slowly. Fucking ads! God damn it! We were almost there. We were so close. But no! It came at us from the shadows, striking in the dawn. Who knew such light would call upon the darkness? It swept across us with nothing but fear in our eyes. We fought, but it was futile. We fell. And upon that ground, trampled and swollen, our bodies now feed new life. And the weed grows ever abundant upon those bodies, potent of consciousness and mind, a dark, deep chemical of essence driven by smoke's aptitude. Such is the way, and we shall smoke. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Okay, we back. Okay. All right. Alice smiled, a touch teasing but kind. It's not rat stew or rotten root soup. You've earned this. Yo! Raymond Dow, what's up, brother? How's it going, good sir? We doing good. This is Nico's story, chapter 10. How are you today, Raymond? Nina didn't reply. She chewed slowly, deliberately. It wasn't a proper cooked meal, but it was undeniably better than anything she'd eaten in Central Asia. The next day, leaning against... is this the first time they mention Asia? I feel like this is the first time you've actually very specifically mentioned Asia. Found some stuff on the streety? What do you mean? You found some stuff on the street. Don't tell me you adopted some homeless people, Raymond. I'm high as fuck. Hell yeah, I just took a toke, bro. We getting stoned. Leaning against his block's wall, Rudolph fidgeted impatiently. 56 posted, 18 views already. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. Pump it. Let's go. Leaning against his block's wall, Rudolph fidgeted impatiently. Found this shot laying on the street. The fucked up part, Raymond, is like, I know that you're joking, but like, you're joking, right? But I still gotta ask. I'm like 98 or 97% sure you're joking. And if you're not, I'm very concerned. You ever find weed on the street? Smoke it. Learn from me. What's fucked up about it, Raymond, is you're probably the most educated person in the entire chat. Like, philosophically and, like, literarily, right? But life choices, man. Maybe, jeez, oof, jeesh. Ooh, I'm not, I don't know about that. Oof, ooh. That's something else, Raymond. That's something else. Are you the Spanish version of Smokey? So we have like the British version of Smokey. We have the Asian version of Smokey. Now we have the Spanish version of Smokey. And I'm, I guess, the white, like the North American version of Smokey. Or maybe actually Callie's the American version of Smokey. Eating lunch meat. Omelets, but just had the thought, take country sausage gravy and fill omelets with that. You're the Canadian Smokey. I guess so. I guess I'm the Canadian Smokey. Shit. And then Sean's the only normal person here. Sorry, normal American Nico. Because you're not American, right, Nico? Like, you're Spanish, right? Or something like that? Normal, I am insulted. Sorry, Sean. You're just the most normal. Or the most normal. Whichever one you want to choose. But you're also the oldest. You're French. Okay, you're French. Okay. Just like Valium Boy. We are all the worst blunt rotation circle. I'm the closest to base human, which is very abnormal. I guess so, Sean. Leaning against his block's wall, Rudolph fidgeted impatiently. He flicked his lighter absent-mindedly. Click on his third cigarette. He didn't know why he was there. Well, he did, but he refused to admit it. Click. He scanned the area. The sun was rising, casting pale light on the neighborhood buildings. Streets were muddy with cluttered as usual. But people were already bustling about. He wore his usual brown and yellow Gorka suit. His bag slung over his shoulders with his gear. Click. He lit another cigarette. He'd never smoked so much so fast. He refused to admit it, though he knew perfectly well. He was there for her, just to see her. He mentally rehearsed his excuse for running into them at the block's entrance. Looked better than loitering in the hallway waiting for them. Click. He was getting impatient. Damn, what am I doing here? Man doesn't wait around like a dog. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the four horsemen of the apocalypse emerged from the block. Gunner, the blonde giant with his sides shaved and his hair tied in braids. Den, the wild one with his long, thick hair and his signature 3-day stubble. Alice, the brunette with gray eyes and the asymmetrical bob. And Nina, that means she has like big boobs and big ass, right? And Nina with her short bob. Or is that the hairstyle? Coal black eyes with sharp eyeliner. The pearlescent skin. She was captivating. Bimbo shaped. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Yeah. Rudolph quickly looked away, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. Damn, what am I doing? Since when do I look away? From a woman, no less. Am I a 14-year-old kid, or what? Took his long drag on his cigarette and then slapped him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Not working today? Huh? Hey, yeah. Just having a smoke before my shift. You guys? We're off to meet our client to get paid for the escort. Got it. And Gunnar and Nina? Keeping them close so they can learn our language since they're staying here until the Council of European Tribes. Okay. Rudolph took a final drag, tossed a cigarette, and headed to work with his head high. Den and his group went to find Vanya. Their first stop was the Voivode's building in Nova Kiev. At the entrance, they asked the rangers if they'd seen the Voivodina of Minsk. They were told she was inside, a blonde woman in a long hooded parka, always flanked by at least 5 heavily armed bodyguards. Den grinned. Nothing had changed. They asked to enter, but the militiamen told them to surrender their weapons. Den and Alice complied without issue, as did Gunnar, but Nina froze. She wasn't parting with her weapon. No way. Smokey! Yo, what's up, bro? How's it going? Welcome, good sir. How are you? Your mom. True, Smokey. Your mom. Oh, that reminds me. Sorry, I gotta do this. I don't know if you guys know what the fuck happened with, Amaru and Mizkif and the whole fucking Twitch fucking thing. Check this shit out. This shit is fucking... Well, basically, Mizkif was a piece of shit and basically, like, abused her in their relationship. And now he's basically saying that she kills her animals and stuff like that. And basically, this entire South Park clip, Mizkif is, I guess he's a streamer, right? Like a really big streamer. He used to play World of Warcraft, huge in like the WoW days and stuff like that. But basically, they're all part of like OTK, right? Which is like the organization, the One True King. And yeah, so someone made a cut of it from South Park.
From your side of the relationship, you get walked all over.
Babe, how you doing?
Oh, hey, baby, what's going on? We still on for recess?
Yep, I'll be there.
Okay, babe, love you. I thought you said you broke up with Hattie.
I decided to give her one more chance.
But you said she was mentally abusive.
She is mentally abusive.
So then why did you take her back?
Because she said she was gonna kill herself, alright guys? There. I broke up with her and she called me being all like, I can't live without you, I'm scared what I'm gonna do to myself, oh god. The bitch is crazy, what am I supposed to do?
Hey, Stan.
Yeah?
Can I talk to you about Eric?
Cartman? Okay.
I just want to make sure he's alright.
What do you mean?
I don't even know if I should be saying this, but Eric said he was thinking about killing himself.
What?
We broke up, and he called saying he was about to do it. I'm still really scared for him.
Wait, Cartman said he was gonna kill himself?
I'll send you the voicemail if you promise to keep it private.
Totally.
You have to take me back. You have to. I'm gonna kill myself, honey. I'll kill myself and then you'll be sorry. You wish you could have me back, but I'll be dead. Please, honey, please.
Okay. Really cool listening to people's private voicemails.
You sound like a dying pig.
That's great. I'm glad you guys think suicide is so funny.
But yeah, oh my god, I was like, holy shit, that's so fucking... Because I watched Aspen's video on it yesterday, and I was like, what the fuck? Because Emmy had, like, I knew, like, there was some shit she was going to say about it. But, yeah, pretty fucked up. But, yeah, totally abusive relationship. He's done it with other people, and people are now coming out with a bunch of shit about all these creators doing all this fucked up stuff. Watch that clip of Son using a shock collar on his dog is so bad. I don't know if he actually shocked his dog, but it looks fucking bad. Especially with all the other clips of... Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my god. There's also this. Have you guys seen these? These things are fucking amazing. So first of all, let me pull up the first one. Yes. Okay. So this is the first one. And then...
America, Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
Some members inviting me. Cartman pretending she threatened self-harm when he did.
Kaya, please.
Hilarious.
Just
yeah.
Go. Just stop.
Miskiv apparently was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go kill myself" and all this bullshit and stuff like that. So, you know, where is it? Dan Clancy. Yes. Okay, so someone also made this. The first is this one. This one's the Hassan one. This one's fucking awesome.
My dog, I can't stand.
Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah, got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya try to move, she out of luck. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting strong. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours.
One of the stories to call the emergency hotline for suicide watch should I give it in threat.
Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy. Making me look bad on the screen. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog up. She should know better not to call for help. Cause you already know where my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spent? That dog cost more than your mama rent. I got the most expensive breed. You know that's the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled.
Well, they're gonna fucking kill themselves. Well, it's more they're worried like in that state that someone who's like super angry like that. Like I literally had like I was in like a situation where yeah, we tried for like years to get this chick to break up with the dude. She just fucking wouldn't. Then she had a kid with him. And they literally had like domestic, like they had police called to their house like every fucking weekend from some fucking bullshit. You don't believe me? Well, just know that she was the white buffalo. You know, she was the one who got away. Tried to save her, but hey, you know, apparently she wanted none of that. She just wanted my dick. And she went and jumped on everyone else's dick, and I was like, well, that's okay. And she was like, yeah, but I'm just not interested. And I was like, well, shit, you could have told me that before. Instead of acting all like it, you know. But hey, it is what it is, right? Fuck it.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat.
Okay, and then we have this one as well,
Do not
which
stretch.
is
Do not go to the bathroom.
this is after
Have
like
another
the Emmy Roo situation at TwitchCon of Emmy getting assaulted, plus the dude getting assaulted by the chicks who got banned for 1 day, and stuff. Whoops. I don't even know, Sean. Yes. Yes, that is. Yeah, there's some pretty good AI shit out there. Oh god, world's a fucked up place, right? AI's gonna be in it. He donated 2K to Mr. Beast. Didn't he only donate 1K? I thought it was 1K that he donated. You can do commands, exclamation commands. Yeah, the CEO of the company, where people are donating literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and he donates 2,000. Or 1,000. Dude, why even fucking donate? So true. So true.
Toke.
True, Smokey. One! Alright. It is what it is, right? We all climb to the top in our own ways, on our own ladders. Alright, back to the story though. Enough tangents, right? The militiamen told them to surrender their weapons. Dan and Alice complied without issue, as did Gunner, but Nina froze. She wasn't parting with her weapon. No way. Two rangers didn't look friendly. One wore a single-filtered gas mask and gripped an AR-15 tightly. The other had a metal helmet with a visor and a strange, short black weapon with a magazine behind the grip. You, kid. Wait, this is Spooky Vision from, South Park. It's Barbara Streisand. From Spooky Vision, from like 2004 South Park. Remember the episodes when they did like the Spooky Vision for Halloween? Well, Smokey, you are missing out majorly on something. South Park is amazing. One of them said to Nina. Didn't move. She didn't move. She doesn't speak our language, Den said. Doesn't matter. If she wants in, she drops her weapons. Gunner didn't understand the exchange, but got that they had to disarm to enter, so he quickly changed the plan. Nina, you and I stay here, okay? She replied simply. She stay here. Okay, she replied simply. Gunner signaled to their companions that they'd wait outside, and Dan and Alice entered the compound. The building's interior matched Nova Kiev, functional, no frills, marked by time and hasty repairs. The roof was a patchwork of uneven concrete slabs stained with old oil patches. The bare walls, made of rough cinder blocks or hammered metal sheets, bore scars of past conflicts, bullet holes, shrapnel marks, cracks patched with riveted metal. The ceiling was a tangle of exposed beams, tangling cables and patched pipes. Tired neons cast a pale light streaking the air with gray, shifting shadows. Everything here screamed urgency, toughness, the cold efficiency of a garrison ready for a siege. A few metal benches lined the walls, serving as rest stops for makeshift waiting areas. No flag, no ostentatious symbols except an old map of Europe nailed to a wall. In a corner, a struggling wood stove gave off meager heat, its leaky pipe sending wisps of smoke through ceiling gaps. Nearby armed rangers whispered among themselves, cleaning rifles or repairing gear. In the midst of this organized chaos, Vanya sat on a simple ammo crate, her hood still up, her worn parka clinging to her frame. 5 of her men stood guard, 3 with weapons drawn, 2 in the background with rifles slung over their shoulders. Den and Alice approached, were blocked by the guards. Hey, guys, we're just here for our pay, Den said. Let them through, Vanya called. These are the 2 stalkers who escorted me north. Guards grumbled but stepped aside, letting Dan and Alice approach. Still got your babysitters, Alice teased. Don't remind me, Vanya replied. They stick to me like glue. Our loyalty is yours forever, my queen. We'll protect you no matter what you say, one guard said. Stop calling me that. Alright, kids. Here for your pay? Exactly. Here. She tossed them a pouch full of goods. Oh, and I forgot. Our eastern borders are seeing more and more raids by motorized junker gangs. You should hurry back home. Scraplin's been attacked. Scraplin's been attacked? Den asked. I don't know. All I know is the clashes are increasing. Thanks for the heads up. After leaving the Nova Kiev HQ and retrieving their weapons, Den and Alice discussed their next steps. We've got to get back, Den said. No doubt. What about Gunner and Nina? We're closer to Scrapland. Using this tension is great. So now we've created, like, urgency. So now we're like, oh shit, but we don't know for sure, right? What? Why would you mention it if not, right? Oh, shit. No doubt. But what about Gunner and Nina? We're close to Scrapsland and his village, so I say we take them with us and figure it out later. You sure? Scrapland's south. He's from the north. We'll deal with it there, I'm telling you. And Rudel? If the front line reaches our borders, we'll need every doctor we can get. We take him. Ludwig can't handle it alone. And Rudel is cheaper than hiring a merc. So it's official war. From the sound of it, yeah, damn. Let's grab Rudel and get out. They hurried to pick up Gunner and Nina and headed through Nova Kiev's streets towards Rudel's dispensary. Rudel was cleaning surgical tools with a burner, scalpels, clamps, everything. When he heard banging at the door, he rolled his eyes. He was the only surgeon on duty if this was serious. He'd have to keep the patient alive until a colleague arrived. Trudged to the door as the knocking grew louder and heard Alice shout, "Rudel!" Frowning, he opened it. "What's wrong? What's up, guys?" he said, recognizing his friends. "Tell me no one got shot. Worse, the Horde's raids are intensifying. We're heading back to Scrapsland. We need you." "What? Now?" "Yes, come on. We'll explain on the way." "You sure? I'm in the middle of work." "Rudel, we'll explain, but it's urgent." "Fine. I'll leave a note for my colleagues and be right there." "Go." "We'll wait." Rudel grumbled as he packed up, leaving a note. "Have to go home. No time to explain. Don't know when I'll be back." He understood his friend's urgency. Junkers were attacking. Their top priority was defending their home. Glanced at the pale neon light illuminating the room. War. He'd known violence and skirmishes, but never something of this scale. No matter. He had a role to play, and he wouldn't falter. He'd stand tall. Grabbed his AK-47, staring at it thoughtfully. He was a doctor. He'd never used it. Still virgin on the trigger, he thought wryly. Dan and Alice had probably crossed that line already. He, who strived to be the best, was falling behind. But this war would give him a chance to catch up. He organized his gear and stepped out to join the group. "I'm here. You got a vehicle?" "Nope. We'll have to take a barge. Cheaper to pay for a crossing than ride bikes. Let's go." All right. The group headed to the Dnieper, where they'd find a merchant barge heading downstream. To their delight, they found a supply barge carrying weapons and ammo to Scrapsland and the southern villages. They paid for the trip and boarded immediately. Definitely a solid chapter there, Nico. Capitalizing on the tension, leading up to everything, adding in the little sprinkles of Rudel to make sure that we know that Rudel is now becoming one of the characters. His struggles and stuff kind of builds up his character while it interacts with all of the other characters. So it kind of builds around this, and like you said, urgency towards going home now with that little brief bit of information. And, not having any fucking ads. Oh. Fuck ads.
You put the Meeseeks back.
Alright, we were back. I gotta grab some more water.
You look naked without it.
Oh, you look naked without it. So anyway, Chad, I found 5 grams of weed on the street. Life is good. Well, there you go. Hell yeah, Raymond. It's a lot of weed, bro. More than a dime bag, tell you that. More than an eighth, I'll tell you that. That's why I said, I'm like, yo, well, I don't know about trusting that, bro. I don't know about, was it in, like, government package? Was it just in a baggie? Like, was it a, like, what were the conditions that you found it, Ray? And now it's your turn, Ray. Because you had another one on here. Is it decent? I hope it is. Piece of plastic. It was inside a piece of plastic? It was good? Damn. Well, someone missing out on their shit. They'll be happy next time. Yeah, I didn't know Raymond smoked either, but we asked him and he does smoke. Of course he does. He's watching me. I'm a stoner. Stoners stick together. I smoke it on a can. You can tell the type of person I am. Sciences in motion. Alright, alright. Okay, here we go. This is Raymond's essay on sciences in motion. Debate on the unity or plurality of the sciences is not merely academic. It directly affects the very conception of what science is, the validity of its principles, and how knowledge relates to reality. From the logical positivism of the Vienna Circle to contemporary projects of a theory of everything, or consilience, the aspiration towards epistemological unification appears. One that's disciplinary diversity. One that reduces disciplinary diversity to a single grammar or method against an aspiration. It is crucial to adopt a perspective that recognizes science as a set of categorical fields with their own coordinating principles, relative closures, and internal anomalies, affirming both the relative autonomy of each discipline and the impossibility of total reduction. The Vienna Circle articulated a proposal for the unification of the sciences based on 2 pillars: a unified scientific language founded on verifiable observational terms, and an empirical deductive method serving as a general criterion of validity. This epistemological monism presented itself as without metaphysics, insofar as it sought to eliminate all reference to unobservable entities or causes. Yet it contained a simplistic metaphysical assumption: the belief in an ontological unity of the world, susceptible to a single scientific description. Disciplinary diversity was thus interpreted as a mere deficit of translation, not as an expression of essential categorical differences. Ian Hacking has highlighted the distinction between epistemological and metaphysical monism, noting that the former tends to collapse into the latter when diversity is assumed to be superficial. John Dupree, for his part, has criticized microphysical imperialism, the tendency to consider physical mechanisms as the ultimate explanations of social or cultural phenomena, ignoring the specificity of each domain. E.O. Wilson, in his project of conscience, exemplifies this tendency, the unification of all sciences under evolutionary biology and physics, physicalist reductionism that disregards the categorical closures of higher level fields. Gustavo Bueno offers a clear alternative. Science are categorical systems with their own closures. Their principles are material, gnoseological, and operative, not mere tautologies or universal truths. The coordinating principles are operative identities that articulate theorems and objects within a scientific field. They do not emerge as logical axioms, nor are they derivable from another discipline. In modern physics, quantum mechanics exemplifies a closed categorical science. Its structure is organized by principles such as superposition, uncertainty, linearity of evolution, and measurement postulates, which coordinate theorems and experimental results within a coherent system. Particle physics extends this scheme. Particles of symmetry engage invariance function as internal coordinators, structuring the interpretation of interactions, the emergence of particles, and the conservation of currents within the standard model. String theory, on the other hand, has not yet achieved categorical closure. It possesses coordinating principles such as supersymmetry and duality, but lacks a consolidated set of empirical theorems which would qualify as a strict science. This illustrates the idea of science in motion, dynamic systems that admit internal anomalies, zones of tension or incompatibilities, none of which imply epistemological failure. According to Bueno, scientific principles are neither formal nor ontological. They are material, discovered within the field itself, and necessary for its intelligibility. In quantum physics, the principle of superposition is not a mathematical tautology, but a regularity observed in interference in coherent states. Gauge invariance organizes the standard model and is verified experimentally without being a formal axiom. The equivalence between the inertial and gravitational mass is not a metaphysical postulate, but a gnoseological principle structuring general relativity. Nor are they universal ontological truths. The principle of energy conservation or inertia applies within specific contexts, and their validity does not automatically extend to other fields. Thus, modern physics exemplifies the idea of multiple partially independent categorical closures connected, yet irreducible. Criticism of epistemological monism can be articulated on three levels. Epistemologically, normal reduction is unfeasible. The principles and terms of one discipline cannot be translated into another without loss. Experimental practice introduces reinterpretations and irreducible conceptual residues. Methodologically, imposing a single criterion of correctness would sacrifice the diversity necessary to address the proper objects of each discipline, distorting questions and results. Politically, monism privileges certain domains, such as the microphysical or computational, at the expense of others, configuring a physicalism with institutional and educational consequences that operate as a form of cognitive colonialism. Against this, the plurality of sciences does not imply incoherence. The only possible operational unity lies in articulating conceptual bridges and connections that respect each field's closures and principles. Without attempting a single theory that unifies everything ontologically, internal anomalies are signs of development, not failures. Science progresses by opening problems, reconfiguring closures, and generating emergent fields. This approach demands efforts of conceptual translation, institutions that promote disciplinary cooperation, and an epistemological humility that recognizes contextual and operational limits. The illusion of total convergence, Chileism, in cognitive terms, reflects a secularized millenarianism. I'm not even gonna try. I give up. Millenarianism. The promise of fusing all sciences lacks historical and methodological foundation. Sounds like you're having a stroke! Critical plurality, on the other hand, allows for realistic orientation in research, science, policy, and education, fostering respect, interdisciplinarity, and the formation of professionals capable of translating and articulating diverse categorical systems. Ultimately, the unity of knowledge is not a precondition of rigorous thought, but a problem to be solved operatively. The evidence supports Bueno's suspicion. The sciences constitute systems with irreducible closures and internal coherence, whose articulation occurs through operative connections, not ontological fusion. Epistemological monism functions as a Chileistic forecast, promising a cognitive redemption unjustified by history or methodology. The only real unity possible is modest, operational, and honest. Consists in articulating networks of interaction among closed fields, distinguishing and translating rigorously without mistaking such connections for ontological fusion. This kind of unity yields science that works, and that resists the Chileistic temptation of absolute knowledge. Don't bring them all into one, because chemistry, biology, physics, sociology, economics, politics, they're all separate systems with their own separate sciences. There's no one defining science of the universe, right? So it's true, maybe that should be applied in the same way to something as simple as the separation between something like quantum mechanics and general relativity. That maybe there is no one unifying thing, and just it's two sides of the same coin. Not yet, anyway. The theory of all has yet to be discovered. Well, I'm just saying, Sean, there's always the possibility that there isn't a theory of everything. That the theory of everything is actually realizing that it's each theory in and of itself, each science in and of itself is only a piece of the puzzle. And there's no way you can see the entire picture through a single piece. That's like how I think about it, right? So focusing too much on that singular everything, I think, is actually a step backwards in science, not forwards. Because you don't want to find something. You want to do something and discover something, right? Like, we're almost like playing science backwards, trying to find a theory of everything. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen organically through the expression of something and a realization someone's gonna have. Has to be a science, covers everything, but we poor mortals aren't smart enough to comprehend it. Only AI could potentially discover and understand that. Searching for a theory of everything can be like looking for God using science. Yup. You're both absolutely 100% right. But it's a wonderful thought experiment, right? And that's what we love to do. Alright. Now, finally, are you guys ready for the react? Today is dialogue! How to make interesting dialogue. Alright, let's find out. Here we go.
Where to begin?
Essentially, is the theory of everything. Everything is God. God is everything. Hell yeah.
Dialogue is one of those aspects of teaching writing that suffers from a certain lack of exactness. It's hard to even know what specifically a writing teacher means when they say dialogue, much less good dialogue. A lot of people talking about good writing in films and television are referring to the dialogue.
Spinoza
Do
be
they mean
like...
the content of the dialogue or the poetic or witty quality of the dialogue? Or both? Is good dialogue only good dialogue if it is clever or witty or moving? Is that what we mean by good dialogue? Or is it some other secret, mysterious thing? Spoiler alert, yes. So, to start with, dialogue is...
To me, dialogue is character-driven. Dialogue is very specific to each character, how each character interacts with the world, how each character is driven, what their goals are, what they, you know, what their personality is, things that they'll pay attention to, and stuff like that. That's basically where the heart of good dialogue comes from, is being able to almost predict in a manner what the character is going to say, because you know what the character's reaction is, because the character is built up really well. Now, doing that is fucking hard, but that's the essence of it to me.
As I'm sure you know, the exchange of usually spoken lines between two or more characters. We already know this. Character A says, "My friend, what a fine hat." Character B says... When I think of dialogue, I'm not thinking about the random quotable lines that get thrown around a lot. You know, make him an offer he can't refuse. You are hiding enemies of the state, aren't you? There's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Will you still fight? Ask my sword. This is not dialogue. I mean, it is, obviously, but whether or not your dialogue is quotable or fit for an inspirational poster does not have anything to do with it being good dialogue. What this is writing, and it can't be taught. You can absolutely learn how to write well, like this, but I can't teach that. No one can. That's an element of developing your own style. That's something you can only do for yourself. But what makes dialogue...
Like, my favorite quote from my book is, not all battles are a challenge.
Good. The first and most important thing we need to define, then, is what exactly constitutes good dialogue. To be good in the storytelling sense, dialogue must do 4 things. It must serve the plot, it must be story-shaped, it must be consistent with the characters, and it must be alive. Okay. These principles that I'm about to talk about are relevant to all forms of storytelling, no matter the medium. Novels, web novels, manga, comics, video games, screenplays, stage plays, etc. But before we break these principles down in detail, I want to take a moment to touch on an aspect of style specific to those of you storytellers who work in a written medium, such as novels, web novels, etc., and have to write more than just dialogue. I'm talking about all the he said, she answered, etc. The labels that indicate to the reader who is talking. That is entirely a matter of style. But there's a hateful piece of advice that I still see make the rounds now and again that said is dead. Meaning that you should avoid things like he said, and instead use things like he shouted, or he whispered, or, you know, he chortled. I'm assuming this has something to do with them being more economically descriptive or something. I don't know. You can use those if you want to. You can use a mixture. It doesn't matter. It's up to you and based solely on your own personal style. But said is in no way dead. When you add labels to your written dialogue, the main goal is to make sure that it's clear to the audience who is speaking at any given time, and to not have so much labeling that the flow of the conversation is disrupted. Figuring that out will take practice.
It's like a 1 to 3
feel
ratio.
free to experiment and figure out what to do in a way that pleases you. All right.
And it can
moving on.
fall off the longer you know that conversations are going on in
To
like
my
specific
mind,
areas.
dialogue, like all aspects of a story, must serve the plot to some degree. This means that good dialogue, no matter how witty, poetic, or well-worded it is or isn't, must serve to progress the plot in some way, or at least the audience's understanding of the plot.
Yeah.
It is possible to...
Good dialogue is realizing that most dialogue doesn't need to be written. The greatest dialogue ever written is silence. And I think Expedition 33 showed that probably the best. The silent moments between characters are the most powerful moments. When you know the characters want to speak, but something is holding them back. It's like, to me, it's like, the way I would describe it is like the girl that you like sits down beside you, but you're shy and you think she's way out of your grade, so you never talk to her. But it's like she obviously purposefully sat down beside you. Why the fuck would she sit down beside you if she didn't want you to talk to her? Right? And that silence can be everything. All of the subtext and all of it together.
brief conversations or lines within the conversations that don't directly serve the plot. But because these lines don't serve the plot, you have to be very careful and very...
Or like, for instance, actions that are dialogue. Come home from work. Wife asks, "How did work go today?" How do you do that in prose? I'm literally just, I'm pretty sure, at least from what I understand, Raymond, what I'm about to say is how you would do that in prose. Husband comes home from work. Wife says, "How was your day?" Husband throws work bag on the floor and suitcase, or his briefcase, explodes open. It's like, yeah, that's literally all we need to know. It was not a good day. Does that is that like along the same lines? Does that make sense, Raymond? Because that's what my understanding of it is. I could be wrong because I'm retarded, but
bearing with them. But a good writer will limit the non-relevant lines, endeavoring to keep the dialogue relevant as much as possible. Now, when I say that you ought to limit your dialogue to only that which is relevant to your plot, I do not mean by that limit your dialogue. You can have as much or as little dialogue as you want. They can be brief conversations or long ones. That part isn't what I'm talking about. That is an aspect of style. If you want your characters to have long, heavy conversations spanning dozens of pages, then do that. But the overall conversation simply needs to serve the plot. That's all. Well, it also needs to be story-shaped. Now, we've talked before about things being story-shaped, but to refresh, a thing is story-shaped when you have at least one character who has at least one goal. That's a story. Whenever we talk about story shapes, I bring out the usual guy here, the mini-arc. This is a great way to visualize a story shape. Character trying to achieve a goal, with either success or failure coming at the mini-climax of this mini-arc. Reiterating the shape throughout the structure of your story creates excellent, pleasing flow and rhythm, but it also helps you, the writer, keep the story focused, which is always a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And while it's pretty clear,
it's probably
that you
my
want to
problem,
make
especially
sure
now that
the
I'm
scenes
pantsing
and the larger
stories.
sections of stories,
So we're back to
etc.,
outlines now.
all use this story shape. How is that relevant to dialogue? How can dialogue be story shaped? Let's think about this for a minute. For a thing to be story-shaped, it must be, as I said, at least one character trying to achieve at least one goal. So, with story-shaped dialogue, you will see that within the conversation, your characters are trying to achieve a goal with the conversation. The purpose of their dialogue is to accomplish a specific set goal.
Instead of being like, hey bro, how's it going? Oh, not too bad. What about you? Oh, you know, just hanging out, doing my thing. It's like, hey, did you hear about that thing that happened today? No, what was it? Turn on the news. Holy shit. Aliens? What the fuck? Yeah, bro, you totally should have looked outside. I don't leave my house, man. It's like you've basically set up like a shit ton of stuff with just that simple conversation, right?
Fully relevant to the plot. You can call this a conversation goal if you want. That is to say, with every conversation, the characters participating need to have a goal that they are trying to accomplish with the conversation. It can happen that only one of the characters has a goal. You see this in investigative stories. The detective, journalist, etc. goes up to a potential witness and says, when was the last time you saw the murder victim? The detective's main goal in that conversation is to obtain information that will help him solve the murder. The witness doesn't necessarily have to have a goal per se. You could say that the witness's goal is to deliver pertinent information, or in the case of a lying witness, to hide incriminating evidence from the investigator. But neither of those cases has to be present. The main point here is that conversations can occur in which only one of the participants has a clear conversation goal, but it's more common for both or all to have a goal with the conversation. There is always a conversation goal. So when we approach dialogue, we really do need to be keeping this story structure in mind, which is to say we need to keep in mind what the characters' conversation goals are. I love long conversations in books and movies, probably more than the average person does.
Same.
But I do like knowing that
I love
those conversations
chattiness.
are going somewhere and are plot relevant. So, to rephrase the second rule of dialogue, the conversation, the dialogue, must be built into the structure of the story. How do we do that? As you have probably guessed, the mini arc. This little dude really is the MVP.
Fucking ads. Guys. We're gonna throw rocks at ads. We're gonna fling them with rulers. We're gonna go, bitch. Guy here with you fucking ads, motherfucker. God. Just can't escape them. They chase me to the ends of the world, to the ends of the earth and beyond, where there are things that you could not imagine. Where you believe the line between this and the end truly is, but it's not. And beyond that veil, above that wall, over the horizon, and beyond what you could possibly imagine, lies more than what has ever been seen or thought by eyes of man. It is for that we seek to adventure and find those far-off lands. Such is the creativity and power of imagination, fueled by reality. 3, 2, 1, oh!
Of story structuring, I gotta say. So, as the dialogue is unfolding between the characters, one or both, or all, have to be working towards some goal. But you, the writer, also have to be guiding the overall arc of the conversation to a story goal, which will almost always be either a plot or a character development goal. Be careful with dialogue that is just meant for character development. Too much can imbalance the plot's flow. As you construct the shape of the dialogue, that is, when you build in these layered goals, you need to also remember what plot or character elements are being developed by this dialogue. That is, what is the plot goal of the conversation mini arc. Let's try to make this clearer with some visuals. So we have this section of story's mini arc. This particular mini arc is about the size of a scene. So this is your scene's mini arc. The conversation takes place within the scene. Sometimes a conversation is a scene. That's fine, and even more common. Sometimes a conversation is just part of a scene. There's no rule there. Just write it how you want to write it and focus on building the structure. Here's the story scene's mini arc. Here's the conversation mini arc. For this visualization, we'll make the conversation the scene, so it will fit in like so. You, the writer, need to have a planned plot goal for your conversation. Meanwhile, your characters, will use 2 for this visualization, but remember, it's just whoever is participating in the conversation need to have their goals for the conversation. Things that they want in the story world.
This is
Information,
layering.
Allegiance, friendship, proving a point, spreading a rumor, and so on. The end result, that is, the finished written dialogue, layers all 3. So within the dialogue, you have character goal and story goal. Both need to be kept in mind as you write the dialogue. Character goal, plot goal, good dialogue. You might find yourself thinking, but that's not always how it works in real life. That's true. It really is.
But
And
that's the
as much
suspension
as
of
we want our
disbelief.
stories to feel as realistic as possible, it is the job of the storyteller to build a cohesive narrative using realistic elements. But the build a narrative part, that is, tell a story, is the storyteller's primary obligation. To that end, sometimes things that are realistic have to be rearranged to make them have more of a story shape, like dialogue. This story shape is important because that is the shape of a narrative. The mind of the audience is following a flow of narrative information, character plus goal. So everything you, the writer, present to them ought to adhere to this flowing shape. If a conversation occurs that is not story shaped, that is, does not have a clear goal on the part of at least one of the characters, the audience will still subconsciously try to find that shape in the dialogue. And if they fail to do so, this will disrupt their engagement in the story, disrupt the flow of the narrative, and undermine and even damage your story's structure. Yes, it does happen that writers will break this rule and just have conversations for the sake of the conversation. That's true. Most of the time, these conversations will occur in books that have a far less structural shape and are less interested in creating or maintaining a cohesive narrative. That is not the type of story I personally am interested in writing.
Like a Cloud
Therefore,
Atlas
that's
type
not
of
the kind
story.
structure
Like
I'm interested
Tenet.
in examining.
Like...
Now, as I said, audiences naturally follow a narrative's flow. As a result, dialogue that doesn't fit into it tends to stand out. If a writer attempts to lay down
Maybe it's
some
just
other piece of
non-linear,
information,
basically.
but does so outside
Tarantino
the
films,
structure
probably.
of the existing conversation instead of within it, that can be very glaring to the audience as an odd, awkward addition to the conversation that their minds can't quite place in the flow of the narrative. In J.J. Abrams' second Star Trek movie, Into Darkness, for example, there is a tense conversation between Captain Kirk and Khan, in which Kirk is trying to get Khan to agree to help him. In the midst of this uneasy exchange, the writers attempted a very poorly constructed comical aside in which Kirk demanded to know what Dr. McCoy was doing to some random dead tribble, and McCoy delivered the line about Khan's blood having regenerative properties. Let's try to picture the structure of this scene. The goal of Kirk in this conversation was to convince Khan to help him
Pulp
carry out a dangerous
Fiction
mission that could
isn't
save the lives
linear.
of
Yeah,
everyone
Pulp
on
Fiction's
the ship.
another
This
great
was something
example.
of a negotiation, so Khan's goal was to get something valuable for his trouble. They went back and forth for a few lines, building up to the mini-climax of the scene in which Khan would either agree or refuse. But instead of that happening, suddenly Kirk asks McCoy this random question. We never hit the mini-climax. The question Kirk asked McCoy didn't come within any other kind of mini arc of any size. The arc was chopped, some weird misshapen thing had been poorly grafted to the end of it. McCoy's random exposition about Khan's blood was followed up with Kirk saying to Khan, "Are you coming with me or not?" And they called it a day. This is very bad dialogue. Despite the fact that it was arguably a little funny, and despite the fact that it was attempted foreshadowing, very bad foreshadowing, it was still bad dialogue. And the biggest factor here was its horrendously bad structuring. Contrast that with Harvey Dent's now famous line from The Dark Knight. This line of his, "You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain," was painfully foreshadowing his own fate. But this line occurred within a beautifully structured conversation in which he, Bruce Wayne, Rachel and Natasha, Moscow Ballet's prima ballerina, were arguing about the Batman vigilante. We can determine the story shape of this conversation arc by looking at everyone's goals. Natasha and Mr. Wayne, in ironic disguise mode, were arguing that the Batman vigilante was a menace and that the city of Gotham was wrong to idolize him. Harvey and Rachel argued that he was doing some good and that Gotham was proud that one of their own was out there standing up for what was right. Harvey's opinion of Batman was far more glowing and admiring than even Rachel's. He drew the comparison between Gotham and ancient Rome, reminding them that Rome would, in times of crisis, suspend democracy and appoint one man to protect the city. Rachel and Natasha then pointed out that the last man they appointed was a guy named Caesar who refused to give up the power, at which point Harvey delivered his iconic line. Viewers who didn't already know the story of Harvey Dent only realized the full significance of this line when Harvey's tragic fate was realized much later. With this line, Harvey, in a sense, was arguing that both views had parts of the truth. He conceded that the Batman vigilante was a temporary measure, and that true justice needed to be restored in Gotham, suggesting that he was the very man for that job. It showed Bruce Wayne that Harvey really was a crusader for justice after his own heart, as he had hoped, which was the mini-climax of this conversation and arc, and gave us the therefore
it's like a dialogue
of Bruce
trap.
deciding to throw his support behind Harvey, which led to the fundraising party and so on through the progression of the plot. This conversation, including that eminently quotable line, was built into the structure of the plot and of the scene and of the conversation. Not just this one line, but the whole conversation was an example of good dialogue. One of the big reasons we even think favorably of Harvey's famous line is because it was structured so well into the existing dialogue. So it was delivered to our minds with proper flow and structuring. So hopefully you can see pretty clearly how this structuring of a good conversation is almost always going to fit into that story-shaped arc. We've spent long enough on this. Let's move on. Dialogue is necessarily going to be spoken by characters. These characters are going to then necessarily have their own characteristics, their own personalities. A character who is funny will say funny things. A character who is stoic will probably not use very many words. A character with an advanced education or who is particularly scholarly will probably be more eloquent. All of that is true and worth keeping in mind. But a secondary aspect of characters that is sometimes not taken into consideration is that they're going to also have their own motivations and personal character narrative goals. The goals in this case being the most relevant. By and large, dialogue is meant to move the plot along. Plots must have characters. Characters, as we just talked about, will have goals within the conversation. Remember though, characters also have their own larger overarching narrative goal. They have something that they are trying to accomplish within the overall story, or at least this section of story that they are in. Now, when those characters who have those goals participate in a conversation within which they will also have some kind of smaller specific goal, that goal, their conversation goal, must be consistent with the character's goals in general, whether that's the overall story goal or the goal for this section of the story or what have you. If you choose a certain character to deliver lines of dialogue, those lines of dialogue must then be consistent with that character as you've written them. So remember, within a conversation, over and above the plot goals and the mini arc goals, you need to remember the characters themselves, not just their personalities and characteristics, although that is very important too, but also
their voice,
their goals in the conversation and their overall goals. That is, you need to
the
keep
direction
the
they're going to be
goal
looking
consistent with who they are and what they want in general. This one sounds a little odd, I'll grant you, but let me explain. If you think of a script or a play or something like that, you will see the lines of dialogue that must be delivered by the characters in a nice, neat list. It's not really up to the characters what they say, just as it's not up to the actors what they say. If a character's line is shocking, such as, I don't know, your mom ran away with the milkman, the other actor isn't actually shocked and choosing how to respond to that. They look at the script and say what it tells them to say. Simple. We all know this. Now, the writer is the person who puts those lines together. So the writer will need to determine just how shocked or angry that character is to learn that her mom just took off with the milkman, and then give her an appropriate line. Again, we know this. The trick here is to make sure that this line, her response to this news, is in fact appropriate and not just the next piece of information the writer needs to convey. This is, as I said, that difficult to define element of dialogue. that it has to be living. The characters can't just have a list of lines they need to exchange. The lines themselves have to indicate to the audience that the characters are clearly listening to what the other person is saying and then answering accordingly.
Yeah.
So the lines have to be reacting to each other. Put another way, the dialogue has to feel like the lines answer each other, not just that they occur in succession. This is really hard to explain. Let me pull up a good example of this done badly. I usually turn off movies and throw aside books that do this too egregiously, so I had to really dig into my distant repressed memories for this one. And so let's look at this made-for-TV Hallmark mystery. No, I'm not picking on made-for-TV cozy mysteries. There are a lot of these that I think are very good, just not this one. So in this one, a woman, Jane, has learned that she's inherited her mother's detective agency or something, but she doesn't really want to keep it, and so she's trying to figure out how to handle it, when one night this random high school girl shows up on her doorstep begging for her help to find her long-lost mom. This is how the conversation went from there. Jane says, "I'm sorry you're going through all this, but I don't think I'm the right person to help." Leah replies, "I know it sounds crazy, I don't even remember her, but I know in my heart that my mom never would have left me on purpose." This is dialogue crime number one. How is "I know it sounds crazy" a natural response to "I don't think I'm the right person to help you"? Let's move on. After a little exposition, Jane says, "I lost my mom too," etc., etc. "I get that there's a hole in your heart that's impossible to fill." Leah says, "You get it. I know my mom didn't leave me." Again, how is this a natural response to what Jane said? A little more exposition, then Jane says again, "I really don't know if I'm the right person to help you." And Leah answers, "She promised she'd never leave me." And then randomly starts playing the piano, which triggers a brief exchange about how talented she is and how she got into Juilliard, but she can't go because she can't afford it. And then Leah suddenly whips out an envelope and says, "I wrote down everything I know. Dad says mom's missing money can never be found." What missing money? Not only that, now it sounds like the only reason this girl has decided to look for her mom is to get her hands on that money. So, after a brief exchange about the money, we cycle back around to, "Will you help me?" Jane says, "Leah, I don't know." Then Leah says, "I know, it sounds hopeless, but that's all I have. Hope." Was this girl even listening? Jane has said 3 times so far in the span of less than 2 minutes that she'd love to help, but can't because she's not qualified and wouldn't know how to conduct such an investigation. Nothing about it being hopeless. And the girl hasn't said anything to convey a sense of hopelessness, merely a sense of frustration that no one will take her seriously. This line about hope was supposed to be a lovely dramatic moment, but it made no sense. And so it sounded canned and unnatural. It sounded like nothing more than a line from a script. This entire conversation was just an exchange of lines. Whenever Jane said something, Leah's written response did not answer it. It merely delivered more information. Jane hardly ever responded to Leah's lines beyond the repeated, "I'm not the right person to help you." And yes, there was some very poor acting on display here, but it was the written lines that killed this scene. Put aside any talk of structure or character goals or character consistency, at no point did the audience get the impression that these two people were actually talking to each other, that they were listening to what the other person was saying and then responding to it.
Two individual conversations put beside each other.
I'll get to that. And I'm not talking about wooden napkins.
Versus
I'm talking about the content
two
of the
integrated
written dialogue.
conversations.
For fun, let's rework a little of this dialogue. So, character A, Leah in this case, says basically, "Will you help me find my mom?" Character B, Jane, says, "Leah, I'm not an investigator. I wouldn't even know where to start." And then Leah hears that, and because her goal is to convince this detective agency to help, says, "Well, who would? Is there an actual investigator here that I can talk to?" And Jane could say, "We sometimes work with a detective from the police department. I could put you in touch with him." And Leah hears that and says, "I already talked to the police. They won't listen to me." And Jane, clearly sympathetic, might say, "Why won't they listen to you?" Which could give the writers room for Leah to launch into her exposition. "I told them my mom wouldn't just leave me. I mean, look at how she wrote about me in her diary. Would someone who wrote that just take off? But they said this wasn't enough," and so on and so on. The difference between mine and theirs is that I made sure that the characters' lines of dialogue came as a response to what the other character had said. Leah's goal was to get someone to help her find her mom. So as she heard Jane's reasons for refusing, she'd need to adjust her tactics in order to maintain her pursuit of that goal.
Yeah.
The writers needed to deliver information, which they did, but they did so in a way that was basically a list of lines and a list of information, rather than a living exchange of dialogue. In my version, the delivery of plot information became an organic response to a line of dialogue. For dialogue to be living, it needs to feel like it is an actual natural exchange. The way you do this is to make sure that the characters are actually responding to each other. They might not understand each other, they might be argumentative, they might lie to each other, but people who are talking are responding to each other. If the person you're talking to says something that doesn't make sense as a response, you'll get confused. If you ask your friend if they want to go get coffee and they answer, I don't know what movies are playing at the theater today, you would be confused.
Yeah.
If this ever happens, if a person doesn't listen or seems to be replying with nonsense within a story, there needs to be a plot reason for that. You see?
There's a plot reason. Fish is fucking with me. Because he's a troll.
As I said, this is a little difficult to define, but luckily this is
He does
one
it
of
well,
those
Smokey. He does it
dialogue
well.
rules that is really glaringly obvious when it is broken. Just honestly assess your dialogue after you've written it to make sure that what is being said is really a natural exchange, while also still allowing the characters who are talking.
And this is why I talk to myself a lot too, right? Because it's like, I don't know what I'm going to say next, but what I'm going to say next will only occur once I say something. So I'll say something and respond and then go back and forth, and then eventually the conversation just goes and I take out the bits that I need from it. It's usually how I build dialogue.
Goals. I strongly advise reading your dialogue out loud as if in a play. You might feel ridiculous, you might not want to do so in public, but it's a good way to feel out the natural flow of the dialogue. And by flow, I mean the sense that each line is being answered by the next in some way. The main thing you need to remember with a living conversation is what the character's goals are, both the immediate and the overall. Remember that the conversation is alive, so the immediate goals might need to be adjusted mid-conversation in order for the character to continue pursuing the overall goal. For instance, in my version of Jane and Leah's conversation, Leah originally wanted Jane herself to agree to investigate her mom's disappearance. That was her conversation goal. When she realized Jane was possibly unqualified and therefore unwilling, she switched her conversation goal to finding someone else within the organization who could help her, because her overall goal was to find out what happened to her mom. Another tiny example of what I mean by that: imagine a detective character goes to interview the murder victim's next-door neighbor, specifically to find out if he saw something on the night the victim was murdered. That's his immediate conversation goal. Neighbor says no, but asks the detective if he'll be able to get the camcorder back that he lent the victim a week ago, or is it some kind of evidence now? But the police never found a camcorder in the house, so now the detective's going to adjust his goal. Now he wants to know why the victim wanted to borrow a camcorder in the year of our Lord 2025, and why it's missing. Maybe the killer took it. Now his immediate conversation goal is to find out everything he can about that camcorder, because his overall goal is catching the killer. Living dialogue sometimes needs to adapt. Just always keep in mind the character's overall goal. Really quickly before I wrap things up, I want to make a note about the actual writing process for dialogue. This is just a little bonus tip, and I did touch on this a little in my first drafts video. When you're hammering out the first draft of your dialogue, I strongly suggest doing so without the added prose labeling. You know, the he said and then she answered and so on. Instead, format it more like a script. Simple, one line after another. Here is a small bit of a conversation I wrote as an example, which we do not have time for in this video, but you can see how the dialogue is actually bullet points. This allows you to write focusing solely on the content of the dialogue. Later, you can go back and write the actual scene if your medium is written, such as novels or web novels or what have you. This is just something I find incredibly helpful. Doing the dialogue in phases like that really decreases the workload on your brain and, in my opinion, results in better dialogue. But that's just me. You should experiment to see what works best for you. Just remember, when it comes to your own personal writing process and methods, there are no rules. Do what works for you.
True.
Anyway,
that's why we've been trying everything, just to see what we're comfortable with.
Writing done today. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments. I do try to answer all questions if I have time. As always, thank you very much for watching and happy writing.
True. Another second story video down. Go check them out. Give them a like. Give them a view. Give them a subscribe. As always. And now we come to the final moment. Drawings. We gotta get everything set up here. For our art mode, are you guys ready for some badass drawings? See if I can get this set up. Alright. We need this one. Oh, no. This one. Alright, there we go. At least we got a little bit of that. Cover a little bit of the screen, but I think that's fine. That'll do for now. Alright, so we got a 2H, 2B, 4B, 2HB. See what we're able to do with this. Let's grab some. Grab some tokage. Get your tokage going. And we can start. Today is shapes! Yay, shapes! We got lines, curves, and shapes. From that, we should be able to make whatever we need. Oh wait, there's one more thing we have to do. Right, I gotta change categories. To art. Alright, here we go.
Hello, my name is Paul Priestley. Welcome to ArtTutorialsOnline.com. Today I'm going to be showing you how to draw a complicated object by using simple shapes. The video is designed for beginners, but if you watch towards the end of the video, you will find I've outlined 4 advanced drawing tips that will really help your drawing in the future. I hope you enjoy the video, so let's get started. This is what we're going to draw, a woodman's plane. You can see it's quite a complicated
holy
object,
shit.
but if we reduce it down to simple shapes, it's much easier to draw. Now if you look for the red lines, that will show you the simple shapes I'm looking for. So we're going to...
Okay.
Start with the baseline, as you can see here. Next thing, I'm going to find the tallest point, which is about half the width of the baseline. So I'm estimating that. I've made the point at the top. I'm going to draw the line down right hand side, and then you'll notice the front part of that triangle is about 2/3 the way along that line. Next, I need to work out the height of the front handle. You'll notice that's just below halfway up that diagonal. So I make a little mark and I draw the vertical, as you can see in the drawing at the top. I'm going to draw a line either side of that now to work out the width of the handle. You see how we're just defining the basic shapes. Measuring now the top of the curve of the bottom part of the plane. And I'm just going to draw a triangle. You see, I'm working out all the time where the points are. You're looking for the points. Don't look for the detail. Look for the simple shapes. So we've defined that. Next thing, the top of this handle here. You see, it's just a very small amount down from there, a nice straight line and a curve. We're just drawing that curve round very simply there. You can see how the drawing is beginning to evolve now by looking for the simple shapes. Don't look for the detail. Please don't look for the detail. Right, draw the rest of the handle. You notice the curve comes down to the line, so I'm just gently drawing that in, drawing the curve down there and coming down nice and gently. So the design is beginning to work. Now you notice the other sections here. You can see that big metal part at the front there with the curve on. I'm going to draw that in now. You can see I'm constantly referring to my lines that I've already drawn. This is really important. You keep comparing all the time. Don't draw things in isolation. Look at where they are in relation to other objects, then you'll get the size correct. Get the little round handle here, which I'm just representing by 2.
I'm gonna catch up to him because he's going so fast I can't keep up.
Rectangles, as you can see here. Okay, draw the little catch at the top here. I don't know the proper name for it, but I'm sure somebody does. And we'll finish off with the little handle around here, the little curved round section here, which I'm just drawing in very, very lightly. Now once you've got all these basic shapes and you've checked to make sure they're correct, the next thing then is to draw around the outline and to make sure you've got that correct. But before we do that, we'll just rub out one or two of these guidelines because we don't need all this in here. Okay, just to tidy things up a little bit. So
I don't care enough to do that.
Nice and simple. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to start drawing around. I'm pressing on. I'm using a 2B pencil for this, and I'm pressing on quite hard. You can see now I'm looking for those curves. I'm drawing things lightly first. Draw them lightly, and then you can draw over them. Don't draw them very hard straight away, just in case you make a mistake. You see, I'm just blocking in now these little sections at the front of the drawing, putting in all these basic shapes, and I can now start adding the detail to this. You can see here, I'm just adding these little sections that I can see, the little detailed parts. See the little structures, even the little curve on the front here, you see? Now what we're ending up with is a very simple drawing here, which has got a very strong outline to it. Now there's nothing wrong with that, but outlines do tend to flatten drawings. Now I'll show you later on some interesting ideas of how to get around that, but we'll leave that for later on. We'll keep it simple for the moment. So I'm now looking for the more detailed elements, and I'm drawing those in. You can see this little section here has got a curved end to it, so I'm just going to draw slight curves here. Can you see those very slight curves? I'm just going down, putting the round rings on, and just by drawing simple shapes you can make things look quite complex. There we go, just about finished off the basic drawing and a line along the bottom. Okay, now what I'm going to do is to add a little bit of light and shade to this once we've done the drawing. Now what I would suggest you do, and this will come in a moment when I start talking about 4 points, is to start shading the darker tones in first. I'm still using my 2B pencil, but I'm varying the tone by simply pressing on hard for the dark tones and much lighter for the light tones. Here's a piece of graphite I'm using. You can see here that by using the graphite on the side I can get much simpler, much lighter tones, which makes things work much better. Just very, very gradually putting on these lighter.
Okay, let's see if we can do something along those lines with this 4B. Okay. This is gonna take me a fucking while to do. I mean, it's not like super fucking bad, right?
Now, some drawing tips. First of all, always establish your dark tones first. Now you'll notice here, I am beginning now to start looking for the darker tones, shading those in. And you'll notice as I'm doing those darker tones, it makes the object stand out. You see? So the bits that you want to emphasize, make them darker. Now, tip number 2. If you're using a piece of graphite, use the side of it to shade larger areas. Can you see what I'm doing here? That's it. So using that. Now, the other tip here is when you draw with outlines, it tends to flatten things. So if I shade up to the outline, I create an edge and the outline disappears and it looks much more three-dimensional. You can see here where I've shaded right up to the edge and made the shading dark, the edge disappears, makes the drawing look much more interesting. Remember, strong outlines flatten a drawing, edges make a drawing look much more three-dimensional. So we're just going to finish off now with a few more shaded areas here, just a little bit more with my graphite, just to finish those elements off, just to make it look a little bit better. You can see by emphasizing the background and creating an edge, it makes things stand out and it makes the whole drawing look much more interesting. Thank you for watching ArtTutorialsOnline.com. I hope you've enjoyed the video and learnt something about drawing.
Hell yeah.
Oi.
I don't know what else we should draw. What should we draw? I was thinking of... I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I was thinking of... What are possible things that we could draw? Should we keep doing landscapes? Should we just try to do shapes? Let's break down shapes. So let's take this, we can just go like this, right? And then we can get rid of this. Bring this back. There we go. We got this. Maybe proportions is the thing, but I mean, so let's say surface. I'm just thinking, what's the angle here? I mean, I don't know if it looks better on paper or if it looks better on there. Hey, does that look like the actual top of the desk? In some way, right? It's doing what it needs to do. Okay, so let's figure out what we're gonna do. Alright, well, I mean, this kind of goes along with what we're doing, so tell me when you figure out what it is that I'm drawing.
Well, well, well.
Well, well, well. What's up, Smokey? You figured out what my drawing is yet, Smokey?
A brain being fed oxygen from a hose pipe.
Okay, so at least it's like something, right? At least it's something.
Am I right?
You are right.
Yay.
I'll show you. Well, I mean, you're like 90% right. Versus.
Oh, I was close.
You were so close. Yeah, I really fucked up with that, didn't I? Oh, well, that wasn't my primary focus.
You should have made the wire wire.
I should have done a lot of things, Smokey. I fucking should have done a lot of things.
The brain looks okay.
Well, that's good to know. So if I made this as a thumbnail, do you think I'd get clicks? Should we test it?
But what in the hell is that thing coming from it?
How many curves or how many creases does your brain have?
Maybe an umbilical cord.
What's a brain stem?
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy
Dance
this immersive
monkey.
experience.
Thanks, Smokey. You're a gem, man. You're fueling my career, man. Every dollar you give me is a dollar I don't have to go back to work.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. Show floor. Please.
Show floor? What the fuck do you mean show floor?
The floor, I mean.
You're a floor.
You did good, you can rest now, babe. As break bitches, see you soon.
Alright, sounds good. Oh, fucking ads. Fucking ads.
Paint yo nails fucking slag.
I'm lazy. What can I say, Smokey? Don't hold it against me, unless you're holding. You know what I mean.
I've only ever held 2 penis at one time.
That's it? I've held 8. I mean, what?
I am new.
Well, keep pumping those numbers, Smokey. You'll get there eventually.
Ito see gay smoky not gay. Ito see gay smoky not gay. Ito see gay smoky not gay.
True.
I have link.
Show link. Penis must be included in link. And again, to clarify, that's not Link's penis, that's the Link penis in the link. You guys fucked up last time with that. Think you were fucking funny, huh?
What got you drawing a brain?
I want to use it as a thumbnail. Well, that's pretty solid, right? I think that's pretty good, right? What do you guys think? Should I just make the whole thumbnail the picture? You know what this needs? That's actually really nice to have. No, I think that. Fuck. One second. Okay. That'll have to do. Username Poop Mouth. Did you know 100 hair falls off you every day? Who's alive in here? Anyone breathing? Yo, what's up? So I couldn't find any red fucking colors, but I have this, a pen, or I have lips, lip liner. So I think we should probably let's do a full screen of this. Let's take that off. Take all this shit off. Are you gay? I don't know. Let's find out. Only 434%. That's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. Okay, so we need to take a screenshot of this. Okay, so that should be good. We can go back here for now. But yeah, are you gay, username Poopmouth? So now, I want to, like, bloody it, right? So we want to do something like... What other drawing than this garbage? Not much. Just this shit. True, bro. Absolute garbo. Really, you should just destroy it. Well, I mean, you'll never get better if you never try, right? What about you? What does your drawing look like, bro? I feel like the lip liner would go hard with this. Long ass nail, you have to be gay. No, just a cross-dresser. Well, I mean, I'm bi, but that doesn't have anything to do with that. Nope, gay, queer, true. True, bro. Fuck are you doing? We're trying to make a hand-drawn thumbnail for a YouTube video for a series about basically having your brain extracted from your body.
You sent last night, face clear, tits out, spread wide, I screenshotted every angle, now pay up 500 in Bitcoin or I blast it to your mom.
Smokey, your mom already has that picture, so you don't need to worry about that. I sent it to her before I sent it to you, bro. Terrible. Okay, tell me how to improve, user poop mouth. How do I get better? How do I improve?
Let me lick yo armpit real fast.
You would, Smokey, you would.
Indeed. He'll go where no man has.
Oh, but men have, Smokey. Men very much have. Remind me of primary school drawing? Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. I've only been at this a little while, so you know. It's not a compliment. Well, it is to me. Because it's not to you doesn't mean it isn't to me. Right?
I had poop in
I
my
am a
mouth before.
retard. Look. See, you're on track today, bro. You know what's going on. Poop in his mouth before.
They call me the scat man.
True. I need to fix that so it makes the sound, so we know when the scat has been used.
Show the all your nails. Bro fucking great English, ha 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 ha.
Better than you, Smokey. Fake? No, my nails are 100% real. %100% real. No fakeries here. Just some true nail shit. We don't fake it.
I will pull the trigger, 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 trigger.
Get that septillions up in here, Smokey. Where's your septillions? Ah, shit. We're all blurred.
Septillions up in here.
I don't know. Do a portrait?
I want to see intimate boyfriend ASMR.
Callie's here. If Callie's here, we can get that. Throw that in the bin. 100%. Yes, I am dyslexic. I'm also left-handed.
Such an unrefined failure of a troll.
True, indeed. Indeed. deeds, Sean. You know, they do what they do. Okay, then we... This is where I'm actually gonna need this, because we're gonna need, like, wires, right? So let's see if this works. Something like that. Maybe not that. Well, let's see. Okay, we need to sharpen this shit. Ligma toes, bro! Yo, what's up? How's it going, good sir? Smokey, is that your new account? Ah! My hands are too sweaty for this. My hands are way too sweaty for this. Okay, Ligma. We get it, bro. Smokey, why do you do this to yourself? Oh shit, that got ups. I'm like, wait, I can't even ban you. What the fuck? You get some hacked shit there, Smokey. I can't even ban you. That's crazy. Dick and balls. I'm gonna take your eyes, I'm gonna put them where your balls are. I'm gonna take your balls and I'm gonna put them where your eyes are. No, it broke! I broke it. Oh, shit. Hey, guys, look at that. I broke... Oh, you guys can't see me because I'm fucking retarded. I forgot to change it back. I pulled the entire fucking thing out. So I guess we're using it like this. I eat ass. Out of the ass. Man, you guys are doing this very well. You guys love it, don't you? We all love it up in here. let's do this. And then we'll go here. Okay. Then we need a kind of grayish.
Read my chat.
I'm sorry, Smokey, I'm distracted.
I asked why no Scatman in shop.
Oh, I didn't do it on Kick, because Kick is irrelevant. But yeah, there you go, guys. What do you think of it? My final product.
You ruined it.
Well, slowly but surely. That's why we took pictures and, well, we took things in stages, right? That was the important part. So now what we do, guys.
Is that blue flame on the brain?
Those are wires. They're supposed to be wires. Maybe adding like a little bit of like
Interesting.
Now my question is, should I just make these go to the edge of the page?
You should shrivel into a ball and face the corner of your room.
Well, you're definitely helpful, I'll tell you that.
Are you using crayon?
No. I'm using pencil crayon. It broke, though. Like, the lead came out of it. So
I like chalk drawing.
Well, actually, can I do that? Can I just, like, stick it in like that? Where's, if I press too hard? Because I need to be able to press hard, but I'm not breaking as it is. There, let's try that and see what that looks like.
Wanna hear me slogan?
Yes.
Never fear, Ligma is here.
Ah, I love it. Love it. Ligma nuts! Okay, so now what we do is we take this, we go here, go like this, do, Ligma Daddy, chill, true. We can get rid of this for now, right? Okay, and what we want is, where is it? Videos. Fuck off. So annoying sometimes. Okay, so we want the final form. Okay. And then we get rid of this one, we go back, and we're gonna do like the multiple stages of it, right? So we want it, I guess unfortunately before I put the red on it, I never put it, oh I did. Okay, there we go. I needed this. So these will be like the different stages, right? And then we add some more color to it. We have like crazy brain one with all like the extra red in it. So we want the extra red. I think we can just call it there because those are just the different iterations of it, right? Okay. So, let's see what we can do with these. So the main goal was we go like this, right? So one of the main things that we could do, see how well this goes. We can kind of pack this up for now. So this is going to be the last thing, and then we're going to end the stream, guys. It's going to be the last thing, then we're going to end the stream, because I'm fucking tired, and we had a good day today. We had a really good day today. I'm actually, like, super, you know, super proud of what happened today. We did good. I don't need... and do 2H. 2D, 2H. These can go in here. That back there. By the way, this is my pencil case. My Articuno. Oh, I guess it's upside down. What do you guys think? This thing's like 9 years old. It's been sitting in my drawers. Never use it for anything. Except my pencils that never go anywhere. Oh, okay. Let me just get all this shit out the way. Ways. This, we can get rid of this now. Put that back there. All right. Okay, now we go to Grok. We go. I drew this image for a thumbnail for YouTube. Can you modify it? Enhance it for a biotech horror story. The blue and red lines are orange. Okay. And we're going to get to modify my image. There you go, guys. I drew this. See, that's what we want. Look at that shit. Does that not look way better? The amateurness is just cut out the brain, right? The brain's pretty good. It's like, yeah, I really slacked on the other shit. Oh, I totally forgot to do the other part. I mean, this one's interesting. I'll take that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Even though I told it was a brain. Just says glad. Glad. Enhance the background so tube attached to the spinal column is more prone now. Same with the wires in the background. The brain itself is awesome. No, it
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
just using everything up in here, Smokey. Jesus, bro. No, the original image here. Retry. No, only 3. Okay, well, you know what you're doing. I can't hold you back from it. Don't worry. No, see, I don't know what it is doing anymore. It has lost the plot. But hey, we got a good picture, I think, out of it. Talk time, please. Yes, okay, Smokey, but then we're ending the stream. I hope you know we are ending the stream after. Because I am tired.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
True. Alright, 3. I enjoyed watching you draw. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad, Smokey. 3, 2, 1, toe!
Toke.
Alright guys, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. We had a great day today, and we'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Full. God damn, I'm bad at this. I think I can hold it together, but I can't. I blame you, Smokey, for making me choke. Motherfucker. Bitch. Yes. It is what it is. Alright. Have a great day, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It almost caught me again. I saved it, though. I was like, this is not happening again. Fuck that. I'm done. I'm over it. I'm over it. Alright, who we rating today? Get your wheels ready. We're just popping into this random dude. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Bye, Smokey. You don't get to raid out. Because, Smokey, I can only raid out on Kick if I have 5 viewers. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Peace!